5th of 2025 meeting for the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, will you please call roll call?
Certainly, Chair. Supervisor DeSerpa. Here. Cummings.
Here.
Martinez. Here. Koenig.
Here.
And Hernandez.
Here. I would like to see if there's any member of the board like to dedicate today's moment of silence. See none, we'll take a general moment of silence. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to ask our county CEO if there's any late additions or deletions to the regular or consent agenda.
Chair Hernandez and members of the board, there are a number of changes on the consent calendar. Item number 14, there's additional materials. There's a revised attachment A, minutes of January 28th, 2025 board meeting. Packet pages 767 and through 768 are replaced. Also on number 24 on the consent agenda, there's additional materials. There was a revised memo, packet page 973, which is replaced. That concludes the changes for today.
Thank you. Is there any board member who would like to remove any items from the consent agenda?
Chair, I'd like to remove item 25.
5. So 25 will now be? Is it 12.1? And then
he was asking what item 25 would become.
Which wherever you'd like to put it. Would you like to make it the first item on the agenda?
Yeah, we'll do the first item.
Then we can be item 6.1.
6.1, yes. We'll now move to public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to us regarding items that are not on the agenda, items on consent agenda, or if you'd like to speak on regarding an item that is on the regular agenda, please note that you'll not be able to speak for a second time when the item is heard. Speakers will be given 2 minutes. Please form a line and approach the podium to speak. Thank you.
My name is Rachel Sotos. I'm speaking to you again on behalf of the Good Fairies of Good Governance. I think some of you have, all of you, I hope, have received some books from the Good Fairies, and I would just want to reiterate that it would be fine to give them to the public libraries when you're done, because I don't want any semblance of impropriety in any way. I want to suggest that the Good Fairies are everybody. It's not just women over 30 who still want to wear glitter. It's everybody, because fairies are basically a cross-cultural phenomenon that is rooted in being a child. And some people would say that's because you're closer to a beginning. I think it's because you're closer to the ground and you're closer to the pollinators, because the fairies are friends of the pollinators. And that's one reason why we really all need to protect the pollinators, which is a reason why the fairies are on the side of private property and small single family homes when it's possible. And that might mean that we have a kind of curb on development. But that is something that should be up to the community. And as we are in this revolutionary time, and I hope we realize this, I want to encourage you all to open the space further for democracy. I've seen some things in the news that are suggesting that in different counties in California, they're shutting down spaces for public speech. And I think it's important that we have more spaces for public speech. Let me suggest 2 things from history. One is the period during the French Revolution when there were the public lists of grievances. And that means that people from all of the different provinces in France made a list. There were massive public discussions. And I think that's what we need now. We need public discussion of everything that's wrong and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. My name is James Ewing Whitman. I'm pretty sure it's February 25th, 2025. What an amazing year. I wonder if people know what a bolide is. It's a large meteor. We're scheduled to have a pretty spectacular storm coming this April. You know, the United States was founded as a constitutional republic. What I see going on in this room the past 5 years, it's not a democracy, it's democide. That's genocide by government. So, for example, I do not know why we are not given 3 minutes to talk on certain subjects. I don't know why we're not allowed to pull items off the consent agenda. There was a huge amount of items on the consent agenda that I felt were really important. For example, how different it is in the city of Santa Cruz, even though they shut down for 2 years. I know there's 3 items that I'm going to be able to speak on for 3 minutes and then 2 minutes at public comments. There were times when people could pull items off the consent agenda, and I'd been recorded, I don't know, speaking on 3 to 5 items for between 7.5 and 9.5 minutes. So, you know, this is a water bottle. It says something pretty interesting. You know, Brock Chisholm disseminated a lot of really interesting information in 1946. He was the first Inspector General of the UN, 1948, 1953. To achieve world government, it is first necessary to remove from the minds of men their individuality, their loyalty to family traditions, and their national identity. Now, Stalin is said to have written this 22 seconds. Stalin once ripped the feathers out of a live chicken in front of his followers as a lesson. Then he set the chicken down. It was bloody and very wounded, but when he handed it some pieces of bread, it still came to it. That is an example of how easy it is to control stupid followers. I wish more people were showing up. I'm glad there's a lot of people here today. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. I'm Kate Hinnenkamp. I'm the program director at the Community Action Board Immigration Project. And I'm here today to thank all of you for your consideration of $100,000 in funding to support services for our immigrant community. As I'm sure all of you are aware, right now is a time of great fear and uncertainty for immigrant families in Santa Cruz County and everywhere in the country. And CAB and our partners are responding by weaving a network of services and supports for immigrants and immigrant families, including the rapid response phone line, wide distribution of red cards and know your rights education, child care safety plan, and then professional immigration legal services. So we're really grateful for all of your consideration of this support. $100,000 is a great start. In reality, the need is greater. We respectfully ask that you consider raising the funding amount to $150,000 to allow CAB and our partners to be successful in this work. As probably some of you are aware, this work actually started before the election. We convened a meeting in the Watsonville Civic Plaza to start talking about different scenarios depending on the outcome of the election. And now that we're aware of the outcome of the election, we are continuing that work. But, you know, we have months already of unfunded work. We've printed thousands of red cards. We've done dozens of workshops and trainings on Know Your Rights, and the work continues. So thank you so much for your consideration, and I look forward to hearing the results. Thank you so much.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak with you. I'm Gregory Audino. I live out off of Amesti Road, about 2 miles above Minto Road. Well, a week ago, Moss Landing Vistra incident burned again. A month later, it reignited itself, right? It was out overnight. We all saw that. It'll take a year or more to clean it up. Just can't call 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This stuff is toxic. Look at the remnants of the LA fires, all toxic, lithium burnt everywhere. You know, because lithium batteries on the side of houses, cars burnt up. They are looking at toxic cleanup down there. We should take a look at that. It's actually quite shocking. Do we really want to go through with this? Should we take time to research the best for the best? Okay. Of course, the company supplying this will say it's safe. Is there a best in their community? Is it so safe? Maybe we should put one, in the basement of this building. I mean, if they're saying it's so safe, right? People have questioned if a Bitcoin mining operation or an AI farm has expressed interest in having this because they need all the power. They need, the AI farms couldn't take up enough power to, power a small city. I'm advocating for an immediate urgency ordinance moratorium so that we take time to be able to figure this out properly. Okay. I'm not saying we cancel it. I'm saying we need to figure out the right solution that won't hurt us a year down the line, 5 years down the line. This is going to be in place for 25 years. Most of us won't be here at that time. But, we need to be very concerned about this. And standalone facilities, these best items can be a standalone facility. They don't have to be right next to a substation. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
All right. Hello, my name is Tim Delaney. And if you folks want to call me diminutive Tim, that's fine with me. I agree with the gentleman before me. Okay. And I want all of you to look at this. You see that? That's almost a 6-year-old guy with no gut. Okay. Elon Musk with the chainsaw, get real. You look at that guy right off the bat, any military guy, any special forces guy would look at that and say, you know what? That is just a bunch of baloney. Okay. If I wanted to, I could, I could suggest to Elon during one of our gigantic winters here, he can shovel my roof and shovel my entire house out. I can break that guy and show him what work is all about. Okay. So when it comes to jobs like my steel and construction jobs, my cement job in Reno, Nevada, okay, when I left the job, my bosses were in an uproar. They're like, oh God, please don't leave. I had a Vietnam War veteran and his brother here begging me not to leave my cement job. I would get up at 7 in the morning every day, or actually 6 in the morning. I was on the job by 7. I was off the job at 8 in 102-degree heat, building foundations in Reno, Nevada. Okay, this is one of many of my jobs. I was hired for my physical strength. Okay, when you look at this body here, this is a construction extreme athlete injured body. That's what I am. Okay, so all this bro show in Washington with Elon Musk and Trump, it's like, look, my Russian and Lithuanian American grandmothers and great grandmothers and their combat veteran sons call bullhucky on all that junk. Okay, so I'm just here to give you folks a little bit of a lift, and you don't have to put up with Elon Musk or Donald Trump's BS. Thank you very much. You folks have a wonderful day.
Good morning. I'm Sam Laforte, Cannabis Licensing Office Manager, and I'd like to thank the board, especially Supervisors Koenig and Supervisor Cumming, for their work on item number 24. Contamination in the legal cannabis market is undercutting public trust and harming people. Reporting on this subject has been ongoing for months, and journalists have uncovered alarming levels of pesticide in cannabis products available at dispensaries statewide. In 2016, when our community members and folks across the state voted to legalize recreational cannabis, it was based on the promise that legalization would provide people safe access to safe cannabis products. Illicit grows and the environmental harms associated with them would be eliminated, and organized crime would be removed from the market. Well, at the county level, we've eliminated the illegal grows, we've pursued environmental justice to clean up sites, and we've pushed organized crime out of the local market. But it's up to the state to ensure cannabis on store shelves is safe for consumers. This is the 7th year of a legal recreational cannabis market, and the State Department of Cannabis Control still does not have the capability to test cannabis for pesticides. The Department of Pesticide Regulations recommended modification to pesticide testing requirements at least 3 times, and the DCC appears to not have acted upon those recommendations. The board resolution and attachments don't just echo the problems of contamination that the LA Times, Weed Week, and San Francisco Gate have exposed. The board resolution outlines a solution that the governor and the DCC can act upon today. Regulatory language in an adoptable format, which identifies some of the most common and most harmful pesticide contaminants seen in the market based on reporting, analytical lab data, and the Department of Pesticide Regulation's own recommendations. As a regulator, I understand the level of effort that the board undertook to put this resolution forward, and I can't thank you enough. In closing, I'd like to echo my version of the board letter recommendation to immediately protect the health of cannabis consumers in our community. I urge residents to prioritize their safety and consider the environmental benefits of purchasing well-regulated, locally grown, and produced cannabis products. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Becky Steinbrunner. I live in rural Aptos in the mountains. I'm here. There are many things on the agenda I want to speak about, but in my 2 minutes I want to speak about what's not on the agenda. You have not put on the agenda a follow-up report of this county's response to the Moss Landing fire. You have not put on the agenda any updates regarding the battery energy storage system planned in Santa Cruz County, especially the one in the 4th District, 90 Minto Road. Please do this. This is a big issue with all of your constituents. Please put it on a regular agenda, every agenda. There have been no town hall meetings on this. Please hold town hall meetings. With the exception of Supervisor Koenig, none of you are. Please hold them. I want to ask you to, as a board, write a letter of support for Assemblymember Don Addis's AB 303, putting the brakes on these battery storage systems and grabbing back the power from the California Energy Commission, as they are now allowed to approve these without your help, without your input. We need to put a urgency ordinance on in this county for batteries, energy storage systems, and immediately convene a technical advisory commission that is not bought and paid for by the industry. Right now, that's what it is. 2 months from today, you will be presented with the proposed final ordinance for this issue in our county. That happens to be a Friday. April 25th is a Friday. That's the day the zoning administrator meets. Is that when this project, the Seahawk, is going to be approved? Please keep us in the loop and hold town hall meetings. We do not know where the soil samples were taken in the recent press release. We know where the water was, but not the soil. Did they use a sample method that went deep and diluted the amounts of metals found? We don't know. Where's the data? Thank you.
I'm just going to start off with a deep breath and just appreciating everyone's time today. I know all of our hearts are in the right place and our hearts are hurting in many ways. I would like to thank you for having today's space to advocate for increased funding for immigration coalition support. I'm coming here today as a concerned mom, as a resident of Santa Cruz City, also as an organizing member of the Your Allied Rapid Response Network, also as a local community leader of a small nonprofit supporting parents as they navigate these really just heightened times of stress and uncertainty, especially as it relates to the situation of ICE. I would like to call attention to the need for mutual aid. There was recently just so much movement around what it means to support someone in a time of crisis. And unfortunately, the cruel tactics that ICE uses doesn't always allow for you to ascertain your rights and assert yourself in that way. They will do their cruel tactics regardless, and being able to wrap support around a family who's left destabilized is really important. Maria Ramos Bracamontes, who together with Maria Cadenas will be kickstarting a DocuFund. And so I think that $100,000 to amplify and help to seed that money would be a really powerful call to action. Increasing funding for at least another $50,000 would be incredible for additional support services. Thank you.
Good morning, Cove Britton, Matson Britton Architects. Some of these members may know this, Board of the Supervisors, but recently I sued the county and won regarding the Permit Streamlining Act. Unfortunately, county staff have reneged on various portions of that, but I'm not here about that today. We had a project we submitted where the staff, and it always does, it's the county policy to violate the Permit Streamlining Act. It's the policy. We called them on it, said, no, we were ready to submit. That's when the PSA starts, the timeline. They said, no, it starts when you pay fees. That's fine. We appealed out of abundance of caution versus just go straight to court. We appealed to the Planning Commission, which was a violation of my settlement where it was supposed to go to the board. But never mind that for now. What's also required is that the appeal be heard in 60 days from when you make it. So we went to the Planning Commission. We got one vote, but it was from an architect, which is telling because he knew we were right. Regardless, so now the 60 days is one day before your next meeting. So you're going to need a special meeting. I suspect staff will just go, oh no, we'll just call you complete. But I really want you to see this and hear this, you all, versus have it through the lens of closed legal session, because we're going to take it to court. I'd rather you all hear it. Might obviate the need to go to court, but still it's something the public should know about. The county violates the permit streamlining. Thank you.
Good morning to each of you. It's really good to be with you. And I just wanted to also start with my appreciation for your leadership in these truly unprecedented times. My name is Caitlin Bruin, and I'm a resident of Supervisor Koenig's district. And I'm just here to add my voice to Kate Hennekamps and Stephanie Barron-Liu to encourage your approval of additional resources for Santa Cruz County's immigration coalition, and specifically for activation of the UndocuFund, which would allow for great flexibility in responding to activities that directly affect immigrant families. I think the additional resources identified to support legal assistance will also add to the responsiveness of the very, very capable legal teams that have assembled to support our neighbors through this time. So thank you very, very much for your kind attention.
Good morning, Board. Sven Stafford from the County Administrative Office. I'm here today with Joy Flynn from the Circle on Anti-Racism, Economic and Social Justice. We're here to speak briefly on item 18 on the consent agenda, establishing CARES-J as a department advisory group. I've had the pleasure of working with CARES-J for the past 4 years and look forward to continue working with them. I think one of their main functions is really helping us on inclusion, making sure that we're avoiding unintended consequences and including people who've traditionally been underrepresented in county business, maintain and create a voice for them so that they're heard and included in our strategic plan and all of our various planning efforts.
Thank you, Board. It's my pleasure to address you, Supervisor DeSerpa, and you, Supervisor Martinez, for the first time. And I hope it's not the last. It won't be the last. You'll hear from me some more. But over the past 4 years, CARES has played an important role in the advisement and steering toward the county's efforts towards equity. We'd love to continue to do that work. Our future goals are to provide strategic guidance, strengthen community engagement so that all voices are heard, and enhance transparency and accountability within our group and then also for the board. So we ask that you accept and file the notice of intent to establish CARES as an advisory group. Sven has played a really integral role in that process. And I think you've read what's included in your board documents, in your agenda documents, which kind of go further into description of what we've done and what we hope to continue to do. So thank you.
Chairman, Supervisors, Gary Richard Arnold. During the silence, I prayed for the 200,000 victims of fentanyl from Americans because of your open policy, and you're not applying these same laws that you did with the rest of the folks to those people that were illegally moved across the border in favor of the cartels. Also, you're not attending to business. 14 years ago, John Leopold, who cut the time for people to speak down to 2 minutes, went to the London School of Economics. That's a Fabian Socialist Marxist organization. And you seem to favor that and keep that. You're run by, there's an agenda in here. We don't see you arguing over the agenda. The so-called consent agenda is pushed on them by a COG, a Council of Governments, a Soviet, in which it's the two people that are appointed to AMBAG now. Could you raise your hands? Okay. He should be reporting back from these meetings. It's 18 cities, 3 counties. It's UN, it's World Bank and UN controlled. They don't want you to have anything to do with government. And Carlos Palacios, they work through him. He doesn't have to be a citizen. He doesn't have to swear to the Constitution. He doesn't have to do a damn thing. Since that time, I can't reach my own supervisor. There's never any call back. They're always in the staff meeting. And it used to be they'd have their 3 assistants with their phone number and email on it. These guys don't deserve a dime. They don't deserve your vote. Carlos Palacios should be fired. He's seen more often in Bruce McPherson's green energy. And I'd like the county council to check the finances and
Thank you.
coming some of these people. Anyway,
Thank you.
there are only 5 copies of the agenda. They don't care about you. There's more than 5 people here.
Thank you.
And if you look at the elevator,
Thank you.
it's a safety thing expired 5 years ago. And so you don't care about these people or this sheriff.
I didn't vote for him. I vote for you, try to. Hi, my name is Judy Rosella Myers, and I am in Manukoding's district. A bunch of us are organizing and trying to find out information about alternatives to the lithium ion batteries to solve those problems. And I felt like last time when I came here, I got a lot of support, not only from several members of the Board of Supervisors, and I so appreciate you actually listening with opening ears and receptivity about the information that says that these lithium ion batteries are unsafe is prevalent on so many levels. And we have all been doing some research in an organization that we've put together in terms of community concern and finding alternatives that are available, that will be available by the time you are putting the ones that you are planning to put in Santa Cruz County. So please, please look at alternatives. I have information to pass out. Maybe I can leave it with the clerk so that you can look it over about information that we are gathering as a community group. And we so much appreciate your receptivity because we do not want the same thing that happened in Monterey County to happen here. And it's so important that you all have the receptivity to create a safe environment for us all, including yourselves and all the offspring, that we have for the future. Let's create a safe Santa Cruz County. I moved here from LA County to be safer. And so hopefully you can help create that. Thank you.
We can please let the public speakers speak.
Buenos dias. Good morning, board chair. Just first of all, I just want to say congratulations to Supervisor DeSerpa and Martinez for your leadership in these upcoming years, right? So my name is Bernard Gomez. I was born and raised and work in Watsonville, right? District 4. I live in District 3. So I just wanted to kind of I've been thinking about the racial disparities that are impacting South County, right? District 2 and District 4. And this, I've really been thinking about some of these investments that are coming up, right, around this power plant, just like this $200 million lithium storage unit, or whatever it is, energy storage, right? Also, there's been, rumors, conversations, potential plan to build a new jail, right? That's also $200-300 million, all in South County, right? However, I haven't seen or heard of any real investment coming up, that's going to address the poverty in Watsonville and South County, right? 70% of Watsonville lives under that threshold, the poverty threshold, right? And I also believe that there is a connection to the high disparities of brown people that are incarcerated, right? Especially the young people. You know what I'm saying? More than half of the young people in juvenile hall right now are from Watsonville and are brown. So as we continue to move forward, start thinking about how do we address that? How do we address those racial disparities, right? How do we start to, move away from the use of detention and incarceration for some of this population, right, that have an opportunity to receive services in the community, right? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Louisa Megarian. I'm a resident in Justin Cummings District, and I'm here to talk about the ranch camp as well.
Put the mic down.
Is that better? Okay. So I'm here also to make a comment about the ranch camp and incarceration. And I think the research is really clear that any amount of incarceration is actually harmful for youth, for the individuals involved, and it doesn't increase our public safety. And additionally, it's also really expensive. And we could be putting that money into the wonderful community programs that are providing services for youth in our county. And it would be a lot more effective for increasing public safety and the outcomes for the kids in our county. So I really encourage you to take that direction instead. And echoing what the speaker before me was talking about, the increasing economic and racial disparities with incarceration issues. And I think Santa Cruz County can do better than that and move away from incarceration. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jeff Nordahl. I'm a local cannabis operator in Santa Cruz County, and I just wanted to express my support and gratitude for you guys stepping up on this resolution about the pesticide cannabis testing issue. This has been going on for a while, and I make wellness tinctures. Myself, I'm a medical patient. I had Lyme disease, and cannabis helped me recover from that situation. So ever since then, I've been trying to help provide cannabis as medicine to improve people's quality of life, not injure them. So it's been heartbreaking to learn that over 50% of the products in the legal market right now may be contaminated. And so that's does not, and even the DCC's whole point, like their visionary statement, is that with protection of the public shall be paramount, is stated in their whole quest and purpose. So appreciate you guys stepping up, taking leadership. It makes me proud to be a part of Santa Cruz community and this rich cannabis history of doing positive things with cannabis. So I think that's very much in line with why a lot of us are here in Santa Cruz and in the cannabis community and movement. So just big support and gratitude and appreciate that. Also on the whole lithium ion, because I hear other people speaking about that. I'm a huge fan of clean, green, smart technologies, but my personal feeling is this current technology is not ready for prime time. And I don't think we should be sort of lab rats in this experiment to try and figure out how this stuff works. Especially in sensitive habitat and agricultural communities. So yeah, anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Buenos dias, everybody. Full name is Elias Gonzalez. Welcome, Mr. Serpa. Welcome, Monica Martinez, to the space. Look forward to working with you all. Again, full name is Elias Gonzalez, born and raised in Watsonville, California, lifelong resident. And really just want to come up here and share some of the sentiments of the community, right, around the battery plant, the new jail, all these things, the camp, things coming up, a lot impacting South County, right? There's a lot happening in this world already. Right, there's a lot happening, and to start bringing these kind of things into a space, for me, I'm really thinking about, I mean, there's been floods, there's been fires, there's now a plant fire, and it keeps going on, and no one's really addressing the needs of our community. In a time when things are happening so much, who's actually taking care of our young people? Right, who's actually addressing that? And I'm looking at you, Felipe, I'm sorry, because you represent me. Right. And I have reached out to you about a community forum about this fire plant and nothing to this day. So I think I think we're up here to have these conversations. We as a community members want to have these dialogues. We continue to hear that community is here, community is showing up, but continuously community is not represented in these spaces. So with everything happening, let's think about the young people in our community that we represent. Right, the young people, and I'm thinking about my daughter, I'm thinking about my granddaughter, I'm thinking about everybody's kids here. Those next 7 generations, let's really focus on doing the decisions for them so that we can truly have a healthy Santa Cruz County and stop stepping away from status quo. Let's be creative, let's do something different. I mean, come on, we are more stronger together, but it takes the community and it takes all of us, not just the ones you want to select. Okay, community means all of us. So please, let's be inclusive of our community. Carlos, I think you've been there from City of Watson since I was in those days, in those meetings, and I'm glad to see you here. So I hope that we're able to work together as a village. Appreciate you all.
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for your servant leadership. My name is Dusty Collier-Worth. I am the outreach manager for the Diversity Center of Santa Cruz County, resident of District 5. I just wanted to kick off one of my statements with saying thank you so much. And I do want to recognize for some of the other people that spoke, the Diversity Center and the LGBTQ plus community stands in support and solidarity with our very, very threatened immigrant community. They are a vital part of what makes Santa Cruz County so great. So in full support of any dollar spent in the protection of our immigrant community and how we can support them in this time of crisis. I would be remiss if I did not also advocate for every dollar spent in support of our LGBTQ plus community that is also under imminent threat from national policies. So I commend this Board of Supervisors for their consideration and encourage continued efforts, not just financially, but in that energy, resources, and support of our immigrant and LGBTQ plus communities. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, if we could please stop the heckling that back there.
Good morning, board and chair. My name is Elizabeth Bird, and I'm a senior analyst in the Adult and Long-Term Care Division of the Human Services Department. The Human Services Department would like to express our sincere gratitude for your recent proclamation recognizing the invaluable work of the 138 social workers across our family and service, children and family services division, adult and long-term care division, providing access to benefits, serving people who are experiencing homelessness, and holistic defense in the courts. Your acknowledgement not only celebrates the tireless efforts of these dedicated professionals, but also highlights the critical role social workers play in supporting and uplifting our community. Their compassion, commitment, and expertise ensure that vulnerable individuals and families receive the support they need most during some of the most challenging moments of their lives. This recognition is a testament to their hard work and commitment to strengthen our community by protecting the vulnerable, promoting self-sufficiency, alleviating poverty, and improving the quality of life of the citizens of our community. Thank you for taking the time to honor these exceptional individuals and for your continued support of their services that are dedicated to making a difference in Santa Cruz County.
Good morning. My name is Omar Dieguez. I work for Barrios Unidos, community member of Watsonville, raised there, also a member of the Watsonville Brown Berets. I come here to talk against the battery facility that they want to build in Watsonville. I just recently was living close to the Moss Landing power plant, where I was very close to that power plant when that first fire broke out. I did not receive no alert about the fire. When that fire broke out, I had the taste of metals in my mouth. I felt irritation in my eyes. Ended up hospitalized in the hospital that day. Went to the hospital not knowing what's going on with me. I already suffer from asthma. My asthma was very severe that day that I get to the hospital. Was sent home. And a couple hours later, I had to go back to the hospital because I was not right. My health is very important to me, and it's important to me that we don't bring these kind of companies into our community. We're seeing the effects of it right now. Just coming up the stairs to get to this meeting, I'm winded, and I know it's from these fires and from these chemicals that I accidentally breathe in, not accidentally, but unknowingly breathe these chemicals in. So I'm asking, please take full consideration before you guys bring this kind of companies into our communities.
Good morning. My name is Nina Audino. I've been a resident of Santa Cruz County for 37 years, and I live in District 2. Thank you, Supervisors DeSerpa and Koenig, for taking the time to speak with me on the planned installation of grid-scale BESS facilities using lithium battery technology in our county. Thank you also to Maureen McCarty, analyst for Supervisor DeSerpa, who took time out of her busy day to speak with me. I asked you all to please hold a town hall meeting as soon as possible and include the public in this huge infrastructural change currently already in permitting stages. I've also asked you to support an urgency ordinance for a moratorium on this BESS development until an impartial expert advisory committee can help advise you on lithium battery technology. I wanted to apologize to you, Supervisor Hernandez, for my words during comment at the January 28th board meeting stating that you and Bruce McPherson first introduced the BESS plans in 2019. Indeed, you didn't introduce them at that time, and yet the lead project manager for the Seahawk BESS at 90 Minto Road, which is in permitting stages, Max Christian, stated transparently to the local news group Lookout Santa Cruz that their company's been working in our county on the Seahawk BESS project since 2019. 5 years is a very long time for an energy developer to be working amidst us on a BESS installation using lithium battery technology. And yet, until the toxic lithium battery fire disaster at Vistra's Moss Landing plant, most of the public had no information on these plans. In fact, even 5 days before Sequoia Energy and New Leaf Energy submitted their application for permitting, most of the public still had no information on these plans. This is because the only people speaking with the public were representatives of New Leaf Energy at one very poorly attended meeting at a MSD school advertised on a postcard sent only to residents within a half mile of the planned facility, with the time of the meeting missing. Lithium batteries burn, period. The dangers from second generation, newer, supposedly safer batteries remains the same. Thermal instability, explosions, catastrophic fires. We, all of us together, and our children will have to live with the severe health risks and long-term environmental contamination from the toxic smoke, ash, chemicals, and heavy metals resulting from these fires. Please help engage our representative democratic process. Please hold it.
If you could please wrap it up. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, and welcome Kimberly DeSerpa and Monica Martinez. Congratulations. And I look forward to seeing your leadership. My name is Reina Ruiz. I am, I'm going to wear two hats right now. I am the Juvenile Justice Director at CASA of Santa Cruz County. And so I wanted to thank you for your support of social workers. They make a great impact on the lives of children and families, the most vulnerable here in our community. And just wanted to echo that and just say thank you for your support of social workers and the celebration of them this month. Additionally, I would like to say that I would like to have you increase the funding or support the funding of Increase for Immigration, Santa Cruz Immigration Coalition. They are a force to be reckoned with. You know, local community members, mutual aid efforts. And I am also a YAR rapid responder here in the county. It is, you know, as a person, a member of the community thought, what can I do? I also do my share. And so I just wanted to echo, we need to increase funding for the Santa Cruz Immigration Coalition. And lastly, this is just on a personal note, the lithium batteries, I do agree that we need a moratorium on it. This is an issue of environmental justice, of environmental racism, not looking at South County and looking at the things that they have to deal with, looking at the sensitive coastal areas, the agricultural lands, and the long-term impacts of not just our generation, but 7 generations is a huge responsibility. And it's something that I think we really need to take pause and look and listen and hear more. And again, a call to involve community. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Welcome. Good to see you, Monica Martinez and Kim DeSerpa. So happy to see women representing us on this Board of Supervisors. Happy to engage in good work with you all. Thank you all for being here. As a licensed clinical social worker, I'm really proud to see that you are all uplifting this month and acknowledging the work. I've been a licensed clinical social worker in this community for 35 years, dedicating my full life to doing that work, being born and raised here. I'm speaking today about the lithium plants. Very concerned. I'm just getting off of my 3rd bout of illness, just recovering from bronchitis. Prior to that, I also had pneumonia this past year. And I have to say that now that I am place-based working in Watsonville, I have never come across so many children with cancer. And it really makes me stop and wonder why down in South County, those numbers are so large. I think that we need to do whatever we can to not bring in more toxins into our community and really stop and listen and see what's going on. I also am here to uplift the needs of our immigrant communities and encourage the funding of these communities and to support them now in our future. Our community works, supports, are aligned with community immigrants and values. Our community is made up of immigrants and we need to continue to support our folks. Finally, I'm also here to say that I am not in support of juvenile probation building a ranch camp. We really want to see probation lean into these difficult conversations, not only with those community members who are aligned with them, but with those community members that have questions. This is the time to lean in and partner and work with community organizations and hear our community. There was one meeting that was had on the afternoon of October 31st, Halloween at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And this was supposed to bring community out. We need more of those. There were supposed to be more meetings and those didn't happen. MIFA did support one other meeting. I also resigned from the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commission because I did not feel like leadership was there to actually partner and engage. And it felt like a very, a commission that wasn't being utilized to its fullest. So I really hope you all vote no today so we can have more conversations about this. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. I'll remind all of you who sit in front of me that you work for us. And I request that you listen carefully to all of the people who voted for you and allow you to be receiving funding from this county and from other places. I'm a graduate of the Stanford Engineering Program, and I understand the science. And I had an office in Moss Landing in the 1970s and early 80s. And I lived across and worked daily across from the PG&E power plant, where in those days they were powering energy with oil. And when they changed to gas, it seemed like a step in the right direction. I had no idea, and I still don't know, what land PG&E claims ownership to and who they may have rented or leased the spaces for those enormous battery systems. And even being a long-term resident of the county, I had no idea that they were storing energy in batteries. It's not a safe thing. So I urge you to follow the science and not the money, and use common sense. And I, speaking in behalf of some of the other speakers today, advocate for an emergency, immediate ordinance moratorium on any further development of battery storage facilities. This is dangerous. I've met probably a dozen people in the last week who are complaining and announcing, reporting breathing issues, health issues, and whatever information has been released in the mainstream media is not accurate. It's not complete.
There's no more public comment here. Can we check online?
We have speakers online, Chair. Call-in user 8204, your microphone is now available. As a reminder, it's *6 to mute or unmute yourself. I'm going to move on to the next speaker, Chair. Carol, your microphone's now available.
I'm here to speak about item number 7.
Okay, thank you. Brian, your microphone's now available.
Hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good morning, supervisors. My name is Brian Phelps, and I was born and raised here in Santa Cruz County. I currently live in District 1. I'm calling to urge the board to put a halt and to thoroughly scrutinize the approval process for the proposed lithium battery storage facility in Santa Cruz County. Although the Seahawk Energy Storage Project is still only in review, it's being treated as though its approval is inevitable. The project requires assessments for design, geology, agriculture, and environmental concerns. But where is the independent risk assessment? For example, there's no clear emergency response or evacuation plan when something goes wrong. And the proposed facilities are near schools, lakes, parks, hospitals, meaning if there's a fire or chemical leak, this directly endangers thousands of residents, patients, students, our children. I ask you, why is this project moving forward without a dedicated public safety review and clear emergency response plans? We don't need to speculate about the dangers of these facilities. Just look what happened last night. we demand that you guys hold public forums, town hall meetings to discuss the risks and safety concerns, that you pause the approval process until independent safety studies are completed, and that you can create an independent oversight committee. Why rush this project when so many people are already warning against it? And there's conflict of interest. It's deeply concerning that people on this board also serve on the 3CE, an organization which is advocating for and funding these battery projects. This raises serious concerns about impartiality. Supervisors with ties to 3CE should recuse themselves from any votes or decisions. Thank you.
Bridget, your microphone's now available.
Hi, Metro bus on Capitola Road didn't show up, so I'm on Zoom regarding item 7. We're a 3-adult household in the vicinity of the proposed Locadali subdivision. We have 2 recommendations to partially mitigate negative traffic volume impacts. Number 1, red curb paint at the crosswalk on the southwest corner of Maciel Avenue at Capitola Road. Number 2, stipulate that county parks shall develop a bicycle access way through Rodeo Creek Gulch to Coffee Lane Park on the voluntary easement within 1 year of completion of the subdivision. Our reasonings: painting a red curb would visibly warn not to park there. California's new intersection parking law allows restricting more than 20 feet. Therefore, we recommend that the red curb be extended to 40 feet so that southbound drivers turning right onto Capitola Road can move to the right of stopped left-turning vehicles, thus facilitating traffic flow. The current proposal allowing for, in quotes, possible future development of a bicycle access way through the gulch means it won't get done. If the point is to provide benefit to the community while encouraging alternative transportation, then a path to nowhere is useless. It must provide connectivity to 41st Avenue and Clare Street. It's dangerous for a bicyclist to turn left onto Capitola Road at most times of the day, and this will worsen with vehicles from 46 new homes. Park dedication and TIA fees for Locatelli will yield greater than $350,000. Adding in fees from the Maciel subdivision, the total is nearly $700,000. These fees should be used locally and not diverted elsewhere in the county. When election time comes, the existing residents will remember the positive actions you took on their behalf. Thank you for your consideration.
Call-in user 1, your microphone's now available.
Marilyn Garrett, and I want to give a quote from Rachel Carson from her 1962 book, Silent Spring, talking about pesticides. The road we have long been traveling is deceptively easy, a smooth superhighway on which we progress with great speed, but at its end lies disaster. We can apply this to many toxic facilities like the lithium battery ones. We know it's dangerous, inherently deadly, and there needs to be a ban. We need to halt any plans for lithium battery storage facilities in our county. Another road we've been traveling on that seems deceptively easy is cell service, cell phones, Wi-Fi. I want to refer people to a very recent article in Wise Traditions from winter 2024 called 5G Survival, Protecting Yourself in a Connected World. This is westinaprice.org is where you can see the article. And just part of this here, Among the primary types of synthetic electromagnetic fields, electric fields, magnetic fields, dirty electricity and radio frequency radiation, 5G in various forms is a radio frequency radiation problem. Anything related to 5G creates exposure to man-made radio frequency radiation. And this is coming from Wi-Fi, Bluetooth.
Thank you.
Carol's iPhone, your microphone's now available.
Hi, this is Carol Bjorn. And first of all, I'd like to agree with everything Becky Steinbrenner said and also Jay Rosella. Thank you for all the participants from Watsonville and SoCal who are speaking out against this proposed lithium battery storage facility. You know, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Let's let that sink in for a minute. The experiment was conducted down in Moss Landing. It hasn't gone well. It's still not going well. I don't think you all want that on your record. Okay, these facilities, the lithium ion battery facilities, are dangerous, they're flammable, they're explosive. I don't think you guys want to be voting for that. In addition, I'm so glad one of the previous callers brought up all the conflicts of interest. I want to encourage everybody today. Number one, we need a moratorium on the lithium batteries. We need a moratorium. There are plenty of alternatives to be looking at. Expand your horizon, look to other sources. Anyone who has a conflict of interest, including Carlos Palacios or any board member, needs to recuse themselves from any of these decisions that are being made. We need a technical advisory committee, experts who actually know what this technology and can advise us that have no financial interest. We need town hall meetings where you all actually listen to the people and not the moneyed interests that have come into our county in secret without us knowing about it. So we need a moratorium, town halls, technical advisory committee immediately. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Carol. You're on.
Ruby, your microphone's now available.
Hi, good morning. I am joining to speak on what I believe is item number 2, which is the proposed ranch camp for the Juvenile Detention Center. And yeah, just want to uplift what folks before me have already said just about the poverty in South County and also this lithium proposed mine that's going in South County. All of these things are interrelated. So I'm here to say that detention centers are not a solution for our youth. And there's a reason why certain youth are facing challenges and are being funneled into prison systems. So I am against that happening in Watsonville, and also wanted to express again what other folks had said about the lithium mining. Like, why are all of these things happening in South County? It seems like Santa Cruz is so proud of being a farming capital of the country, but at what cost? Like, there are people of the community coming to express their concerns, and I just hope that all the voices here are heard. Thank you.
Call-in user 8322, your microphone is now available.
I am a young mother of Santa Cruz County. I'm also a surfer of Moss Landing. I learned to surf there in my early 20s. I'm very committed to that piece of land. I see the importance of it on an ecological level. I have an environmental studies degree from UCSC. I'm a president and director of Growing True Leaves nonprofit. We offer supplemental education as well as support to our Indigenous communities. And I am asking for a moratorium of these proposed plans in Santa Cruz County for the lithium ion battery storage facilities. as well as a town hall meeting so that we can, as a community, figure out what is the best solution for what people believe is an energy supply issue. I have seen the wildlife. I've been watching the wildlife. I've been aware of this battery storage plant since it began 4 years ago. And I know this is the fourth fire that broke out at the power plant. And I've seen the seals and the birds deplete in health over these 4 years. It is these heavy metals build up in our systems. I am urging you, begging you, as a young mother, as an environmentalist, to please put in a moratorium, an urgency ordinance to stop these plans and listen to the public. I so appreciate your work as politicians. I know that it takes a lot. And yes, as well as like to piggyback on what I believe is a connected issue of the juvenile detention. We need to be putting these children into more supportive systems that are available through nonprofits in the county. Thank you for your time.
Cheryl, your microphone is now available.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Cheryl Frenzel. I am the Executive Director of the Diversity Center, which is an LGBTQ plus serving organization. And so I really wish I could be there in person today, but because of another meeting, I could not. I just wanted to sincerely, deeply applaud agenda item number 10. And of course, from my area of interest, specifically the LGBTQ plus health and wellness funds. This was frankly one of the highlights of the past week. We have received many hateful comments online, have been the target of .gov bots monitoring our newsletters and our activities. We have all witnessed the target of the executive orders, none of the least of which is LGBTQ plus community. When we were not awarded the core grant after our deep engagement over the past 3 years and during the application process, I hate to say it, but we were left wondering about the county's commitment to LGBTQ plus. And I just want to say, in the all surprises of surprises, this agenda item, and especially your vote of approval for investing in the health and wellness of LGBTQ plus community will absolutely renew our faith in our fierce partnership. So I want to have a deep bow of gratitude and let you know that it was incredibly meaningful to our team, our board, and many community members to see this. So thank you.
Tanya, your microphone's now available.
Thank you so much. My name is Tanya Harmony Redino, and I'm an attorney for the past 25 years, and I was born and raised in Aptos and Corralitos. I really appreciate each of you sitting there with these really difficult jobs. There are so many issues to consider, and I know how hard it is to do what you're doing. I personally am really deeply connected to the brown people in our community. They cared for me when I was young, and I know how valuable they are to our community and to our whole country. So I am asking and appreciating that the $100,000 has been earmarked for additional immigration services. I agree with the many comments that were made that should be even more, if at all possible. I really trust Community Bridges as an organization, and I know that they have requested $150,000 to be distributed in a really wise way, with 25 going to deportation defense, 20 going to bail bonds, 10 for household support funds, 55 for legal and educational services, 20 for the family and child safety, and 15 for mental health and community support. So again, I appreciate how they have laid that out. I would like to speak briefly to the child care safety plan that I have been really working hard for. I was one of the co-authors of this document back in 2017, and it's gotten a lot of traction, and it needs even more. Across the state, the people are relying on a caregiver authorization affidavit, which is not strong enough to ensure full inclusion for children that are separated from their parents. And then they're therefore forced to go into court for guardianship proceedings, and nomination of guardianship is too strong. So the Child Care Safety Plan is a really beautiful document that we've created to fill that gap. And I'm also going to be looking for support to try to bring that to the state legislation, if at all possible, to close that gap. I also agree with the juvenile justice camps. Incarceration is too strong. And I also believe that there should be a moratorium on the lithium batteries. We need to be educated. So again, lots of different things to discuss. And those are my 3 points. Thank you for hearing me today. And thank you for all you are doing.
Maria, your microphone's now available.
Greetings, everybody. My name is Maria Ramos Bracamontes, and I grew up in the beach flats of Santa Cruz and currently live off of Ocean Street. I am a nurse midwife at Watsonville Community Hospital and also at Salud para la Gente. And I'm also the founder of a mutual aid project called Campesina Womb Justice. And I am here today to advocate for all the immigrant community, whether documented and undocumented. I guess I should just say the Latinx community, brown, whatever you want to call us. But what I'm seeing is this long history of systemic racism where we're being affected in all the ways. For example, having our community being incarcerated at higher rates. I do work in healthcare, so I definitely see a lot of fetal anomalies during the time of delivery or prenatally, a lot of cancer. I also see our people going, especially the undocumented indigenous community, going without basic needs. They have to hide to receive donations to eat. So I really want to speak to the humanity of our community, especially in the undocumented community who has been very, very invisible and marginalized. And I want to ask for a lot of funds, and especially to go directly to UndocuFund so that the people have a choice to spend the money as they need it. I think it's enough of us making decisions for the community when we don't even take the time to know what their real needs are. So I really want to invite you all to really look at the systemic racism in this county. I grew up here. It's a very segregated county, and I think that we can do better. I think that everyone in this meeting is showing up because they care. Thank you.
Yesenia, your microphone's now available.
Hi, my name's Yesenia. I have a nephew who's currently in the juvenile detention system. So with the ranch camp, it is difficult, right? Because if they build it, then if they don't build it, then he can get sent further, right? But then I have to kind of give up my own feelings and think about the fact that a least restrictive program would be more beneficial to the youth overall. And I just think it's really heartbreaking that you guys only held one meeting, and it was on Halloween. I literally showed up in my costume because I found out about it that day, and I left work, which I'm not allowed to do, but obviously it's a pretty close issue to home to me right now. And how ridiculous is that I have to show up in my costume? Yeah, you guys just did not do a good job at outreach. And you guys shouldn't be making a decision today without getting more community input. And then for you guys to then be like, oh, okay, you other nonprofits have to hold other meetings. It shouldn't be on the nonprofits. You guys are the county and you guys have money. You guys should have held more meetings, and you shouldn't be rushing a decision. And I just feel like I'm just very frustrated. So I'm sorry for crying. Also, I'm against the lithium battery plant without getting more information. I know you guys are going to argue that there's better storage and it's different, but I would like to see what similar battery storage facilities to that model, how many times they've caught on fire. I need to see data. I live in Watsonville. Yeah, thanks.
Call-in user 8204. One more chance to accept the unmute. Your microphone is now available.
Hi, my name is Diane. I'm from Wilsonville as well. Members of the board, I know by now you've heard that the Santa Cruz community is highly concerned about the proposed installation of a lithium-ion battery storage site out in our farmlands and throughout our neighborhoods. For number one today, I'm insisting on an agenda item for an urgency ordinance and moratorium on lithium battery storage sites in the county. Moss Landing battery fire was our wake-up call to the devastating risks and harm this toxic technology would bring to our county. The concerns over the three proposed sites using lithium-ion batteries should have motivated all of you to have put this on the board's agenda a month ago. The fact that it still is not shows me that you are avoiding us and the issue. The proposed Watsonville Seahawks site is and has been stealthily moved through the county steps. This shows a great disregard to the people of Santa Cruz, where we have had no voice or a place at the table on an issue as important as this. Again, an immediate moratorium must be granted today. More time is needed to evaluate and explore a non-toxic alternative, or none at all, perhaps. Number two, all board members must schedule their own town hall meetings in March, and it must be well notified. People in your districts need you to hear their concerns, and they need to hear from you. Right now, it appears you are working for the industry and not for us. Any generation of lithium-ion batteries are unacceptable in our county because of their dangerous and hazardous history profiles. We are all stakeholders in the future and security of our lives in Santa Cruz County. And as we learned with battery fires, we are all downwinders. So please look into putting this moratorium in place today. That would be great. Thank you very much.
Here, we have no further speakers online.
Sir, I'm not sure if you came in late, but I'm going to give you the opportunity to speak. We want to make sure that people speak when they're given their time. Come up to the podium, please.
Hello, board. I'm here to speak on behalf of the 16,000 undocumented people living in Santa Cruz. We are currently at 12,000 people detained and deported. The United States has reopened Guantanamo Bay for the use of housing migrants, destroying habeas corpus. The U.S. has also gotten El Salvador to take people into their jails, including U.S. citizens. And the U.S. is having Panama currently keep over 50 migrants hostage in a hotel. This country is facing a constitutional crisis where the president has declared himself a monarch and is ignoring the court's systems of checks and balances, all while an apartheid South African benefactor, Elon, has taken it upon himself to hack into secure data and delete entire agencies. I'm glad that you understand that $200,000 are needed to defend both the undocumented community and the trans community. But to be frank, I know you can provide more. You can start by selling off the $44.7 million in Caterpillar investments, as well as the $60 million you have invested in Intel. You can also pass a resolution blocking the sheriff's program, the sheriff from participating in the DHS 287G program. As a sanctuary county, HR 32 would cause the entire congressional district to lose funding for social services. Simply for being a safe county for immigrants. I urge you to write Panetta to vote no on HR 32, because I know that once the money is threatened, you will likely flip on us. Choose what side you are on. 1 in 15 homes is a mixed status home. Will you be comfortable and safe, or will you risk your comfortability in order to protect your community? I'm glad you finally understand that what the state is, a fascist settler colonial state. It only took the system threatening your local power for you to realize it. Viva la raza, viva Palestina.
Thank you. With that, I'll bring it back to the board to see if there's any questions, comments on the consent agenda. I'll start to my right with Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. And I wanted to thank Supervisor Hernandez for putting together the proclamation on behalf of Social Work Appreciation Month. Most professions get a day of appreciation. Social workers are so special, they get an entire month. Jeanette Rankin was the very first woman elected to Congress in 1916. She's a social worker, graduated from Columbia. Jane Addams won the Nobel Peace Prize, first woman in 1931. She's a social worker. I'm a social worker, and I'm very proud of my profession. It is the intersection, I believe, of social justice and counseling support. And so for social workers, it's not enough to witness some of the things that we witness to help people. We take action and we provide the help that's needed for vulnerable populations. So on behalf of my profession, for all the hospital social workers, the hospice social workers, the social workers that work in home health, and the 138 social workers in this county, I want to thank you, and we celebrate you for the month of March. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering if I can ask the CEO Carlos Palacios if we can just give an update on the testing that the county has been doing as it relates to the Moss Landing fires, because I know that there were some press releases that have gone out and some testing has been done, and so I'm just wondering if that's something that.
Yes, if I could call up David Reed, who could give a little bit of more detailed update than I can.
Yep.
Morning, Board. Dave Reed, OR3 Director. So the press release outlined a number of testing efforts that we did. We did 2 rounds of agricultural testing of organic material. We did a 1 round of agricultural soil, both shallow surface soil and deep soil testing, as well as water quality testing that environmental health can speak to in more detail. But most of the results of that data showed levels far below what we saw in Monterey County and below what we were hearing from our experts in terms of health concerns.
Briefly, I'm wondering where people who are interested in finding those documents, where can they go and find them on the county's website?
We can make those available. I know that we have our press release site, so all those documents would be attached there, but we can also find other locations if that's requested.
Okay, thanks. I just appreciate it because I just want to make sure that folks know that we are taking their concerns very seriously, and the county has been proactive at conducting testing to ensure that soils, agricultural land, water, that we understand what the levels of heavy metals are and potential contaminants are to ensure the safety of the people in the community. So thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Item number 18, I just want to express my appreciation on the continuance of the Circle on Anti-Racism, Economic and Social Justice Advisory Group. I just see this group as being something that's really critical, especially during a time when we're seeing a lot of people from diverse backgrounds feel like they're under attack. Item number 24, I just want to thank Supervisor Koenig for inviting me to co-author this resolution in support of the statewide cannabis testing reform. I think first and foremost, when cannabis came online, the idea was that it was going to be safe. And the more and more that we're finding out that there are pesticides in these cannabis products, it's really critical that the state government's taking a very serious and objective approach at trying to make testing better, to make sure that the people aren't getting harmed by these products that we're putting on shelves for people to consume. Item number 26, this was just something that I came across recently where there's another attempt at the low impact camping ordinance at the state level. Last year, we had a lot of public and community input in opposition to that state bill and to us having a program here locally, due to the fact that some of these camping areas would not be managed. They'd be in high fire risk zones, and people were concerned with losing their insurance, as they're already losing their insurance right now. And this current bill that's being reintroduced actually had Santa Cruz listed in support, and we actually have never taken any formal action on this bill. So this today will be sending our opposition to that bill should the board consider to adopt it. And then finally, item number 31, I just want to thank our OR3 folks for all their hard work on our climate action plan. I just encourage folks to look at that item. It's the adoption of our climate action adaptation plan for 2024. It's our annual report. It just really highlights the efforts that the county is taking to try to reduce our carbon footprint and to have our part in trying to reduce the impacts of climate change. And so with that, I'll conclude my comments and pass it back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everybody. I want to just start off by once again thanking everybody who took the time to come to speak for public comment or call in. Your voice really does matter, and while we can't always respond to every item that comes forward during public comment, we are listening, and so I want to encourage you to continue to show up and share your voice because we are listening. I also want to just extend my gratitude to our community social workers, including our resident social worker on the board here, Supervisor DeSerpa. We know that our social workers are critical to our safety net and are the first line of defense often for some of the most challenging issues, and also help advance a lot of really smart public policy across our community. So thank you for your good work, and you deserve a month of recognition. On item number 18, I also share just my gratitude for more formalizing this group, the Circle on Anti-Racism, Economic, Social Justice, as an advisory group. This will provide more opportunity for our local stakeholders to weigh in on things like our upcoming strategic plan and our operations plan. So I'm really happy that you'll have a voice at the table, and I look forward to hearing more from the body. On item number 22, I have no questions, and I'm in support of this effort to expand EV chargers across our various county locations. I understand that this is an opportunity to expand our county fleet of electric vehicles, but also maybe an opportunity for local members of the public to charge their own electric vehicles. While I know that the placements of these chargers have already been set. Any opportunity to increase the number of electric chargers further up the north part of the county, up in the valley, would be really helpful because it's a bit of an EV charger desert up there. And then finally, on item number 24, which is related to the cannabis testing reform, I appreciate the intent and the effort that's put into this proposal. As a supervisor, I've already received at least 6 recall notices in the last month from products that are unsafe, cannabis products that have been tested as unsafe, and I'm bothered by the local and national reporting on this topic. I do have to say, upon reading the proposal, I personally feel that the bigger regulatory failure is the countless products that are named to sound like candy and are clearly marketed towards children. In the report, there's a whole list of those. However, I also believe that it's really important for people who are choosing to use these products to be able to trust that the products are regulated and that they're consuming products that are not toxic. And I really support the work of the colleagues on the board who are bringing this forward, and will support them in this effort. So thank you for bringing it forward. That's my final comment, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. On item 24, the statewide cannabis testing reform, I want to thank Supervisor Cummings for his partnership on this item, as well as our cannabis licensing officer, Sam LaForty, for all the detailed analysis of it, and also really for the LA Times for doing their work as the fourth of state here, breaking this story and bringing the issue to popular attention. I can't think of a much worse way to consume pesticides than to smoke them. And it is a huge disservice to everyone who is participating in the legal cannabis market one way or another, that these pesticides have crept into the product. The Department of Cannabis Control has had 7 years to get this element of their program up and running. And so at this point, seeing that they've clearly failed in their duties, we're suggesting that the legislature take action and shift responsibility to the Department of Pesticide Regulation, which clearly knows how to do this job, as well as the State Water Resources Control Board's Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program. So we hope that the state legislature will hear our suggestions. We've also attached a list of the affected products to this agenda item so that folks can be aware of the products to avoid, and also want to reemphasize that the products being created in Santa Cruz, the cannabis products, are safe and have not been identified as contaminated. Thank you. Moving on, to item 35, the update on behavioral health bridge housing. I want to thank the Behavioral Health Department for this update. I'm definitely in support of the temporary program. It's too bad that we've had to delay opening a little bit here, but of course there are unforeseen circumstances just as far as the construction of these tiny homes. As someone who's long been a supporter of using quick build and tiny home approach to housing our people experiencing homelessness in our community, I'm really excited about the project. I do want to connect it to something that's happening at the larger state level, which is, the governor yesterday launched his accountability dashboard and said, we're going to make sure that all you local jurisdictions are spending the money wisely. Really, I would encourage the governor to look at providing consistent funding to local jurisdictions like ours. We're not all created equal, thanks to the Frankenstein funding formulas that give us a below average share of our property taxes. We don't have the funds available to provide consistent funding for for programs like this. And so while I'm very excited to see the launch of this program, I am concerned about what will happen when $7+ million runs out that the state has provided, and really encourage the state to provide consistent funding for behavioral health and to address homelessness in our community. Those are my only comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So I'd like to, sorry, mic on. I'd like to talk about two things. Number 22 and 27. Super excited that we're going to have the EV chargers. We especially need them in South County. I'd like to see if 150 West Ridge and 500 West Ridge would also be getting those. With number 27, I want to thank commissioners. Commissioners always play a pivotal role in our decision making. So Jessica Liddy is going to be on our commission on disabilities for District 4, and I want to thank her for all her service. Folks mentioned about town halls. We are in the process of putting a town hall together. We need to determine, of course, and contact the appropriate speakers and locations. So we're in the process of doing that. And that concludes my comments. With that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Also move.
Second.
We got a motion from Supervisor DeSerpa and a second from Supervisor Koenig. Can we take roll call?
Absolutely. Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Martinez. Aye. Cummings.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. With that, we'll move on to item 7. Oh no, sorry. 6.1. Which is item 25 on the consent agenda. Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, I wanted to pull this item because after reading through the report and really remembering when we first took action here in Santa Cruz, we had directed staff to go out and to actually try to pilot. And this is for transfer of development rights. So people who have lost their homes to disasters and seeing whether they would be willing to give up the rights to build on their properties if there was an opportunity for them to move into the cities. And I think that since there are 2 board members who weren't here when that memo was given, that report was given, I think, before we go and ask our state representatives to move forward with creating state law that, I think it'd be a little bit controversial given the removal of local control. But I do think that it'd be worth us having some kind of presentation on how that effort went before we're moving forward with trying to inform state law. And so I guess my hope would be maybe we could re-agendize this for the next meeting and to get a report back from staff on that effort. So.
Sure. Well, let me go ahead and discuss this a little bit more since I brought the item to the agenda. So it's asking our state legislators to create laws that would streamline the creation of local transfer development rights programs. So, the idea here is that, actually to back up a little bit, we've had a catastrophic fire locally in our community. And now this year, the LA region is seeing a catastrophic fire. Estimate $250 billion worth of damages down in LA, $30 billion of property damages. And so when I was at a CSAC meeting, California State Association of Counties, there was a lot of discussion about activities the state is doing to streamline construction and rebuilding in response to the LA fires. The reality is that, as we know from rebuilding after the CZU fires, where only 1/3 of the homes have been rebuilt, that many people will not be able to rebuild to no fault of the governments, whether that's local or state, because of things like the radical increase in insurance costs, right? I mean, someone might rebuild the same home. They probably, a lot of folks were underinsured. They were underinsured in CZU fires, probably in LA as well. So that'll be a limitation. And then all of a sudden they're going to be dealing with, $1,000+ of insurance costs every month. And so those things could make it impossible for people to rebuild. Again, to no fault of the public policy. And so what's needed is a way for people to somehow preserve the value of their asset. And that's what a transfer development rights would facilitate, is to give them something valuable, whether that's to rebuild somewhere safer or to simply sell the right to rebuild and move to, closer to their mother or their brother or their sister in a different part of the state or the country. And so as the state considers, and I really think that the time is now to consider something like this. So then, okay, looking at what we did in this county, the Office of Response, Recovery, and Resilience sent out a survey, got some feedback from local residents on whether they'd like to participate in this program or not. We did hear some interest from folks and followed up with them, and they were sort of ready to engage in the process. The big challenge we saw locally was just the challenge of standing up this program. It would take a costly environmental impact report that would take possibly millions of dollars, years to undertake, all kinds of additional studies, and then sort of the actual feasibility of standing up a program. And so some small amount of assistance from the state in streamlining the creation of that process, something that's fundamentally needed so that we can have that in place before disasters, would be extremely helpful. There was definitely support about such an approach from other members of the of CSAC, although CSAC certainly hasn't voted on this as an issue as a whole. There are examples of other successful transfer development right programs throughout the state, including in San Luis Obispo County, as well as the Tahoe region. And so that's why I began conversations with our state assembly member, Dawn Addis, about whether she'd be willing to introduce something to streamline the creation of local programs. So not taking away any local control whatsoever. I really think it's important to emphasize that. The state wouldn't actually create a program for our county. We're not asking the state to implement anything that we don't have control over. It would make it easier for us to create our own program, to remove some of the costs and the time that it would take to do so. And again, I think, given that the deadline for implementing or introducing new legislation is just a week or so away, important to do this now, to express that our entire board would be interested in moving something like this forward, that it's not, simply me asking our assembly member that we have a common interest in this. So that's why I brought this forward.
Comments or questions from the board? I'll start with on my right, Supervisor Serpa.
You've made a very compelling argument, Supervisor Koenig, and I will support this today.
Supervisor Cummings.
I was just going to see if we could get staff to provide some input on the memo that came out from the studies that they conducted, just so that, if we're going to move forward today, and instead of having this come back with the presentation, I think it's really important that we hear from staff about, what came out of the survey that they conducted, because I do see I have some concerns with this, just based on the fact that, as has been mentioned, this is going to cost a lot of money to stand up. And I guess the question is this the most appropriate thing we should be asking the state? Because there's many other programs there's people have been talking about property buyback programs from government. I think there's also the concern about, if somebody transfers their development right, what happens to that property? Is it no longer going to be zoned for development? And if it's no longer zoned for development, whose responsibility is it to manage it for wildfire? Whose responsibility is it to manage it if there's people who are, illegally camping on it? Because it's no longer, if that person gives up the right to develop, then what happens to that property? So, I think it's important as we move forward that maybe you can speak.
We'll see if our supervisors have more questions for you as well. Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to help the new supervisors get up to speed on this issue. And I look forward to hearing the report from the staff. I do appreciate any effort to support those who have lost their homes in the CZU fire. And as Supervisor Koenig shared, there are many challenges in rebuilding. I know that the idea of transferring development rights, it's quite controversial. And in my district, and in the folks who live in the Valley, like I do, there's a strong affinity to live in that space and in that environment. We choose to live there, and so I appreciate the concept and want to learn more about the concept, and also appreciate that it's a voluntary program, and this won't be thrust on any resident in any district. It provides an option for some of the long-term planning around climate resiliency and housing needs, both locally and across our state. And so I really appreciate that. I just had one quick question. Has Assemblymember Addis signaled that she may bring forward a bill before the legislative deadline if we were, I guess, with or without our support?
Yes, she was strongly considering it in the last conversation that I had with her, and just asked that our entire board ask her to do so rather than an individual request.
That's really helpful. I'm inclined to approving this and moving it forward. But again, I think it'd be good both for members of the board as well as the public to hear the results of the survey and the report that came from OR3.
Reed?
Good morning, Dave Reed, OR3. I'll speak a little bit to process, and then Assistant Director Hansen is here as well to speak to some of the technical elements of a TDR. So as the supervisor mentioned, we've conducted a survey last year around this time, held that open for about 6 to 8 weeks to receive feedback. So from a public information, public communication and engagement standpoint, we had about 150 people engage in the question of, would they be interested in participating in a program? We didn't define it as TDR, as a program to remove themselves from a high-risk area, flooding, landslide, wildfire, and move to a lower risk community area. At that time, last year, 75% or a little over 75% of the folks were not interested in that type of a program. So there was interest for sure. What a lot of them articulated in that survey, and I provided it to both of your offices and staff so that you have a copy of that report, and I can refurnish it to everybody if need be. What they articulated in many instances was that affinity to community and place and schools and systems that they've become accustomed to in those communities. We have looked at, from an OR3 standpoint, buyout options. We looked in the San Lorenzo Valley around some properties impacted by CZU and subsequent landslides. Those buyout programs, as referenced by Supervisor Cummings, often come with a 75-25% share. So they're only that resident in a buyout program may only receive 75% of their property value, and then they have to provide the 25% local match from the federal government buyout programs that we're aware of. So there are challenges in removing risk. Don't disagree that finding more opportunities for people to move out of high risk areas is an ideal. But if you have specific questions, or if you'd like to have Director Hansen Assistant Director Hansen speak to some of the technical elements and challenges of a TDR, she's here to do so.
Morning, Chair, Supervisors. Stephanie Hansen, Assistant Director of Community Development and Infrastructure. Whether or not the state chooses to enact a bill to help jurisdictions, we know that a tremendous amount of analysis would need to be done, because what you're essentially doing is establishing a marketplace, right? This person has property they are willing to sell development rights from, and the place you're going to sell it has to also be a receiving area, right? So, and then you need a mechanism for doing this probably outside of our government. So how much those property development rights are worth and how that transfer would take place requires a market analysis to know if it's even feasible. In our area, as you know, property values are very high. That may be an impediment to actually having a market that that works and functions. So there would be costs associated with the market analysis that would be necessary, and then additional costs for actually managing and administrating a program over time. We haven't done that analysis. We don't know what that would be. I just wanted to give you a heads up that there's a lot of process to go through before you can actually establish the program. Happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Koenig, any questions or comments?
Oh, sure. No, that's totally fair, Director Hansen. And of course, it's in an effort to get some state assistance in overcoming those challenges that I introduced this. Ultimately, the costs associated with doing a market analysis and providing some template legal documents to help facilitate this transfer in creating an exchange are minuscule compared to the property losses we're seeing in the wildland urban interface that we're going to see on the coastline with rising tides. And so we have to truly build back better. And ultimately, the only way we're going to do that is if we, in some cases, build back in a different place. We can start this conversation now. We can start it in 5 years. We can start it in 20 years. But the longer we delay the process, the more expensive it's going to become. And so I think the sooner we invest in some ultimately minuscule investments in a different legal strategy, especially with the Prop 4 climate bond the state has passed. This would be such a small investment in some of the market analysis, the legal work, compared to the physical costs of rebuilding, that I think it's well worth an investment from the state and a closer look at how they can facilitate regions like ours in developing a program. And of course, this is not approving a program today. This is not even saying that we definitely will create a program, and it's only asking for a reduction in barriers so that this option is a little bit easier if we need it in the future. Thank you.
With that, I'll bring it back to the board for any additional questions or entertain a motion.
Stuff's good. It has to go to public comment.
That's right. I saw her coming up. If anyone would like to make public comment, now's the time to do that.
Thank you very much. Thank you for pulling this item, Supervisor Cummings. I have concerns as well for many of the reasons you have raised. What happens to this land after the owner gives it up? Does that then offer it to nonprofits such as Supervisors or whatever to buy it at a discounted rate? This seems to be feeding into something that was part of the Supervisors website even before the CZU fire. They called it the Great Park. And on that map, on their website, there were parcels in red that were privately owned. And I have great concern about rural dwellers, rural property owners being shoved off their land, being pushed into this by a very difficult planning process. I'm sure you all read the grand jury report from last year. So I have great reservations. While it may help some people, what happens to the land if they have given up and moved away and taken advantage of this deal? Where does that leave the rest of the people in the rural areas for the next disaster? Are we sitting ducks? And now with Prop 4 and Measure Q offering money to these nonprofits to use for property acquisition, I think that further increases the concern for rural dwellers that we are being forced out of the rural areas for many reasons. But thank you for bringing this up. And I have great hesitations too. Thank you.
Oh, yes, I'd like to speak here a little more on this. I'm a little confused here about, I think all of you folks are doing wonderful work. Everybody here, Republican and Democrat. I love Santa Cruz County, okay? I come from Incline Village, Nevada. That's where I grew up as a kid, okay? I would swim right across Crystal Bay and lengthwise the lake as well. I look at this, people need to think that people in rural communities, for instance, they clear the snow on Interstate 80. So that's the entire nation's economy. Okay. So the last lady that just spoke here, folks need to think maybe it's not such a good idea that folks that live in rural communities are pushed out. They do so much for our entire country. So it's a concern. And, just so you know, up in Incline Village, I swim across Crystal Bay. And yeah, Elon Musk's family lives over there on Lakeshore Boulevard. And, you could see my kids and I swimming across the lake. And nowadays, I've noticed the differences in society here. When I was in Incline, there's only about 100,000 people in Reno. Now there's like 800,000. And so as I swim across the lake, a lot of things in society I'm seeing are a little unusual for me. I don't even think I fit in this society anymore. It's bizarre. So you'll see Washoe County Sheriff, they're pulling up their boat and they're all paranoid and everything. And all of a sudden I dive down in the lake and the sheriffs are all wondering, where did he go? And my family members are like, oh, don't worry, it's our dad. He swims across the lake all the time. You see the world that I'm living in. I don't know if this world is good for me anymore. And so for our rural people, yeah, you do need to think. They clear all that snow on Interstate 80 and there's only 2 blowers left when there was once 20. So there's a lot of things to think about when it comes to rural people. You're at risk of damaging your economy. So you need to think all these things through carefully. Thank you so much. You take it easy.
Anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Michelle, your microphone's now available.
Can you hear me? Hello, this is Michelle Wall.
Yes, we can hear you.
For the last 26 years, I have enjoyed living in my beautiful home on 3 acres of redwood. You're applying, I think, old studies to try and fight off new climate disasters. I have lived in LA and I have lived now in Boulder Creek for 26 years. And we had a fire tornado that decimated $30 billion worth of homes. What is a TDR program going to do to prevent new types of climate disaster? Nothing. So I had problem from the CZU fire and then from the storm. I've had to evacuate 7 times, and I've received a total of $500 from FEMA, a shovel, a rake, and a cleanup bucket. Didn't do a damn thing. I pay $12,000 a year in insurance. Didn't do a damn thing. For $150,000, I have contributed to Santa Cruz County. I do not have sheriff, as you know. You need to call in experts of the ADL and to Dr. Senator Lott, who is fighting gun violence. When you have the CARES program, you need to not only look at the people that are vulnerable, but the people that benefit. Why are the sheriffs not going after a felon after he committed 5 more felonies? And why do they go after the people of color? So I don't trust any money that you guys use because you've failed me for 26 years. So that the TDR is only going to benefit you. Why aren't you making my house more resilient? That's what needs to be done, not to have my property sold off so you can take it and do something with it. We have different climate issues.
Thank you.
We have no further speakers online, Chair.
Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the board. See if there's any further questions or entertain a motion.
Well, I'll move the recommended actions and I'm happy to provide any further comments or answer questions from my colleagues.
I'll second.
We had a motion from Supervisor Koenig and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa.
Yeah, I just want to express, I appreciate Supervisor Koenig bringing this forward and for all the work that people are trying to do to address the victims of disasters and how we're going to proactively try to reduce and mitigate the potential for disasters in our community. I will just say, though, that I think that when we're asking our state legislators to take action and move legislation forward that's going to, impact everybody statewide, I think first it would be good for us to have, it would have been good for us to have a conversation on what do we think as a community is going to be best for us in terms of mitigating these impacts and mitigating disasters, and considering a variety of different programs rather than just moving forward this one. Because I think there is a lot of interest in a variety of different things that we could do that would help minimize and mitigate disaster risk. And having that conversation first, I think would have been good for us to have before we're asking our state representatives to move forward with doing something, because that means they're going to be putting a lot of effort and work into this as well. And I don't know if that's actually reflective of what the community wants, especially because we haven't had that conversation. They weren't even able to see this memo that we were all just introduced to by Mr. Reed. And so for that reason, I really was hoping that we could have a broader conversation. I will also just note that if you look at the Senate and the Assembly calendars, the last day to introduce bills was last Friday. And so there is time for us to have this conversation now. But seeing where the board is currently at, I'm not going to be able to support this today, with the hopes that in the future, if we want to ask our state electeds to do something on behalf of the board, that we can have a broader conversation with the community first.
Thank you, Supervisor Cummings. So we do have a motion and a second. If we can do a roll call.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
No. Sorry.
Martinez. Aye. Koenig.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes with a no vote from Supervisor Cummings. Next on the agenda, we have item number 7, consider application 22-1077, a proposal for a 25-unit subdivision at 2450 Madison Lane, approve in concept ordinance approving a planned unit development as allowed by Santa Cruz County Code Chapter 1830, relating to the establishment of development standards for APNs 029-391-01 and 029-391-02, 029-391-03, and 029-061-19. Adopt a resolution for approving a mitigated negative declaration in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act and all related actions. I'll turn it over to Jonathan DeSilva, Senior Planner, for the presentation.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, Jonathan DeSalvo, CDI Plain Division staff. The item before you is a proposal to subdivide a property into 25 residential parcels and to construct 25 townhomes. This project requires approval of a subdivision, plan unit development, residential development permit with density bonus, roadway roadside exception, and preliminary grading review. The project site is located at 2450 Madison Lane in Live Oak. The subject property is located to the south of Madison Lane on an approximately 5.3 acre site comprised of 4 contiguous parcels. The surrounding neighborhoods are predominantly residential in use. The surrounding pattern of development consists of low to medium density residential uses. The project site is bordered on the north, south, and west by residential uses, and residential uses are also located across the street from the project site along Madison Lane. Rodeo Creek Gulch is located along the west side of the site. As indicated here, a 21-unit subdivision was approved by the board in August of 2024 at 1960 Maciel Avenue to the west of the project site. The subject property is located in the R16D, R14, and PR zone districts. The project would be constructed entirely within the portion of the site located within the R16D zone district. The project would result in a development which is consistent with the permitted uses of the zone district. The project site is located in the designated park site combining district. Park site review has been waived by the County Parks Department, who determined they would not be interested in acquiring the parcel for future park or open space purposes. The portion of the site on which the project is proposed is located within the RUL, or Urban Low Density Residential General Plan designation. Surrounding properties are also located within the RUL and RUM, or Urban Medium Density Residential General Plan designation. The Rodeo Creek Gulch riparian area is located within the Urban Open Space designation. Following are a few photos of the project site. This photo looking south shows the project site to the south of Madison Lane. The site is developed with 2 existing homes, a greenhouse, and outbuildings, which are in dilapidated condition. Historic evaluation prepared for the project concluded that the subject property is not eligible for listing as a local, state, or federal historical resource. This is a view of Madison Lane from the project frontage looking west. Here's another view of Madison Lane from the project frontage now looking north. Here's the project site as viewed from Mosiel Avenue looking southeast. And here's the project site as viewed from Mosiel Avenue looking east. This slide shows the first sheet of the tentative map. A plan line exists on Madison Lane at the point of access for the project. A right-of-way dedication matching the plan line boundaries is shown here, shaded in gray and outlined in red. This slide shows the second sheet of the tentative map and the northern half of the subdivision. This project would subdivide the property into 25 residential lots, with a common area lot for access, parking, a small park, drainage and utility improvements, landscaping, and open space. The common area lot is indicated as parcel A in gray. Project also includes a voluntary dedication of the northernmost parcel, APN number 029061119, as a pedestrian and bicycle easement. Development of the access way could potentially result in a future bridge overcrossing connection to Coffee Lane Park, located on the west side of Rodeo Creek Gulch. The pedestrian and bike easement dedication is indicated here with the yellow border. As outlined in orange, dimensions of building envelopes corresponding with the footprints of each building on the respective lots are indicated in a data table on the tentative map. The dimensions of the building envelopes also match the setbacks to be established by the Planned Unit Development or PUD ordinance. Additionally, as indicated in purple below, an emergency vehicle access or EVA would be provided at the western property line, connecting to the adjacent property to the west, for which a 21-unit subdivision has been approved. The design of the project's EVA has been coordinated with the design of the EVA of the adjacent subdivision. This slide shows the third sheet of the tentative map and the southern half of the subdivision. Due to prior limitations within the Rodeo Gulch sewer moratorium area, the project was initially proposed to be constructed in 2 phases. However, the project recently received an updated will serve letter from the sanitation district confirming sewer availability for all 25 units. Building permits can now be issued for all units, and phasing of the project is no longer needed. The project's clustered townhome style design serves to minimize impacts to the riparian corridor. The tentative map indicates the limits of the riparian corridor, the 50-foot riparian buffer, and the 10-foot construction setback. All proposed structures will be located outside of the riparian corridor and its corresponding buffer. The project includes 22 attached townhomes and 3 detached townhomes. As indicated by the blue dashed line, a common area park with a children's play structure and a bicycle repair station is provided at the center of the development for the Two Spites residents. The location of the 4 on-site affordable units were reviewed and approved by the housing section staff and are indicated by the red circles. The project proposes an internal roadway, a 2-way circulation, and a driveway entry access point from Madison Lane that would extend southward to the project site and terminate in a hammerhead turnaround. Parking areas and attached garages for each unit are proposed to be accessed via this interior roadway, which would include 2 11-foot wide vehicular travel lanes, a 4-foot wide pedestrian sidewalk separated from the travel roadway by a landscape strip is also proposed along the west side of the roadway, shown on the slide in blue. On the east side of the roadway, an 8-foot wide parking lane would provide for internal on-street guest parking. Other project improvements include on and off-site drainage and sewer infrastructure improvements. The stormwater runoff rate from the property would be controlled by a new collection pipe network and outfall structure after passing through an array of bioretention detention facilities with outlet control structures, including rain gardens proposed at the rear of most lots. The project would provide a total of 94 parking spaces with 80 spaces in garages and driveways and 14 parallel spaces provided along the eastern side of the interior roadway for guest parking. As mentioned earlier, the project would provide an EVA at its western boundary. The EVA would result in appropriate access for emergency vehicles, improved public, pedestrian, and bicycle circulation through each respective development, and improve connectivity through the neighborhood. The The project includes ample greening and landscaping throughout. This slide shows the northern half of the development and indicates the oak tree and riparian restoration area in light green, where numerous oak trees will be replanted and riparian enhancement and restoration activities will take place. 6-foot tall wood fencing is indicated with red lines, and 3-foot tall split rail fencing is indicated along the eastern side of the development. This slide shows the landscape plan for the southern half of the project. Plantings are subject to the requirements and recommendations of the arborist report, biotic report, conditions of approval, and mitigation measures set out in the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. The proposed 2-story single-family homes would range from 1,900 square feet to 2,382 square feet in size, inclusive of internal garages. There are 5 different home designs containing 3 to 4 bedrooms. The homes would be constructed at or below the 28-foot height limit allowed within the zone district. The architecture for the dwellings include pitched roofs and a mix of materials to visually break up massing. The proposed stucco and fiber cement siding material palette is compatible with the range of building materials in the vicinity. The project is eligible for a 40% density bonus in exchange for the provision of 4 affordable units. The total number of units allowed is calculated based on the number of base units allowed subject to the site's general plan designation. The subject application was deemed complete prior to the sustainability update effective date on March 15th, 2024. Under the updated general plan and county code, an even higher density would be allowed on the project site than currently proposed. Although a higher density could be sought at the site and the applicant is not precluded from seeking higher density, the applicant has elected to proceed with the original project of 25 units as designed and proposed. The 4 affordable units are included as part of the development and will be regulated and restricted to income limits subject to a recorded affordable housing and density bonus agreement. The remaining 21 units will be available as market rate units. Density bonus law also allows a project to request incentives, concessions, and/or waivers of development standards to enable construction of the project. The project is not proposing to utilize any concessions or waivers. Per Chapter 18.30 of County Code, the board may approve planned unit developments by ordinance which establish development standards for a property. The proposed PUD modifies the zone district standards to create lots less than 6,000 square feet in size, lot coverage exceeding 40%, floor area ratio greater than 50%, and reduced setbacks. The PUD provide benefits to the community, including improved connectivity via dedication of a pedestrian and bicycle easement. And by allowing a clustered townhome style design, the PUD both minimizes environmental impacts and supports a higher density on the project site, including 4 restricted affordable units, contributing to more attainable housing costs for the community. At its meeting on December 11th, 2024, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend that the Board of Supervisors approve the project per resolution number 2024-08. To date, since the Planning Commission meeting, no additional public correspondence has been received. Environmental review and initial study have been required for the project per the California Environmental Quality Act. A preliminary determination to issue a mitigated negative declaration was made on September 16th, 2024, and the mandatory public comment period expired October 16th, 2024. As proposed and conditioned, the project is consistent with all applicable codes and policies of the zoning ordinance and general plan. Staff therefore recommends that your board take the recommended actions as outlined in the board memo. This concludes my presentation. Staff is available for any questions. Also, the applicant's team is present and would like to introduce themselves in the project. Thank you.
I'll now turn it over to the public to see if there's anyone that wishes to speak on this item.
Good morning, board members. Ken Hart with Swift Consulting Services. I represent the owner today. I want to thank and acknowledge Jonathan and the other reviewers for helping us to get this project before the commission and your board today. As he mentioned, the project design and layout has in large part been affected by the riparian corridor and oak woodland. It's on the site, which make this a fairly constrained site. We believe that the design of the project and the density is consistent with the pattern of development in the vicinity and respects the environmental resources found on the site. As Jonathan mentioned in the staff report, the project provides a housing type, middle housing, if you will, that's needed for families that other projects with higher density and smaller units would not provide. We have, as he mentioned, a comprehensive drainage system to address any potential drainage-related impacts. There's also an extensive riparian enhancement plan for the area that's been highly disturbed over the years, which will result in a better environmental result as a result of the project. As also, as Jonathan mentioned, one of the project benefits is the dedication of APN 029-06119 for public access, which could allow for access to Coffee Lane Park in the future. I wanted to just mention that where the ordinance allows for fee credits, we do want to acknowledge for the record that these credits would apply to the 2 existing housing units on the site. I would like to reserve the opportunity to respond to public comments if appropriate prior to the close of the hearing, and members of our design team are in attendance today if you have any questions.
I'd like to ask any council. So this is a public hearing, so they will be given the opportunity to speak, right?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else from the public? Anyone online?
Yes, Chair, we have speakers online. Bridget, your microphone is now available.
Yes, hi, my name is Bridget Binko. I spoke earlier on this item because I wasn't aware that there would be a dedicated time to comments. So my 2 comments were the recommendations. Number 1, red curb paint at the crosswalk on southwest corner of Maciel Avenue at Capitola Road. And number 2, stipulate that the county parks shall develop a bicycle access way
on this item.
Bear Creek Gulch to Coffee Lane Park.
Excuse me, ma'am, you had already spoke during public comment on this item.
Yes, so I'm just asking that that be added to this item at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott, your microphone is now available.
Thank you. I live in the neighborhood very close to where this development is proposed, and I'm really concerned about the traffic flow. Can you guys speak to what's going to be done to alleviate the traffic on Madison and how they're going to handle people navigating that corner where Madison curves and where the entrance to the property is?
We have no further speakers online, Chair.
So I'll bring it back to our presenter and our applicant, see if anyone would like to answer any of the questions or have further.
Chair, I'm so sorry. We've had someone raise their hand.
Okay.
Carol, your microphone is now available.
Yes, thank you. We have been tenants at 2450 Madison for many years and spoke at the Planning Commission hearing. And I wanted to further be on the record that the owner ignores tenant communication, ignores needed repairs. Mr. DeSalvo said that things were dilapidated, and that is because the owner ignores needed repairs to the point where the premises frequently have no longer met the habitability standards as per California Civil Code. Tenants needed to have things done of their own and then submit receipts. And previously, we did not receive notification in a timely manner about meetings. This time, with all the emphasis on government efficiency, one wonders why we received 5 identical copies of the notification about today's meeting. But it's very important that it be on the public record that this owner has a history of lack of compliance with the law and of disrespect. And I caution anyone who will be a tenant or a potential buyer, and I fully expect this to be rubber stamped, but caution anyone that they are not dealing with reputable people And it used to be that family name was part of a community of respect in this county, and that no longer applies to this particular family. Thank you.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
I'm going to bring it back to the board for further any questions or comments. I'll start to my left, Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this project is squarely in the first district, and I really appreciate the work from the applicant and from the planning department on this one. This is really vital missing middle housing. The 3 and 4 bedroom units will absolutely support more families living in Live Oak, which we desperately need, as demonstrated by the consistent budget shortfalls in the Live Oak School District because of reduced enrollment. There's clearly a lot of thought that went into this proposal. I really appreciate the riparian enhancement plan, the small park located within the project. The project really has right to be a lot denser under new state and local density bonus laws. I think it's 37 units that it could be, and it's only 25. And while, on the one hand, it's too bad that we're not getting more housing units because our community so desperately needs them. On the other, I think it really helps to make sure that the project will fit in with the surrounding neighborhood, which is largely the sort of smaller multifamily as well as single family homes. And so I think that the applicant has chosen a great complement to the neighborhood. As was also pointed out, only 41 parking spaces are required, but 90 are being provided. Again, I think that's really demonstrates a commitment to a project that is going to live well for the residents as well as for the surrounding neighborhood. And then the sort of traffic mitigation efforts here between the bike repair shop, which is great. I always wish I had a place to go mount my bike and had some tools to mess around with them rather than just trying to make space in my small garage. So this community facility, I'm sure, will be well appreciated. And then, of course, the dedication of the easement for bikes and pedestrians at the north part of the project so that the county can build a bridge over to Coffee Lane Park in the future is great. Actually, I just had one question on that. I noticed there was about $150,000 in traffic impact fees that will go to the Live Oak Transportation Improvement. They're Live Oak Transportation Improvement fees. I was hoping maybe a comment from our Public Works Division. Is this a specific fund that we could turn to in the future for bike and pedestrian projects like potentially a bridge, or is this a more go into a larger fund where we're going to lose sight of them?
Thank you, and good morning. Matt Machado, Director of CDI. Good question. So it is part of a larger area, so it'll go into that larger pot of money for neighborhood regional improvements. We don't have a plan yet, but we will certainly looking at bike ped improvements. We are seeing pretty significant investments in this area with the new ped crossing, and so trying to improve connectivity is most likely where we'll go, but we don't have a plan for it at this moment.
Great, thank you. I mean, I do think that putting a bike ped bridge here is really worth further analysis, especially given when Kaiser was talking about building a larger facility here. I think we did the analysis of what it would cost to extend the sidewalk along Soquel Avenue over Rodeo Gulch, and it was, I want to say $3 million, a very, very expensive project. And while I'm sure this bike and pedestrian bridge wouldn't be cheap, it would probably be comparable or less than that. So definitely worth further analysis. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I don't think that we can or should condition this project on the development of that bridge. I mean, there will still be some work on the county side to make sure it's feasible and to put together the funding to build it. But I think I want to thank the applicant for providing that opportunity today. Also in response to, so that's in response to Bridget's comments. Thank you for those comments. We can't condition the project today on the construction of that bridge, but I'll certainly commit to continuing to investigate and try to get that bridge built. And I think that the comments on extending the red curb on Capitola Road to make it easier for a right turn from Mossiel are well received, and we'll definitely I'll work with the Public Works Division to implement that. Of course, we're also moving forward with speed bumps on Mossiel Avenue. That was a condition of the 21 unit project that was already approved directly off of Mossiel. And so that will help to reduce cut-through traffic in the area. We do know that this Mossiel can be a cut-through street for people hitting traffic on SoCal Ave and then trying to go down to Capitola Road. Hopefully some of that will be alleviated as the Highway Auxiliary Lane project gets completed through this area, as well as the SoCal Drive project. And we are taking steps with the speed bumps to reduce cut-through traffic in this neighborhood as well. I think those are all my comments. Overall, I'm excited about this project and happy to approve it today. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Appreciate the comments from the supervisor representing the district where the project is, and really feel like anytime I have an opportunity to vote in support of a project that advances our affordable housing goals, and addresses the missing middle that our community so desperately needs, particularly a project as well thought out as this one and as responsive to community input as this one is, it's a good day. So appreciate that, and we'll look forward to supporting the project.
Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah. First, just want to thank everybody for their hard work on this project. I did have one question and one comment. The question, I think, was similar to what was brought up by one of the members of the public. It sounded like there's some concerns around traffic and traffic mitigations, and I'm just wondering if you could speak to that briefly.
Good morning again, Matt Machado, Director of CDI. So we certainly have looked at the traffic impacts, and where this project feeds into the local roads is actually a really good location. There's good visibility both directions, which happy to see it in the presentation this morning. So we don't believe there will be any impacts to safety, which is our number one problem when we're thinking about traffic. And then just the straight trip generation is rather insignificant for these local roads. So we'd be mostly looking at safety, and we think that's mitigated and well alleviated with good sight distance. So we'll watch it, but we don't see a concern with it at this point.
Okay, thanks. And then I guess the last thing I'll say is I'm really appreciative of this project moving forward and supportive of the project. I do think that the board may want to consider at some point, as we're building more housing, making sure that housing doesn't get converted into short-term rentals, because I think that's kind of defeating the purpose with us trying to build more housing for people to live in our community versus housing that gets built and then gets converted for commercial and visitor serving use, which is not the goal of the state housing mandates, and it's not the goal of, I think, this board. So maybe something worth revisiting, but I'm going to support the project. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor DeSerba.
Thank you. Do you mind coming to the mic again? I just have a couple of questions. So we talked about the missing middle. It looks like there are 2 units that are for moderately incomed people, correct?
Yes.
And the rest of them will be market rate. Is that my understanding? Aside from the 2 affordable, so 2 very affordable, 2 moderate, and the remainder market rate.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I'll defer to Jonathan if he wants to add to that.
So it's 2 low income units and 2 moderate income units. So a total of 4, and 2 low and 2 moderate.
Okay. And are any of these units built for people with disabilities?
Not specifically.
Not specifically. Okay. About 10 years ago, I worked closely with, I worked closely with people with disabilities, and I looked for properties that they could live in. And I heard a caller say today that Claudia Locatelli, like she's dismayed with with him as a landlord, I actually found him to be very helpful, and I was able to house a couple of my patients in properties that he owned. And so I'm sorry that she's not having a good experience with him, but in my experience, he's been very, very helpful. And I want to thank him for developing this piece of property so that we can start to make a dent in our, will this go into our arena numbers upcoming, the 4,600? Yes. Great. Yes. Okay. Thank you. I'm in support of this.
So I don't have any particular questions, but I know it's not in my district, but I did follow this one. I think anytime there's housing and affordable housing, especially tied to bike and pedestrian infrastructure assessments of any kind, I think is also something that provides something for the residents that live there, so that they're in a safe neighborhood and can actually walk around their neighborhoods. So I'll be supportive of it too. Do you have any additional comments before we?
Actually, one other question did occur to me. I know we've talked for a while about doing a plan line study on Capitola Road, and that it's too bad that we can't put a signal at Mausiel and Capitola. It seems like it wouldn't. The report mentions it wouldn't meet warrants, which basically means state standards for putting in a traffic control device there. But nonetheless, we are looking at other opportunities to improve flow along Capitola Road. Just wondering if the director could provide an update on when that will be done.
Well, that's a good question. So we're constantly looking for improvements. With regard to the signal idea at Mausiel and Capitola Road, just 1,200 feet to the west is a signalized intersection on Chanticleer, and that's the best way to improve traffic flow is to keep it flowing without more signals. And so we hope to continue to look at roads like Chanticleer to make improvements there, safety improvements, traffic flow improvements, so that it attracts people. You mentioned speed bumps. We think that will help with the cut through traffic. They'll stay on the more major routes, which in turn helps the Capitola Road improvements or in traffic flow. If we do see problems, we would be looking at traffic measures to restrict different movements if there becomes a safety issue, which also helps traffic flow. So we continue to monitor, and we hope the measures like traffic bumps will push people towards the major corridors, which helps everybody.
And do we have any ETA on a plan line study for Capitola Road?
I don't off the top of my head. I know Steve. Oh, within the next year.
Okay, great. Thank you. With that, I'll move the recommended actions.
A second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Koenig and a second from Supervisor Cummings. Can we take roll call?
Absolutely. Supervisor DeSerpa. Aye. Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Good one. Next item on the agenda is item number 8. Consider report on the community outreach and establishment of a juvenile camp program at Juvenile Hall. Approve in concept an ordinance adding chapters 2.130 to the Santa Cruz County Code, establishing Redwoods Coastal Academy at Juvenile Hall, and take all related actions. I'll turn it over to Valerie Thomas, Assistant Chief of Probation Officer, and Jose Flores, Juvenile Division Director, for the presentation. The mic.
Think it's on. All right. Good morning, Chair Hernandez and Board of Supervisors. I'm Valerie Thompson, the Assistant Chief Probation Officer. And with me is Jose Flores, our Juvenile Division Director. On behalf of our Chief, Fernando Giraldo, we appreciate the opportunity to update you on our camp program proposal, community engagement since October 8th of 2024, when we were last before the board on this matter. We understand we have 2 new welcome board members, in Kimberly DeSerpa and Monica Martinez. So we hope to present this in a way that brings everybody up to speed, because we know you were not here for our last hearing. We aim to clarify the county's use of camp placements. And with that, I want to first frame what is a camp. So a camp is a court-ordered placement for youth with high needs and behaviors that may pose a risk to community safety, yet they don't meet the criteria necessarily to go to a secure youth treatment facility, which under SB 823 is a new way that we serve young people in Santa Cruz County with the closure of DJJ. Or they may not be suitable for what we call a short-term residential treatment program, which is formerly known as our group home programs that were changed under AB 403. So the programs, when young people are ordered to camp placements, we want to be clear that this is a court-ordered placement. While probation, it serves young people who get sent to any out-of-home placements, we actually don't make the decision that someone goes to placement. That is a court-ordered placement. We are then obligated to appropriate a placement for these young people when the order is entered by our juvenile court judge. The average length of stay in most of camp programs that we utilize is between 6 to 9 months. So we do not seek to build a new building or add numerous staff to a program in order for us to set up a camp program in our juvenile hall. We seek to use existing staff and serve youth who are ordered to camp placements here in Santa Cruz County rather than have them sent away out of county, far away from home. Since our last appearance on October the 8th, one youth was ordered into camp in 2025, and he has been sent to Yuba County. So he is not being served in our community. Between 2019 and 2024, 18 youth were sent to out-of-county camp placements. No new camp placements were ordered in 2024, as you can see here from the data. And with the exception of James Ranch in Santa Clara County, the available programs that we utilize are 160 to 180 miles away. So the court can continue to order camp placements whether we have a camp program in Santa Cruz County or not. That is just a fact, and we do have to adhere to the court orders. While we welcome additional opportunities to develop or have our community partners develop what we call less restrictive programs, which are other options, I think it should be clear that there have been times when probation has made recommendations for community-based programs or other services for young people, and the court made the determination, despite what we recommended, that someone should go to camp. And so that's the order that is entered. So we don't always make a recommendation for camp. There are times when we may. However, it is not guaranteed that the court is going to follow probation's recommendation. They have to consider all the circumstances to make an order. So our rationale for developing a local camp program is really to use a least restrictive program in one way as a step down for our young people who go to secure youth treatment facilities. Again, in order for a young person to step down if they're in a secure youth treatment facility to a camp program would be through a court order at their 6-month reviews. So we wanted to have that as an option for our young people here. In addition, we wanted to be able to serve our young people in the community as close to home as we can through a straight camp commitment, meaning that's not a part of a step down. It is a young person who's just being ordered directly into a camp placement. And as we've indicated, one youth was ordered into camp this year who's not being served in Santa Cruz County, which is the foundation of our proposal. To reduce costs, we will maximize existing staff, programming, and our juvenile hall facility. Keeping youth local enhances family engagement. It prevents out-of-county placements and strengthens rehabilitation and reentry efforts in the county. So here's a timeline review of what we've done since we were last before the board on October the 8th, when we sought approval for a secure youth treatment facility and a camp program. While our secure youth treatment facility program was approved in response to community concerns, the board directed us to gather input on the camp proposal via a town hall meeting. As you can see in our timeline, we engaged with community members through a town hall. We also shared this planning with the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, who offers guidance to our department on our SB 823, which is, again, the replacement for DJJ, our young people who are in secure youth track placement. We had a youth justice convening on November of 2024, and our chief probation officer met with the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commission chair in February. And additionally, and unfortunately, we had to reschedule a town hall that we had planned with young people and families who are justice involved on February 3rd due to the community advocacy events that occurred on that day that we were unaware of when we had scheduled that. However, we did pivot when we were unable to hold that event, and we did get some feedback from families and from young people via surveys so that we could get some responses from them about what we were planning and get their input. So here you will see, and these are pictures from our probation town hall where we partnered with the Community Action Board and their executive director, Maria Elena de la Garza, opened the meeting and welcomed community members. Participants heard the department's camp proposal and anticipated benefits from our Chief Probation Officer, Fernando Giraldo, and participants participated in feedback conversations about our proposal and program during the meeting. Additionally, we held a youth justice convening on November the 8th with over 100 of our local, state, and national partners to highlight the decades of reform in Santa Cruz, the lasting impacts, sustainability, and the line of sight for the future of our work, which included serving youth locally who are in secure youth treatment facilities here in Santa Cruz County. We would like to point out that key achievements in our reform efforts are that we have a 79% reduction in the use of our juvenile hall. So we have a 79% reduction in juvenile hall average daily population, down from 47 in 1997 to 9 in 2024. So our department continues every effort to reduce the use of detention for our young people and especially for our young people of color. In addition to that, we make some concerted efforts starting in 2015 in partnership with many of our community partners to reduce out-of-home placements for young people. And we are proud to say that while we were at 26 in 2015, we are now down to 3 in 2024, and that is an 88% reduction in out-of-home placements. So I want to make sure that our board understands that our department will continue our reform efforts, even though we are offering a camp program, which is merely to serve young people here in Santa Cruz County in the event there is an order for a camp placement. We also want to acknowledge that these sustained reform efforts and strategies are due in large part to our partnership with the Casey Foundation, Annie E. Casey Foundation, our local partners, community-based organizations, and county providers. We are now positioned to serve youth locally through the proposed camp program because of the reductions that have been sustained in our juvenile hall. We want to share a little bit with you of some of the outcome and the synthesis from our community town hall meeting, where we had a great range of input from community members at the town hall, and much of it aligns with our plans to serve youth through our camp program. We assured the community that the department was not building or opening a brand new building. There will be no construction, although we are undergoing renovation. We are anticipating renovation of our juvenile hall. We are utilizing our juvenile hall facility, staff, and program providers in order to serve young people if they enter into an approved camp program in our juvenile hall. Our community partners are also able to develop least restrictive programs, and we would be happy to partner with them either individually or collectively. And we will continue to share grant opportunities with our community partners as we have in the past to build sustainable community options for services for our young people. Following our town hall meeting, our department sent attendees a summary of the community input, and we also shared resources for technical assistance through the Office of Youth and Community Restoration to support them with looking into developing less restrictive alternatives and receive technical assistance to do that at no cost to them. Again, just a synthesis of further synthesis of the town hall meeting is that these are additional inputs from community participants and young people and family members. We also had some people who had lived experience who attended the town hall meeting and some who were family members of folks who were formerly system involved. So we are aligned with the input that we've received, and we've already incorporated many of the ideas that you see before you into our program planning. Our juvenile hall managers have been very robust in their efforts to engage young people and families in informing what services they want in the juvenile hall programming. And we are also doing the same thing as we continue to meet with the public and our community members. We are happy that we are not far apart in our collective vision, though, for serving youth locally. There was an additional community forum, which was hosted by MILPA and community-based organizations in South County on November 20th. They shared their outcomes of that meeting with us, so we just are synthesizing it here for you all. I would say that these recommendations from these participants are also aligned with our department's vision for serving youth locally. And we are happy that we are not as far apart as one would think. We are actually closer together in many of the ways that we want to see our community serve young people, and especially to serve young people locally. Some of the themes from the community forum, as you can see here, really highlight insufficient access to resources and opportunities. Some things are beyond probation's reach, but we're happy to work with community partners to address these things. We've been consistently doing that anyway. There are systemic issues, a desire for community-based solutions. The importance of prevention was highlighted, as you can see here, and then the need for youth voice and engagement as well. And again, some of these efforts are already underway with the probation department. I want to be clear here, we are not in any way representing that our community partners are saying they are approving or they support a camp program. We're merely just sharing the outcomes of their meeting. I believe they're here and they will speak for themselves. So we don't want to disrespect their ability to be able to represent their interests. Fiscally, we anticipate that there will be an estimated savings of $300,000 in general fund, which would be critical due to the shifting fiscal landscape we are experiencing right now. Again, this is an opportunity for us to maximize the use of existing resources and staff in our facility, rather than adding new costs that exceed what we already spend. And just to provide a detailed cost breakdown here, we want you to see that the program that we use the most is the one that is in Yuba County, and their rate is $150 a day, which averages out to $54,000 a year. Santa Clara County is one of the most expensive branch programs in the state. Theirs is $522 a day, which averages $190,000 a year. On average, we had 3 to 4 youth per year, meaning they don't all get ordered in at the same time. They can transition in and out during a year. And so at that rate, we would average $469,000 in costs that we spend on out-of-county placements for camp programs. So having a camp program here locally costs much less and is significantly lower debt to the county.
The at-home continuum in Santa Cruz includes several levels of care. You can begin with the least restrictive, which is home supervision. Then youth can move to short-term residential therapeutic programs, formerly known as group homes. From there, the youth can progress into more restrictive programs such as camp programs, juvenile hall commitments, which the length of stay is determined by the courts. And a youth can also be committed to the secure youth treatment facility prior for any 707B offenses. Prior to our department opening a local secure youth treatment facility in December of 2024, we used Sonoma, where we currently have 2 youth housed, and we have 2 youth housed here locally. Here you'll see an array of services that would be offered in the Santa Cruz camp program should the board approve our request. These services currently are being offered to all youth and will continue to scale depending on the individual needs of the youth and with input with families, youth, community, and community providers as feasible. We have a dynamic leadership team that I have to say that centers the youth voice in the co-design of these services as they hear what they need and what they want. The camp program provides an opportunity for youth in secure youth treatment facility as a step-down option to a re-entry into the community. Now, these young adults will benefit from possibility of furloughs, off-site learning, and also possible employment to reintegrate into the community. However, the camp will only be utilized if necessary, as it needs to be approved by the courts. And more importantly, we have other pathways such as community supervision, home and community supervision, fire camps, and higher education. Young people returning to the community after completing the camp program will receive the least restrictive programs at the community level based on their assessed needs. As you can see here on the left-hand side, these are just a sample of some of the support services that can be provided to support youth with their reintegration into the community and part of the planning with the young people, families, natural support, and community partners. Now, the department in partnership with the community providers, and higher education will utilize the least restrictive programs and services to always successfully reintegrate youth into the community.
It's important to note that we have had youth served at Sonoma until we opened our secure youth treatment program in December. And one of the things that we want to just make clear is that all of those youth so far have transitioned to community placements. So in the way that we refer to the camp as a possible step down program, we will only use it if needed. So far, we've been able to navigate releases from secure youth treatment program in Sonoma for youth to the community in different community placements. So we have not had to use a camp program anywhere else to step our young people down. And we would not do that, again, unless it was absolutely warranted. And that would be discussed and addressed with the court and court partners during the 6-month review hearings that happen when young people are in secure youth treatment facility programs. So at this point, our recommended actions are that the board accept and file a report on community outreach and feedback regarding the establishment of a camp program in our juvenile hall, that you approve in concept the ordinance for the Redwoods Coastal Academy camp program, which is what we will call the program, direct the clerk to place the ordinance on the March 11th, 2025 agenda for final adoption, direct the clerk to publish the notice of the proposed ordinance in accordance with the government code section, and approve the chief of probation to sign necessary paperwork to implement the camp program. Thank you, and we're happy to address any questions.
I'd like to take it out to the public for public comment, see if there's anyone here that would like to make comment on this item. I remember. I know he did a little chunk, but it was kind of.
Good afternoon, board. Bernie Gomez here, District 3 and District 4. So I had my comment, I was going to be a little bit more proactive and stuff and just really, but I found some inconsistencies, right, in this report. I was there on October 31st at the subcommittee meeting, right, where that dialogue didn't happen, right? There was no ranch camp like dialogue or any type of information gathered from what happened was at the town hall downstairs right after that, and just that in itself too, no one there was talking about a ranch camp placement. They were all talking about a less restrictive program. How do we implement that, right? Another one too, if we're talking about cost effectiveness, right, analysis, let's think about the $7.8 million being spent at juvenile hall to house an average 9 to 12 youth, right? Currently, there's one youth ranch camp, as they're saying, so when I'm thinking about cost effectiveness, right, we got to start thinking about, in that case, we got to start thinking about resizing, using county funds to the best of their ability to provide the best services for these young people, right? Now, that might mean to reclassify some folks or do something different. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying, fire people and stuff like that, but to talk about the fiscal responsibility of this board, right, we got to look at the actual budget from this county, right? Also, the juvenile division, services, right, they receives an extra $7.5 million for juvenile services, right? That has an extra 25 staff, and so I can go on and on. So just wanted to say that part, but I do have a question around, so what is going to be different between SYTF, juvenile hall, and ranch camp, all in this triangle, right? Like is that something that juvenile hall can do without the ranch camp? If it's just a work furlough, if it's just whatever that was, I think there's a good opportunity here to do something different, right? The jail, the juvenile hall is empty. It's been empty. And to me, it just sounds like this is a way to designate more cells, right? To justify that emptiness, and I'm not saying that probation is doing a bad job or anything like that. I think there's something good happening here because we have such a low number of youth, right? So vote no on camp, and let's the county, probation, and organizations and professionals come together and create something. I think the courts will actually use, now the courts nowadays, right, I believe will actually use that alternative because that's the culture of the state that is moving towards, right, from a health, through a health lens, so
Hello, board supervisors. My name is Irene Juarez O'Connell, and I'm a resident of District 2, and I work in District 4. I'm also a co-executive director of a local nonprofit that serves youth countywide, and we get to work with them in ways that focus on community building and healing through agriculture and food. During the last 12 years here in the county, I've had the privilege of working with youth and have also had an experience working within juvenile hall walls. And I'm here to implore you to not approve the addition of a ranch camp in Felton. Despite the seemingly positive language being used in this proposal, community members can see this for what it is, which is widening the net of incarceration for youth. I strongly advocate in investing in community-based organizations that will provide supportive spaces for youth while keeping them in their community and close to their families. A majority of the youth incarcerated, even though it's wonderful to hear there's only 9, still come from Watsonville. And I find it very disappointing that still, after all these years, there's still no public transportation from Watsonville to Felton, making it difficult for families to connect with their youth. This county is rich when it comes to partners and community-based pro-social organizations, and it has been demonstrated over and over again that keeping youth in their communities with wraparound services and safety plans is a viable alternative to incarceration. And it sounds like there's been many cases of reintegrating youth into the community placements without the step down. So I want to encourage that we continue doing this. And I'm personally available to help think through how we can have more stronger community partnerships so that we don't have to increase incarceration to youth. Thank you very much.
Ooh, man. I myself have a 10-year-old son, and I am also one of the providers as part of the STAR program. I am immensely proud of what our program is able to provide for youth and their families, with many of our frameworks being around connection before correction, mistakes as opportunities to learn, and really smashing some of those paradigms to move away from blame, shame, and guilt and toward one of more connected. I personally believe that a resourced parent makes for a protected child. And some of the youth that work with us, they say, thank you for not seeing me as a monster. It breaks my heart that these are often 12, 13-year-olds that already know what labels are placed onto them. When I see and hear some of the pieces such as maximize existing staff and acknowledge what is beyond probation's reach, it strikes me as both beautiful and also just really troubling. When I think of my own family, I cannot be programmed out of poverty. I needed to have opportunity for higher wages, opportunity for advancement in career, opportunity for my children to be able to grow up outside of a moldy apartment. When I think of the investment that this county is making, and I see things such as what makes fiscal sense to pay a cost of over $469,000 for 3 to 4 youth, it breaks my heart when I think of what those funds could actually mean for some of these families. I really urge for no camp placement. I really urge for us to think of what healing and what repurposing spaces and what it could actually look like to be in dialogue with these youth to get to the root causes. I firmly believe in the iceberg and that these behaviors are just tip of the iceberg. And again, we all have so much more in common than we do that divides us. So thank you.
Good morning. My name is Julia Feldman. I'm the Executive Director for the Conflict Resolution Center of Santa Cruz County and also a Commissioner on the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commission. We are extremely fortunate in this county to have so many community members and organizational leaders who are passionate about supporting and serving the small group of youth in the deep end of the juvenile justice system. We're also fortunate to have an excellent probation department that values equitable opportunities for youth and innovative alternatives to incarceration. The values of the probation department and the community are aligned. We all want community safety and for our youth to thrive. We're currently missing out on a valuable opportunity for the county and community partners to collaborate on developing robust programming for our high-end youth that connects youth to community mentors and resources. By collaboration, I mean the sharing of information in a timely manner and working together to reach decisions regarding community programming. It's not too late to do things differently. I implore the board to highly encourage probation to collaborate with our valuable community partners to strengthen our plans and create the best possible opportunities for our children. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, board chair, members. My name is Sergio. I'm a youth justice intern in WIPA. I just want to express my frustration with probation reclassification of the juvenile hall into the Redwood Coastal Academy. Although we and other community organizations have expressed interest in working with probation, they repeatedly refused to come to the table and work alongside us. Instead, probation would rather gaslight and undermine us to avoid a meaningful conversation and dialogue about the camp and the future of our juvenile justice system in Santa Cruz County, just as what happened on October 31st. Not only will this camp divert funds where the monies could be used for other programs such as mental health, it would only continue the cycle of incarceration of our young people that many of us are too far familiar with. We must implement less restrictive programming and allow community organizations to steer our youth in the right path of rehabilitation and setting themselves up for success. I implore all of the board to vote no on the camp and look into implementing LRPs in the community that will serve as an alternative for incarceration.
Hello, my name is Kathy Lass. I'm a resident of Aptos. Welcome, Supervisor DeSerpa. I'm also a volunteer with the Neighborhood Justice Program. And I've seen firsthand how the community can help keep our community safe. I am here to urge you to vote no on reclassifying part of the juvenile hall as a camp. Among many of the reasons to not build a camp or convert it to a camp, it's not at all clear how the programming of a ranch camp would be different from the SYTF when the setting is essentially the same. In addition, it's my understanding that we have, and I think you did allude to this, that we have successfully transitioned people from SYTF into the community without a ranch camp. I know that we have said that it's court that has mandated this, but the requirement from the last meeting on October 8th was for the probation to collaborate with the community. And I don't think that standard has been met. I read through the mini packet, and the October 31st meeting was hastily convened. It was on a day when people could not attend. I know that many have been canceled since then. And the commission and the committees I read in the mini packet were told and informed and not asked and did not have discussions with. So I don't think that standard has been met. And so there is no rush. There is time to discuss this. We can move forward on the SYTF programming, and we can take more time to figure out as a community how we can impact the courts for them to use actual least restrictive programming. And I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julia Gratton. I'm a resident of District 3. I grew up here and continue to call this place my home. I'm also here to ask you to reject probation's proposal to establish Redwood's Coastal Academy. A recent New York Times article, What Happened When America Closed Its Youth Prisons, showed that even brief periods of incarceration for youth lead to lower high school graduation rates and higher rates of recidivism. I understand that part of what we're up against is that the courts are ordering youth into camps, but I don't want to see our county simply let the courts chart our path for the future. I'd like us to see I'd like to see us envision what we could create together for our youth, to have real healing, to have better outcomes, and urge the board to reject this proposal and instead to invest in community organizations to explore least restrictive programs that we could create together. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Excuse me, my name is Karina Moreno. Congratulations too, by the way. I really want to encourage you to vote no on the proposed ranch camp today. Reallocating or recycling 5 cells in the existing juvenile hall isn't progressive, and it misses the mark of what SB 823 was intended to create. SB 823 was meant to establish less restrictive and more home-like settings, as stated in the bill's language, to limit the use of detention and address racial disparities. While the idea of establishing a Redwood Coastal Academy may sound promising at first, recycling 5 existing cells is a missed opportunity. Instead, we should be collaborating as local community-based organizations to create these less restrictive programs that offer something truly transformative by keeping youth in their community, transitioning them back into their community while connecting them with mentors and programs from actually within their community, keeping them connected the entire time. And to be honest, I find it very frustrating to see it called the Redwoods Coastal Academy. Given the lack of access to either the local Redwoods or the coast, it feels like greenwashing because it sounds great, but doesn't address the core issues that need to be changed. We know that being in nature has profound benefits for mental and physical health. Studies show that exposure to nature reduces violence, helps manage anger, can reduce stress, lower blood pressure, and improve mood, help with attention deficit disorder and aggression, no más. In fact, recent research found that nature reduces feelings of isolation, promotes calm, boosts mood. And I want to emphasize that being in a locked facility in the middle of a forest does not equate to having access to nature, nor does it begin to address racial disparities. We've had a lot of success with this here at Milpa. I know Foodwat and BU have too. We have a lot of kids who come in very quiet, very angry, very isolated. And we take them out and they become kids again, which a lot of our youth don't have the chance to be at their age. As teenagers, they don't get to be youth. And I'll just finish by saying we could have it all if we worked together. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Valeria Hernandez Melchor, and I am a youth services advocate at Milpa and a computer science major at UCSC. As someone who grew up in a system-impacted community, I know firsthand that our youth would evidently benefit far more from quality, effective resources and services and programs than from incarceration. History has shown us the ineffectiveness of investing in punitive systems, and continuing to use community resources for these disguised cells is not a solution. The overuse of incarceration has demonstrated that juvenile justice facilities fail to provide the environment necessary for youth development, and building a ranch camp within a facility would be no different. It would be a missed opportunity to not utilize the community resources already available and work with dedicated community members committed to supporting our youth. I ask the board to vote no on the ranch camp, since it is essential that families in the community play an important role in youth's rehabilitation for their well-being and their success. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, members of the board. My name is Reina Ruiz. I am here on with 2 roles. One is as the Director of Juvenile Justice for CASA of Santa Cruz County, and the second is as a Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commissioner for District 5. And I've been out of town, so I'll be in your office pretty soon. All right, so I just want to say, I guess I'm going to echo what Karina said about the spirit and intent of SB 823, and it really is for the creation of less restrictive options in the community. I know that we put it back on the courts to say that the courts are ordering ranch camp as an option, and that is true. But if the judges or if their courts had other options in the community, they would be offering that.
So like we need more resources in terms of like drug and alcohol treatment for young people here locally. We need more, we need a less restrictive program so that the judge has that accessible to them. And so I think the call to bring in or work with community programs is essential. And it's not just for you as the board in terms of investment, but also a call for the community to step up and create those options and invest in the young people. I'm looking at the money that is invested in incarceration, and really we are a model site for incarceration. We haven't decreased racial disparities. Most of the youth are from Watsonville, and that is still an issue. That is still something that we need to do. So with my last two words, I'm going to say that I'm urging the Board of Supervisors to say no to the ranch camp option, and also urge the Board of Supervisors to expand the membership of the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Commission, the JJCC, and the SBA 23 subcommittee to include additional community members and individuals with lived experience in the justice system. Furthermore, we recommend the development of a comprehensive plan for support for vulnerable populations of youth in Santa Cruz County. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Esmeralda Torres, and I'm here to urge you to vote no on the camp designation. As a mental health service provider working with adults, children, and youth in our community, I witnessed firsthand the significant challenges our underprivileged youth face, ranging from homelessness and food insecurity to safety concerns. For our preventative work in schools, we see the deep disparities that impact their well-being and their future. There is a critical need for increased community mental health support, healing, and a very well-structured alternatives to incarceration. Rather than more restrictive measures, we must invest in comprehensive community-driven solutions that provide meaningful support and opportunities for our youth. The success of our youth depend on the support, continuum of care, and community engagement from youth-serving organizations already established in the community. And so I think that the courts and the department as well can consider really using the community agencies that are already established and use their skills, use their staff to be able to support the youth. I urge you to seriously consider the establishment of community collective dedicated to developing and implementing a less restrictive, more supportive program for youth. Their future and the future of our community depends on it. Thank you.
Hi, hello, supervisors. My name is Leslie Potenzo, and I am a small business owner, and I live in SoCal. I'm speaking to you today to urge you to reject the probation department's proposal to designate the Santa Cruz County Juvenile Hall as a camp facility. A few items in the probation department's report stood out to me. The report mentions that in the past 5 years, there have been 18 camp placements with an average stay of between 6 to 9 months. The fact that any less restrictive plan will apply to a small number of youth, potentially less than 3 in a year, supports the significant opportunity in this moment to choose something new. As the report states, evidence gathered in support of juvenile justice realignment demonstrated that justice system-involved youth are more successful when they remain connected to their families and communities. They have lower recidivism rates and are more prepared for their transition back into the community. So let's choose community-based and/or at-home LRPs that are even more cost-effective and can lead to better outcomes rather than doing business as usual with the ranch camp inside of Juvenile Hall. Another concern that stood out is that the proposal was first presented to the board for approval on October 8th at the October 8th meeting. And then following that, probation informed both the committees on October 31st and November 8th. This illustrates that these important committees are being underutilized at best and possibly ignored, which is directly counter to the directions and intentions stated in SB 823, which prioritizes community collaboration. I urge you to expand the membership of those committees to include additional community members with lived experience in the justice system. The time for change is now. Let's lead and innovate here in Santa Cruz County for the betterment of all. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Zariah Sexton. I'm 19 years old, and I am from and was
and I live in District 4. I hope that you listen to all the people who have been and are most directly impacted by the decisions you make about juvenile justice. Please do everything in your power to prevent youth from getting caught in the system in the first place. Invest in mental health services and in groups like MILPA that offer programs to learn about community healing and restorative justice. Please help youth move out of confinement and back into the community with enough support to guarantee that they feel embraced by and not resentful of their community. There is such a huge unmet need for counseling, mentorship, and educational support. The good news is that there are lots of organizations in the community waiting to work together to serve the youth. They should be funded to provide for the youth reintegrating back into the community. Please vote no on the camp and look into community collaborations for less restrictive programs as an alternative. Thank you.
I got some statements here from some of the experts, some of the youth that have been in juvenile hall. I also submitted one to an email. I want to talk about the importance of the LRPs and bringing home our youth. I was also at the town hall meeting with probation put on, and frankly, it was a town hall that the community had to run because all they provided was a piece of paper on the wall and some markers with no direction, no kind of structure behind it. And all these community members that you see here in organizations that were here talking about, the LRPs and all these other ideas on how bringing our youth home had to step up at that town hall and provide some input into this town hall on how we should bring home our youth. The other thing I want to mention is, working as a mentor in our community with youth. I work with a lot of the juveniles that come out of juvenile hall, and what works is bringing them home into the community with their families, having structure. Doing a lot of healing. We take them up to property up in Aptos where they participate in sweat lodges. We have, we build community support circles in the community, and they need to come home to their families. If it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. If you're in juvenile hall and you're behind cement walls, then you're locked up at juvenile hall. Calling it a ranch camp is still juvenile hall.
Buenos días, or tardes by now, right? My clock started, so I'll keep going. Buenos días, Elias Gonzalez again. Here to implore the board to vote no on the camp designation. I think we have heard from most of the community here say no, right? So again, we implore for you to stand behind the community and listen to what the community has to say. While keeping youth close to home is important, a ranch camp facility is not conducive to providing the quality and effective programs to youth. I like to see the research. I like to see information. I like to see some data behind what's happening here. I like to see more of this presentation, right? I also thank you for sharing the information around the community, right? That's important. Thank you for putting your presentation. What I want to highlight out of that community space that was set up by the community with little to no funding is how people felt walking away from that space. People felt listened to, people felt heard, and people felt empowered. That was felt in that community, walking away from that space, right? There's also people here that are not willing to come to this space. We have letters that are coming into because young people do not feel comfortable coming here and sharing those viewpoints, right? We also have community members that are not willing to come up here, and certain community entities that will not come and talk here because there might be a fear of retaliation. Right? That is just a reality. We also know that on November 8th, when there was a probation summit, certain entities, and I think made something, like I said, we felt, and I felt there, like there was not a space where we were welcome because there was this notice that some agitators will be showing up to this space. We were showing up to be community members. We were showing up to build. We were in no way showing up to be disrespectful or anything. We're here to build with the community. As I told you, Jose and Valerie, we're here to build. We're here to come together as a community. We want similar deals. It's there. But how do we come together to not incarcerate our young people? In a time when I think 1 in 4 young people are committing suicide, right? That's the rates that are happening, 1 in 4 rates. We also have 42% of young people that are persistently, chronically sad. We're going to continue to do these things to them? No, let's invest in community efforts that support our community. Thank you.
Seeing there's no one here, do we have anyone online?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
iPhone, your microphone's now available.
Hi, everybody. My name is Reina Peralta and I live in Watsonville. I also serve as a program manager for a local youth development organization, and I am here to speak regarding the ranch camp proposal being proposed in our county. And I want to highlight the role and the importance that youth play in building a strong community for the generations to come. I also want to highlight that there's been a lot of research that actually shows that early investment in youth development and mental health resources will actually save 7 times as much money in later life resources, including social welfare, medical needs, and other mental health treatments, which essentially means that being able to support our youth and mental health resources, investing in them at this early time is really, really important to not only improve the life quality of them and their families, as well as our society, but also financially, it's an early investment. Youth in our communities need further investment, especially in spaces like South County, which means development, personal and professional development opportunities, vocational trainings, cultural centers, or other such spaces, which currently lack not only physical spaces and opportunities, but also funding in South County. And it's really our job and a great time for us as leaders and adults in our communities to invest in them and their futures. So I urge you to vote no on this proposal and recommend and ask for approbation to further invest in mental health resources, career and personal development, restorative justice programs, creating spaces that provide tangible steps to reimagining youth probation and rehabilitation in our county. Thank you.
Reagan, your microphone's now available.
Hi, my name is Reagan Brashear, and I'm a resident of Santa Cruz. And I'm here today to ask you to reject the probation's ordinance to establish Redwood Coastal Academy, aka Ranch Camp. I want to echo what a lot of other folks have already noted. The California legislature calls on us to do better than Ranch Camp. California Senate Bill 823 calls for the least restrictive, appropriate environment, with the goal being to reduce and then eliminate racial and economic disparities and reduce the use of confinement in juvenile justice system by utilizing community-based responses and interventions. So the intention there is to use state funding previously used for confinement and incarceration for community-based alternatives, such as rehabilitative programs with wraparound services. So as many have noted, we're so lucky so many community-based organizations provide culturally relevant, healing-oriented, and effective programs for system-impacted youth and are ready to collaborate and explore alternatives together. It seems there's really no rush here, and I just want to urge that you vote no today and that you really genuinely engage in a real process of thinking together and working on solutions together here. Wraparound services for family and youth are needed, but can't happen without genuine community engagement, transparency around what funding exists and how it's being used, and working closely with local partners like Milpa and Barrios Unidos, who understand the system from both inside and outside, and other community groups to build the wraparound services needed to serve as a model youth justice alternative for other parts of the state. So I urge you to vote no on Ranch Camp. Thank you.
Susan, your microphone's now available.
Thank you. Good morning, board. My name is Susan Cohen. I live in District 3. Thank you, Supervisor Cummings. I am strongly urging you all to vote no on this proposal to designate the Santa Cruz County Juvenile Hall as the Redwoods so-called ranch camp facility. I do applaud probation for reducing the number of kids who go to juvenile detention, and we can do better. To echo what many have said here now, we know punishment by locking kids up does not solve any problems, does not keep communities safer, but it does cause harm. As others have said, when kids spend even a brief time in jail, they are more likely to drop out of school and be incarcerated as adults. It leads to horrible self-image and creates more trauma in their lives. So sending kids across the hall and calling that a least restrictive program, as is being proposed here now by the probation department, is not the answer. Do you really think that the kids who go across the hall see themselves as moving forward in their lives? No. We need to imagine beyond confinement with so many fantastic examples that have been said here today and community organizations. We need to think beyond jail since we know this doesn't work. The kids need a holistic approach to becoming successful, not a cell across the hall. You cannot heal when locked in a facility built to remove you from the natural environment and family. Having them in, again, the so-called camp facility, which is nothing like a camp and so misleading, having them in Felton when most of the families and communities are in South County is not bringing kids home, which probation themselves have said is best for kids. And on the issue of most kids being from South County, we all know there are racial disparities in incarceration, adult and youth. As of last month, not one of the kids incarcerated in our county was white, not one. I hope the Commission on Racial Justice looks at this issue as well. So this is the time we have an opportunity to collaborate, to explore community alternatives, to work with organizations such as MILPA and Barrios Unidos. The kids need to get services in a home-like environment where they can develop interpersonal skills, learn about their culture, learn pro-social behaviors, engage in life-affirming practices, and be connected with their families. Santa Cruz County is in a position to be a leading example to the juvenile justice system. If probation wants a continuum of care and to be cutting edge, try something new that can have a positive impact. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pam, your microphone's now available. As a reminder, it's *6 to mute or unmute yourself. I'm going to go ahead and move to our next speaker chair. Finn, your microphone's now available.
Hi, my name is Finn Grattan. I'm a resident of District 3, and I'm here to urge you to reject the ranch camp proposal. I've been listening to the presentation. I understand wanting to keep these future youth closer to home. But I think you're missing a big opportunity that Santa Cruz County is poised to be able to create with the with MILPA, with Barrios Unidos, with other community partners to create opportunities that really are supportive of what our youth and particularly our South County youth really do need. It's a short comment, but that's my urging for the county supervisors to reject this proposal, go back and really work with the community.
Yadi, your microphone's now available.
Hi, my name is Yadira Flores, and I am a resident of District 1. And I'm here to say vote no to the ranch, the Redwood Local Academy camp. I truly believe the success of our youth depends on all of us. And it's really remarkable that only brown and black youth fill juvenile prisons. Please invest in the youth, mentor them, offer them programs that can give them a bigger vision of what they can become. I co-create and co-lead a program that serves the youth and the youth that first of its kind in the Live Oak area. I have 15, 16, and 17 years old children who had not touched a starfish in their lives until they joined our program. and they live at 1.5 miles from the beach. Last year, we enrolled 12 youth in the junior grad programs. They were the only brown bodies there. And they were their first time. They dove themselves. I was there every day with them, telling them and reaffirm them that they belong in those spaces. It is really bothered me that it's called Redwood Local Academy also, because I know firsthand how difficult it is for these youth to access nature. So please, vote no. Mentor them and invest on them in different ways. Partner with organizations that already serve them. And let's just end this circle that is not going nowhere, and it's only for our Black and brown bodies. Thank you.
Ruby, your microphone is now available.
Hi, everyone. I just feel very moved by folks who have already shared, especially the person who just shared before me. Thank you so much. I really urge the board to vote no on this quote unquote ranch camp. And I think another piece that I just want to name is everyone keeps saying juvenile. These are children. When is incarcerating children ever going to help the community, help them personally? Again, these are children, and we should stop using juvenile. Please stop incarcerating Black and brown youth, children in our community. Please vote no. And also, a big piece, like all of this money that would be going to establish this facility should be redistributed to these organizations in the community that are already serving the youth, already trying to get youth out of the prison industrial complex. They need our funding. They could make much better use of the money. Thank you.
Pam, your microphone is available once more. As a reminder, it's *6 to mute or unmute yourself. That was our final speaker online.
Okay. Before we go back to the board, I want to see if some of the questions that were asked can be addressed. There's a range of questions from what's the differences between the programs to what.
So I would say the first difference between the programs would be under SB 823, a commitment to secure youth treatment facility is different than a commitment to a camp facility. So the SB 823 driven change of the close of Department of Juvenile Justice to be able to serve young people in local juvenile halls is the Secure Youth Treatment Facility program. So that is governed by court reviews that happen every 6 months. Young people must be adjudicated on serious 707B offenses. And in that way, there's also a base term that comes with the charges that they have. So there's like an average amount of time they would normally serve. However, under SB 823, the change is that it used to be when young people went to DJJ, the local courts did not have jurisdiction over what happened. Now our youth courts retain jurisdiction over what happens, and the juvenile court judge hears the case and for progress every 6 months and can actually reduce the term of their anticipated stay through those hearings as long as everything is progressing well. Under a camp commitment, that is not youth who are going into the Secure Youth Treatment Facility program track. They are simply being committed by the court to a term of an average of 6 to 9 months to a camp program. And this has been utilized to address young people who have either posed enough of a risk to community safety or have been if they're on probation, maybe we've not been successful with the numerous services and attempts to serve them, and their behavior continues to be such that there is a need to place them in a camp. And so I think one thing I would like to say here is that because of all of these great programs that we have in the community, we think that is an attribute and one of the reasons why we have the low numbers that we have. We do not seek to place young people in a camp. However, if they are ordered to a camp, we want to be able to serve them in Santa Cruz County. So it is not our goal to develop a program for the purpose of now you have it, so more will come. We'd be happy if we had a ranch camp designation and never had to use it, as it would have been the case last year where we had 0 youth referred to or ordered into a camp program. I think the other thing I would just emphasize again, and I've already said it, is that we do have a robust continuum of services with our community partners and organizations and county partners. We use county behavioral health. We work with our partners in children and family services. We work with numerous community-based organizations that I won't name here now, so I don't want to leave anybody out, but they all help to build this continuum of care and services. So I think the idea that anything new that could be developed would be welcomed, but I wouldn't want there to be any misunderstanding that we can have a plethora of really great services, some that we would gladly refer young people to or make a recommendation to the court and say, we think this less restrictive program would be great for this young person. The district attorney could still argue for a camp placement. The judge could still hear the circumstances of the case and still order a camp placement. And we're saying if that happens, we want to be able to serve young people in Santa Cruz County.
With that, I'll bring it back to the board. I'll start off to my immediate right with Supervisor Cummings.
First, I just want to thank everyone who showed up today to speak to us on this item. And I want to thank the staff for providing us with this presentation here today. I was very confused when this was first brought into the board because I was just like, when building a camp, what does this mean? And I want to be mindful of a lot of the different comments that we've had and that we're hearing from the community, which is that we want to have, more step-down programs. We really want to see kids being diverted from the criminal justice system. But we also want to see kids and their families playing a role in their rehabilitation. And that for me is really something that I think is important, because when I've been hearing about, the people who are the youth who are in the secure facilities prior to the decision that we made last year, those kids were over in Sonoma County. And so if you think about the difficulty of somebody being able to go from Watsonville to Felton, let's just think about how challenging it is if you want to go from Watsonville to Sonoma County. And then when thinking about the ranch camps, which I just want to emphasize that the decision that the court makes is completely out of our control. There can be recommendations from probation, and I think that they've heard from you all today that what really the community wants to see is the least restrictive recommendations, depending on the circumstances of what happened. And the DA's office may push for something else, but ultimately it is a judge's decision on where these kids end up going. And I think what probation's trying to push for is that by having this as an option, we can keep people closer to their families. We can keep them within their communities so that as they're going through this process, the people who they're working with are the people who are in their communities and they're not in Yuba County, which is outside of Sacramento. And currently, based on what we saw earlier, there are children from this community that are getting sent, 2-3 hours away from here, and they have no connection with their community and they have no connection with their families. And for me, it's really that, how do we keep, we don't want to see kids in the system or youth in the system, but when they are in the system, how can we keep them closer to Santa Cruz and closer to their communities? And I think this is a way of doing it. And so I really hope that we can have probation working with the community, that we can try to develop a program that we hopefully don't even need to use. And I hope that there's a way for us to work with the courts, because ultimately, the judges are the ones making the decisions. If there's a way for us to really work with them to try to get them to want to invest in and support kids going to lower restrictive programs, that's also going to be a way that we can, help try to keep kids out of being incarcerated. But sadly, we do know that there are some youth out there who make mistakes, and once they're in the system, it's up to the judges. And I think what we're trying to do here is balance keeping kids closer to home, having less restrictive programming. And so I'm interested in hearing what the rest of the board has to say, but I think that this is an opportunity for us to test this out and see how it goes. here in Santa Cruz and see hopefully more children not getting sent where they're not in their communities and sitting further away from the people who know them most and can provide them with the best amount of care.
Thank you for the insightful comments. Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. When I first started working at the county in 1996, there were a lot of kids on the probation rolls, juvenile probation, and even more in out-of-home placements in group homes and in Sacramento and other places where we know those places were not good for kids. I myself have been in many of those places. I used to coordinate a wraparound institute, and anyway, so I know firsthand what that looked like in the 90s. I also know that this juvenile probation department has won numerous awards, has worked hand in hand, lockstep with the Annie Casey Foundation after a scathing report came out in the 90s that talked about how many kids were incarcerated from the Watsonville, from our South County area, and brown and black kids of color. You've done an amazing job. 88% reduction in out-of-home placements. It is unheard of anywhere. You're a model for the nation, honestly. So this ranch, so I want to talk about ranch camp for a second. It's not really a ranch or a camp. It's a level of placement that the court is saying this kid with these behaviors cannot be maintained any other way and needs to go into this level of placement. Is that correct?
That is correct. I'm originally not from California. I don't know how ranch and camp got put together, but that is the reference for the state, but it shouldn't be construed with a wilderness-based program or something like that. It is a program that is within a facility in different places across the state.
And when we talk about behaviors that would necessitate that type of placement, where because juvenile court judges typically have a heart.
Yeah,
I know I've known many of them over the years. They want nothing but the best for these kids. So if they have to make that type of placement, can you just really specifically explain what type of behaviors, what type of crimes that are being committed actually first, and then what type of subsequent behaviors they're seeing that would necessitate a placement like that?
Yes, some of the offenses could be harms to individuals, to the community where someone gets harmed. Part of the services is when it comes to a ranch camp order, it's that the continuum of services have been utilized. And this youth, unfortunately, has a higher level of care that they need. And for the safety of the community, and that's when the decision gets made. So they don't meet the short-term residential therapeutic criteria or the secure youth treatment criteria, and that's where the ranch camp falls in between.
I would also say, I think it should be made clear, some youth are not known to probation. They can come in with charges serious enough that they can be ordered into a camp placement. For young people who are on probation, as Mr. Flores has indicated, we have tried everything along our continuum to try to avoid that before there is a camp placement order.
Okay. And in terms of the prevention activities of this county or juvenile probation specifically, because of sitting on the school board, I know that, and working with Pajaro Valley Prevention, that you all have sometimes been able to pull down grants that are then pushed to community-based organizations like PVPSA, so that we can work hand in hand to do the types of prevention work that many of these people are concerned about, so that we can prevent kids from ever entering the system in the first place. Can you talk about some of those things?
Sure. We have partnered with PVPSA, we've partnered with CAB, we will partner with anybody who needs a grant. If we hear about a grant opportunity, we've shifted from many years ago, probation would be the one that would get the grant. And we've shifted to, we will help pay for the grant writer to write a grant for our community-based organizations. And we write it in concert with them. So for example, you may have heard of the Luna Isol program that CAB runs in South County. That was a part of a grant with probation. We've had grants to increase diversion options with PVPSA. We also utilize PVPSA for services. We utilize CAB for ongoing services. They partner with our evening center We have a strong continuum of diversion programs and prevention programs, which is where we feel like as a department, we've learned a lot about what it takes for kids to come into our system. We are now using that information to prevent young people from coming into our system. So we have teams that are housed in schools in South County, working with counselors and staff from CAB to prevent young people from coming into the juvenile justice system, and to also serve our students who are on probation so that they get optimal support in school. And we want to look at root causes when we do that to say, okay, we see a behavior where they may be suspended or expelled, which actually accelerates their entry into the juvenile justice system. And we use social emotional responses, referrals to services, connections for family activities in order to prevent young people from coming in. I think we have this concerted effort to focus on diversions in South County. We've had 100% increase in diversions looking at 2023 to 2024. And so that's focused solely for our Latinx youth to try to get at some of those disparities, which everybody has correctly said, the disparities are still there. Our numbers are much lower. We are swinging for the fences and we're going for the disparities now. And we're also going very, very hard for prevention efforts because we want to see young people served in their communities and not served in our facilities if they don't need to be. I would also say when I came here in 2013, our caseloads were around 400. We are now at about 89 to 90 kids on probation. So we are continuously working every point of contact that we can in concert with our community partners and organizations that we get services from for our families and our young people.
Thank you. So when a youth gets sent to ranch camp currently, either in Sonoma or Yuba County, how often are probation officers there with oversight? Like how often are you actually visiting there and making sure things are going well?
I'll have Mr. Flores speak to that, but I want to be clear. Sonoma County is where our young people are who are in secure youth treatment facility. That's separate from a camp program.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we're at the minimum monthly as required by the state, if not more. It all depends on the needs. And that's just an in-person visit. There's virtual visits, phone contact. I know our placement team, they're a great team that they have a lot of great engagement with the youth. So they make sure with the youth and family, they're connecting frequently.
And so you've actually seen the programs there. Jose, have you seen them?
I've seen one of the programs down in Southern California.
Okay.
So
in these programs, do you guys have better ideas for how to implement something that would work better for the kids?
Yeah, so
would stay here in Santa Cruz?
Yeah, what I would say is we don't like the cookie cutter effect here in Santa Cruz. We like individualized programming. So what we do is what works for our youth here, and ultimately is utilizing the youth's voice and in that process, and package some supports that are going to benefit them here locally, because we know what works across the county or maybe next door might not work here in our county. So.
Okay, I'll leave you. My colleagues probably have extra questions, so I don't want to take up any more time, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, everybody. Hi. And I just want to start off by thanking everybody who took the time to come out today and share your input, and thank Probation Department for the presentation. I'm going to start off with a few questions and then share kind of my reflections and where I'm at with this. To begin with my questions, I just want to be crystal clear. So if we expand community-based programs locally, yet a court and don't create a ranch camp here, but a court orders ranch placement, what happens to those kids?
They will be placed out of county in a camp program.
And so it looked like on one of your slides, there were maybe 18 camp placements over the last number of years. Were all of those court ordered?
All camp programs are court ordered. There's no way to go to camp without it being court ordered.
Okay. And there's no local option at this point for those 18 youth?
No.
Okay. I want to make sure I'm crystal clear.
Santa Clara County, James Ranch.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as it relates to the timing of this item and kind of the sense of urgency, or if there is one, can you just kind of talk me through, what sort of timing flexibility do we have when it comes to making this decision? What's the urgency? Kind of, why now?
Well, I think what we've realized, and our chief spoke to this when he presented in October, is that, we took a look at our program and saw the reduced numbers and the ability and the capacity to serve our young people locally. I think the sense of urgency would be seated around, as I mentioned earlier, we have one young person who in January was ordered to camp, and we don't have an approved camp program, so that young person got sent away. We hold the urgency now around, we have the ability to do something now that we didn't have 20 years ago based on our numbers. And we're now able to provide this programming. I will say our juvenile hall division director and assistant division director have done a fantastic job of really working with our partners in higher education, our community-based providers. They've talked to our young people and our families to find out what are the services that you all want, and they're building those programs in our facility to serve our young people locally. So I think if we have a young person who we've recently had a young person ordered to secure youth treatment facility placement, they were placed here in Santa Cruz County. Now we have a ranch camp order, and any future ranch camp orders means those kids will go out of county. So we're looking for equitable application of our ability to serve young people locally. And so I think the sense of urgency is we have the capacity and the ability. We don't want to see young people go further away. And I would lastly say, out of respect for what the community is offering, any new programs that can be developed that can give the court additional options, we think are great. We support that. If there's data they need from us, information they need from us, we want to support those efforts. We also want to hold the reality that a court can order a commitment. And if in that case, despite us offering anything else, do we want those young people served here, or do we want them to continue to go away?
Mm-hmm. And can you talk a little bit again about the cost differentiator between sending some away versus having them locally?
Yeah, so we use general fund monies. We anticipate a savings of approximately $300,000 in general fund, which is the monies that are used to serve our young people when they go away. And so those savings could be appreciated because we have an existing facility. We aren't building anything new. We have existing staff. We don't need to hire new or more staff to fund this program. And then we could use some monies just to continue to support the services that are being offered in the juvenile hall. So those savings, again, will go back to the county.
Right. Thanks. So thanks for answering those questions. Sure. And again, I just really want to honor the voices that came out today. It's clear that there's a lot of energy around this. There's so many people who care about these youth in our community. And in some ways you have to credit or blame yourself because you created this culture of probation department. This county has done such a wonderful job trying to be proactive and trying to keep children out of incarceration and try to keep them home. So thank you for that effort. And I want to name that there's so much alignment in the values from the department and the values of the community. However, just based on the public comment we're hearing today, in the room, prior to this meeting, it's clear that we've there's been a missed opportunity for community engagement. And I think we have to honor that. There's voices who don't feel heard, and there is a lot of energy and what I feel like is great potential and opportunity to do something better for the youth that we all care about. And I want to name something it's real practical. As supervisors, our job is to look at the budget, look at the financial implications, and I have to name there's a real practical financial challenge here. That as you reduce the number of youth and juvenile incarceration, which is our goal, we want to do, the cost per youth goes up, and it's challenging to figure out what are we going to do to both meet our goal and our intent of keeping our youth here. Even if there's one of them, we want them here, while also being responsible with our public funds and using our public funds as prudently as possible. what I'm hearing from you, and I want to, commit to the community, is that this conversation about how we proceed needs to center youth first, youth before budgetary considerations. And so kind of absent a sense of urgency, like, there's a state grant coming forward next month that we're going to apply for, so we need to make this decision today. What I'm interested in learning more about is if we were to proceed with approving an ordinance, that's what we're doing today, trying to approve an ordinance to allow for the classification of a ranch camp here, almost as a contingency, because there are times when a youth may need to be classified at ranch camp here. If we did that, and we do have cost savings, like $300K or whatever, how do we reallocate that cost savings back into the community for the type of community-based alternatives, the least restrictive alternatives that I know we all care about, right? So I'm looking at a both and I know we wouldn't be able to come up with that today, but I think that's what I'm hearing the community asking for. And so, maybe one of my fellow supervisors can think through how to get there today, or maybe it's asking to come back again shortly with a concept where we're able to move forward, with the opportunity to become, licensed as a ranch camp, and create that as a contingency when youth there is no other alternative due to court orders that those youth can stay locally, but we are reinvesting the cost savings back into our community-based programs. So that is where I'm at, and not ready to propose a motion quite yet, but I'd love to hear what other board members think about that.
Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate all the comments from my colleagues. And all the comments from members of the community today. I think what we've heard is certainly a strong reaction against the status quo of youth incarceration, and that's totally fair. And we need to do more to continue to change the system. What I feel like has not been fully comprehended, and I think, to Supervisor Martinez's point, maybe this is a missed opportunity to some extent, is that what staff has brought to us is just an opportunity to offer the next step better, right? Something that is just better than we have today. And of course, it's not perfect, but it's going to bring youth closer to home. It's going to expand local, less restrictive programming, and it will save the county money. And those are 3 wins. It's a win-win-win. And despite all the objections from the community, what I've not heard is, how do we meet the ranch camp designation better, closer to home? And I don't want to stop having that conversation. Let's keep having it. And that was part of why I, when this came up in October, asked that we start having some community meetings to get feedback. We haven't developed a better solution yet. The one that we have before us today is, I think, a step that we can and should take. And then we should continue to have the conversation. The thing that I've wondered as we've brought these numbers down, and actually I was just trying to understand from data available, is, is there ever going to be an opportunity to combine the rest of our juvenile hall program with, say, San Benito County, and then get at those real savings of like the millions of dollars a year that we're spending to incarcerate youth, and then maybe that allows for a better ranch camp, or other ways to reinvest in youth? So that's the question. Have we looked at opportunities to collaborate more with neighboring jurisdictions?
We've had, not around ranch camp per se, because each jurisdiction has their own, or either they don't have one. And so then you contract with them for those services. I will just say one of the things that Santa Cruz County is very careful about, and I think it is a reflection of why we've been, a reform-centered county, at least department, is we try to meet the needs of our young people and our families in a way that, as Mr. Flores says, works for Santa Cruz County. Not every county shares the philosophy and value for serving youth in the community in the ways that we do. And so we're very careful and selective about the programs that we place our young people in, because we want them to be in programs, if they're in other counties, that are most closely aligned with our philosophy that we want these young people back in the community. They're a value to the community, and we want to see them reintegrate into the community and be successful. We are not a, air quotes, law and order type of county. And so we really do want to invest in the best ways to serve our young people, keeping in consideration positive youth development, cultural responsiveness, and the value of their families and community.
Right. I hear what you're saying. So
thank you.
Seeking further cost savings could ultimately result in options which are not culturally aligned with, some of the things that we've heard the community express today as well.
Right. Or the values, you know. Yeah. And so there's a lot of things that happen in other counties that don't happen here. And quite frankly, we want to keep it that way.
Right. Well, I'm prepared to move forward with the recommended actions today. I would be happy to propose language that the cost savings associated with this ranch camp go towards youth programming, that, however we want to word that, preventative youth programming, supportive youth programming, or that we at least see a proposal for that in the 25-26 budget.
I speak on, I think Supervisor Cummings has additional questions and comments.
I just wanted to clarify on some of the things I heard Supervisor Martinez mention. I will say that I know that when I first joined the board in 2023, the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission co-chairs came to us, and one of the things that they were saying was we really want to try to get youth back home, which I totally agreed with. And I think many of us in the community agree with that too. And I remember meeting with probation at that time, and they were just saying how we're not able to do this. We're not able to provide the services. So it's been a number of years that this conversation's been going on about, trying to bring youth closer to home and create programs that will keep the youth who, end up in the justice system in our community in Santa Cruz. And so I just want to, provide the community with there's been a long timeline. And then when this first came to us last October, we weren't well informed. We didn't know what the difference between ranch camps were. And so just, to provide that timeline of it's been going on for many years. I just wanted to offer that up. And then I think to Supervisor Koenig and to Supervisor Martinez's comments, I guess, if we move forward, it's going to be an opportunity for us to see how this goes and where those cost savings are. And I don't know if maybe we can get an update at the budget, and if there are cost savings, how we can spend that money, because it may be that some of this money is coming from the state for specific purposes. And while we might be able to save it, I don't know how we can spend it, like what we can spend it on. And if an option is we can spend them on other programs in the community, maybe we can get an update before we commit ourselves to that here today.
Thank you. So you're referring to the 300,000
anticipated savings.
Okay.
Yeah, we could provide an update during the budget about any anticipated savings we may have, as well as how we are going to fit that into our proposed budget.
Thank you. So, I too want to thank everyone that made their way out here to Santa Cruz and spent all afternoon here with us, made the calls. Two folks in public comment had mentioned about, the nice language, and, it's, I think what Justin just referred to as the folks staying local and being vocal about kids being here locally. It does, has a nice ring to it, right? And the net cost savings, of course, also, especially right now when we're going through a hard time with our general funds budget. Some of the folks brought up, I think some folks brought up the missed opportunities we had. And I think really the community input, the community meetings, we did lose an opportunity there. I think we should have not just the ones that are scheduled, but perhaps one or two more. And I think having them in more public spaces, not within these committee meetings that happen in Santa Cruz, would have also been a better venue, places like in South County. And I know the ones that happened, Halloween and the day without an immigrant, they happen on the, worst possible days that it could happen. But I think it would be still be an opportunity to have that as well. I wanted to ask about these programs, right? Who makes, I think Justin alluded to it, but who makes the decision about ranch camp placement?
Judge. You mean where they go or the court order? The judge?
No, the order where they go what tier they go to, I could say.
So it's not necessarily a tier. It's just the court will order a camp placement and then our staff will make the applications and place the youth at one of the camp programs that we use. We don't use all of the programs in the state, again, because we really look at the ones that we get better outcomes from, the ones that, our kids are best served in. And so we use sort of that type of criteria to determine where we're going to place our young people. Sometimes we've been faced where we may have two kids who are what we call co-parts on the same offense, and it's not desired to have them placed in the same program. So one may go to one placement in one county and one may go to a camp placement in another county. So it just depends on sort of the circumstances at the point of the commitment.
So if we do not have a ranch camp, they'll all be placed? They
all will go out of county as they do right now.
And another question is, does voting for the ranch camp now limit from community input still for the least restrictive programs?
No.
Would it limit it?
Not at all.
Is it possible still to have community input?
It is still possible. We still are going to be inviting more opportunity. We plan to hold more, I don't know if we're going to call them town hall meetings, but more community convenings. So our commitment is to continue to do that. And also in our secure youth treatment program, our juvenile hall leadership is also planning to invite input from community members and continue to invite input from family members and young people about the programs that they want there. The other thing I will say is we will be doing another juvenile RFP at the end of this year. So we are really going to outline, now that we have more programs in our juvenile hall, what types of services are needed. So there'll be additional opportunities for folks to develop or apply for the programs that are already existing.
So, I mentioned that the two things that I liked about it, the staying local and the net savings, but what do you guys see as the goal or the benefit of having all three programs, juvenile hall, the ranch, LRPs in our community here?
I think the benefits are many, but I will probably prioritize a few. One is it keeps young people in a community served by a team and staff and providers from their community who know them and are invested in them. It keeps them closer to their families and their networks of support who can visit with them, encourage them and support them, and also be a part of their reentry plan. I think the other part of it is that we have done a really good job of providing individualized plans for each young person. It is not cookie cutter. We don't just throw the kitchen sink at a young person and say, you must do all these things. That's not how we do it. We look at what are their needs, what are their aspirations. That's one thing we haven't talked about, is that young people have aspirations beyond the circumstances that they're in now. So we want to be able to meet their aspirations and plan for what they want to do with their future and put those type of programs, services and supports in place.
So with the programs here, what do you think is there any drawbacks from doing this? And, I certainly agree with the sentiment that the majority of the folks, all the folks here, talk to us about we'd rather have kids not incarcerated. Is there any way we can affect that with the programs?
I mean, that's music to our ears. Like our chief has invited us to put ourselves out of business. And I would say we've done the best job we can do so far in doing that. We have, again, reduced numbers. We're down from 400 youth on probation in 2013 to 89 here in 2025. We have significant reductions in the use of our juvenile hall, significant reductions in out-of-home placements. And so I think that is always the goal for us, to figure out what are the ways that we can keep young people from being engaged in the juvenile justice system, but recognizing that we will have some who will be, and how do we best serve them as a collective. And none of the strides that have been made in Santa Cruz County have been made without the strong community partnerships and alignment to provide the services and supports that are needed to get to the reductions that we've gotten to.
And my last question is, what role do you see, or do we have a plan to involve the community in the the LRPs, so that they can impact the programs or be part of it or collaborate even for the less restrictive programs?
Yes, that's a great question. So one thing is we're going to continue to do the things that we've already been doing, which is continue to partner with organizations to provide the programs and services that are needed. I think a recent sort of development was that we partnered with the Community Action Board on a grant that helped to scale build our Luna ESOL program. We came to that because we were doing focus groups with young people and families, and they told us we want a place where we can go and gather, where we can be safe, where we can have family activities. And so we partnered on a grant that Community Action Board received to develop the Luna ESOL program. We provide family night programs there, activities, community gatherings. Young people come to get services, and they are also supporting our Youth and Family Advisory Council that is currently being developed and being launched. So I say that to say we would continue to partner with our community-based organizations to develop programs. We will continue to partner with them on grants, and we will continue to look at ways to innovate and provide services maybe that we don't even know we need right now. Those ideas may come from our community partners. So we will continue to do that. And lastly, in our strategic plan, we are developing a plan to continue to deepen our community engagement. It won't just be through town halls. We will hold, I guess, what you would call town halls, but we also want to leverage our Youth and Family Advisory Council. We want to leverage the voice of our young people who are in the juvenile hall. Our leadership there is asking them, what do you want? What do you need? What will make a difference? Our partnership with the STAR program, again, they serve young people as they transition out of the juvenile hall, but they meet their needs individually. And we would want to continue to do that.
And I think folks in Santa Cruz would be interested, so Supervisor Cummings, in being part of those, and I would too as well in South County, if anybody else too, but that pretty much concludes my comments. I'll bring it back to the board.
Okay, so I'll move the recommended actions with the additional direction that we, during the 25-26 budget hearings, we received information about anticipated savings and potential options to invest those funds in preventative youth programs.
A second.
Can I suggest a friendly amendment to include maybe the budget hearings, a report back on the community engagement pieces and the community meetings that you're holding to ensure that the voices that we heard today are at the table. I don't know if that's
sure. Exactly.
I'll amend my second to reflect that as well.
So we have a motion from Supervisor Koenig and a second from Supervisor De Serpa, and a friendly amendment from Supervisor Martinez.
Supervisor De Serpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. So it's 1 o'clock. We do have closed session at 12. We're going to move into closed session and come back. It's going to be an hour and a half or 2 hours?
2:30, I think, would be safe.
2:30. We'll come back.
And there's nothing reportable from closed session.
Nothing reportable from closed session. We'll now continue this meeting. It's 2:30 with the regular agenda. Is there anything to report back from closed session? No. Okay. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda is item number 9. Consider the general fund mid-year budget report with update estimates for fiscal year 24-25 and updated general fund forecast. Adopt resolutions and approve realignments to amend the fiscal year 24-25 budget, schedule public hearings for the proposed fiscal year 2025 budget and unified fee schedule, and take all related actions. I'll turn it over to Carlos Palacios, our CAO, and Marcus Pimentel, our County Budget Manager, and Nicole Coburn, Assistant CAO, and Monica Morales, Director of Health Services.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start it off. Chair Hernandez, members of the board, we'll go ahead and switch to the next slide right there. So this is our goals today. We're going to start by talking about the risks from federal funding cuts that are currently being discussed at the national level. Then we're going to talk about some of the progress we're making on some of our important county projects. Then we're going to switch to talking specifically about the mid-year performance of the 24-25 budget, including an updated forecast and outlook for the out years. We're going to talk about Measure K spending plan, which will be included for next year's budget. That'll be for the 25-26 budget. So we're giving an early start to that discussion, and then we'll go on to questions. So the federal cuts that we're at risk from as a county are in 3 general categories. First category is the safety net programs. So that's our biggest risk. And if those cuts come about, it'll be devastating the way that they're being proposed by the Trump administration and being discussed in the Congress. In fact, right this very moment. So that's our biggest risk, the safety net cuts. A second risk is our outstanding FEMA claims. We have not seen movement in our FEMA payments since January. Not only are we not getting new payments in, but we're also not getting new obligations in. So we'll talk about that as well. And then the third area of risk is other federal grants where we've been notified that they're under review for compliance with the president's new executive orders on DEI and on immigration. So that's another area of risk as well. So let's talk about the federal funds and the state budget and how that also flows down to us. So if you look at the state budget, you'll see that 1/3 of the state of California's budget is made up of federal funds. So that's just a pie chart for this is from the California Budget and Policy Center. They recently had a hearing in Sacramento on this issue. In fact, it was last week, and they provided this analysis, which I think is really good. This is up-to-date figures. So you can see the large amount of federal funds. You can go to the next slide. And then of the federal funds that come through the state, you can see that the majority are in health and human services by far. You can see that K-12 education, workforce training, higher education, transportation are all much smaller amounts. They're important, but much smaller. That health and human services are by far the biggest amount of federal funds that come to the state of California. And go to the next slide. And then if you look at the safety net programs, the most important one is Medi-Cal, or Medicaid as it's known nationally. And so the great majority of those federal funds that are flowing into the state of California is Medicaid by far. It's 2/3 of all the federal funds that are coming into the state of California, just made up by Medicaid. Go to the next. So if you look at our budget now, so this is the county's budget, you can see that almost half of our funds come from either federal or a combination of state funds, and some of those include federal funds that flow through the state. So basically, we're very vulnerable, almost half of our budget coming in one way or another, either majority of it from the federal government, or some of those are actually state funds. Others are federal funds passing through the state. And go to the next slide. And then you can see again that of our county funds that are coming in, the great majority are health and human services, similar to what the state is, that the great majority of federal funds into the county budget is in health and human services. And again, we know that the majority of that is through Medi-Cal. Can go to the next slide. So right now, in fact, this very moment, the House of Representatives is debating a budget resolution. The White House has endorsed, meaning President Trump has personally endorsed that bill. This is the first step in developing the new federal budget. The big initiative at the federal level is a $4.8 trillion new expenditures. So 4.8 trillion of new expenditures. And this is to extend the 2017 tax cuts. So remember, they're expiring this year, 2025, those cuts that were done under the first Trump administration. So they want to extend those tax cuts. That's the majority of the cost of that $4.8 trillion. Other new expenditures are for immigration enforcement, and others are for increased defense spending. So that's what the current Trump administration and the House Republican leadership is proposing in their this new budget resolution. To pay for that, they're asking for $2 trillion in spending cuts. The majority of that, $880 billion, coming out of Medicaid, which is an 11% cut in the Medicaid budget. So that's what they're proposing, and they're having trouble getting it through, getting all the votes, but we'll find out later today or tomorrow if they in fact are able to get those votes. So you can see that at the national level, those cuts would impact our budget greatly. We have 86,541 people in our county receiving Medi-Cal. So 86,541 folks. So that's a third of our population is Medi-Cal. We have 43,000 on CalFresh and 4,000 on CalWorks. All of these programs are proposed to get some level of cuts under this new bill, this continuing resolution bill. But the biggest one for us would be in Medi-Cal. As you can see, it's amazing that, so we have 86,000 people on Medi-Cal. In California, there's 15 million people on Medi-Cal in our state. So our state population is 39 million, 15 million are in Medi-Cal. And then if you look at Medi-Cal, who's really on Medi-Cal? 50% are children under the age of 18, 50%. And this is what's being proposed to be cut. So you can see why we're very concerned about it. You can go to the next page. So again, this is just more information on the programs, the safety net programs that are at risk, Medi-Cal, CalFresh, CalWorks, brief description of those programs. You can go to the next slide. The other area of risk is that we're still outstanding over $91 million in unpaid federal disaster claims going all the way back to 2017. You can see that the red bar is the amount that were not paid back, 15 million still from 2017. Those claims have all been obligated, so they're basically approved. We're just waiting for the check. But again, everything's stopped as of January. We're unlikely to see the $10 million in COVID-19 remaining claims because they've been disallowed because they changed the rules after we had already spent the funds. CZU fires were still owed $15 million. And then notice in 23 and 24, that's the one where we're not seeing any movement. We're not seeing any obligations, any processing of the claims, and hardly any funds. The 9.1 million is actually an advance we received from Cal OES. So that's not federal money. So you can see that we have just in 23 and 24, we have almost more than 50 million of the 91 million outstanding. You can go to the next slide. So one thing I wanted to mention as well on the FEMA grant is that we still have about 50 million of projects that we haven't even started. So these are projects that we've already done some work on and we're waiting to get reimbursed from the federal government. This is the $91 million. This is money we're out. We've spent it. We're waiting to get reimbursed. And that's why we have a cash flow issue. In addition to that, there's approximately another 50 million of projects that are disaster related, like Mount Charlie, Paulson Road, others, that we haven't even started the road work on yet. So that's on top of the 91 million. So anyway, that shows you that's another area of risk. You can go to the next slide. So then there's also other federal grants that are at risk due to either just money being frozen or money that or grants that we're told are being under review. So we've received letters from different agencies saying they are reviewing this grant for compliance with the president's executive orders. And then others appear they're just kind of stalled. They haven't said anything, but the money's not flowing. So anyway, this is an area that we are still analyzing. We don't have good data yet on how much of these grants, what the categories are of those that are just under review for compliance with executive orders and which are just not moving. But we are working on that and we hope within the next few weeks to have better data on which grants these are, how much they are. We have some specific examples, but we don't really have a comprehensive view yet. So that this is another area that we're working on right now. You can go to the next slide. So a few weeks ago, I established a federal policy response team. And the idea is that we are going to get the data. This is not on the safety net programs. This is not on the FEMA. This is on that third category. These are grants that are under review for compliance with DEI and immigration, other executive orders, and grants that just appear to be frozen or they're just not moving. So we have a team that's working on the data collection and an impact analysis, another fiscal team that's working on the fiscal impact. We will be outreaching to community partners because many of these grants flow through us to community-based organizations. So we will be engaging those folks. And then we will also be engaging our federal and state legislators with these specific examples of grants that appear to be either under review or frozen for some unknown reason. So we're working on that, and this team is hard at work developing this data. And go to the next slide. So despite all these challenges, we are making progress on some important projects. Just wanted to review them quickly. You can see here's just a list of all the great stuff that we are doing. So even though these are challenging financial times with potential big cuts coming from the federal level, at the same time, we're making a lot of progress on some very exciting projects, including the Pajaro River that you can see there. We're still doing the Sheriff's DNA Lab, the sustainability and housing element we've done. There's just a whole list. The Mobile Emergency Crisis Response Team, which is now operating 24/7. These are just some of the examples of things that we are doing and making progress on. You can go to the next slide. So South County Government Center, we've had it open now for more than a year, and we're getting services out there, more services for the public that are being offered every month that goes by. So you can see the departments that are listed there, and they're offering more and more services to the public and in this new facility. Next slide. The Sobering Center, we're having the 1-year anniversary of the opening of the Sobering Center. I think it might be this week. So that's a very exciting project, very exciting collaboration between the sheriff's office, CAO's office, Health Services Agency, and also Janus. And it's doing great work. The Aptos Branch Library was our last library that got built. It's an amazing facility. We did great work bringing new library services to the community. And then we're working on the park and Whiting Road. Still, we don't have a lot out there yet, but there's definitely developing a master plan. Go to the next slide. The Children's Crisis Residential Stabilization Program is finishing construction. It'll offer an 8-bed crisis stabilization unit and a 16-bed residential program. It will help keep our youth from having to go out of county for psychiatric hospitalization. Anyway, we are finishing up the construction and we hope to open it by next fall. So this is going to be a very exciting thing for our community. It's a great achievement for our Health Services Agency. Next slide. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Marcus Pimentel to go over the budget.
Good afternoon, board members, Chair Hernandez. Again, I'm Marcus Pimentel, I'm your County Budget Manager. I want to just spend a few minutes doing two things, giving you an update on where we're trending this year, but really setting the stage for our release of the budget, for the 25-26 budget on April 29th at the board hearing on April 29th. So this is just an informational item. We have some cleanup actions that I'll discuss at the end of my few slides. And then we're going to continue the conversation with Nicole and Monica Hernandez here with some different elements on Measure K and what we're seeing in health. So what you have in front of you is just a reminder about our general fund. This is focused on our general fund operations, not the entire county. Within our general fund, we have budget authority that is funded by our general fund contribution. This year, we have about $230,000 supporting different departments across the county providing services. And that's the bar in green. That's our contribution, our support to make sure departments can continue to fund their operations. Without probably too much of a surprise, about half of our general fund contribution goes into public safety and justice. Those are not departments that typically have revenue streams to fund their operations. They do have some federal grants, some support from the state, but we supply a big portion of their budget to help keep their operations going. If you look at the next biggest amount, Health and Human Services, they're getting about 10% of the general fund contribution to support their budget. So they're funded by 90% of their own operations and relying on only about 10% of our general fund contribution. So I just wanted to remind you of where our adopted budget was at for this year. And over the last several months, we've been updating our forecast, adding some additional out years, taking in new data points, doing all our trend analysis through the first 6 months of the year, July through December, and then factoring in everything but the presidential election policy changes that we're seeing now coming at us really fast. So this forecast does not yet anticipate any specific change in funding, but I do want to call out we've allowed for an allowance of a what if things happen of somewhere between a magnitude of $5 to $17 million over the tenure of this forecast. The forecast has improved since last year. About this time last year, Measure K wasn't approved by the voters. We hadn't solved for the disaster debt financing with FEMA and the 2023 storms. With the resolution of the disaster financing at a better package than we anticipated, and with the passage of Measure K, our forecast has improved significantly from where we were at last year to this year. And the staff report dives into a little bit more of that comparison of where and how it improved. And what you see is next year's budget has a very small deficit. This is just a trend analysis of a deficit of about $2 million right now. And this does not include any significant changes from the federal policy. And as you hear from Monica Morales a little bit later about health, this does not include the current issues we're trying to solve for the current operations within health. So there's just a trend forecast of if everything remains status quo into next year's budget as it is this budget cycle. So it's a little bit encouraging. We have some opportunity to solve things out in the tail end of this forecast. And that goes in line with our overall trajectory of the last several forecasts where we're seeing a little bit of relief coming in the early 2030s. Looked at another way, layering our revenue growth, the bar in green, the dotted line in green against our costs. between our remaining operating costs, and then something we detail in the staff report a little bit more, and we'll discuss within the proposed 25-26 budget, is we do have a lot of new mandates and existing mandates that are continuing to escalate our costs. This is not the entire magnitude of it, but there are a lot of new ones that have been hitting us, care courts, CalAIM, and others, where obligations have been put in place. The funding, if any, has been supplied, isn't sufficient to keep with the operations. So we're starting to distinguish between normal operating costs and costs that are unfunded mandates that we're starting to absorb. And our definition of unfunded mandates may not match what the state of California determines to be an unfunded mandate. They have a way of determining that some certain mandates are either funded or don't qualify for that. But we do see those as unfunded mandates. So I just want to distinguish our forecast between our major cost pressures and our ongoing operations. Looking at our revenue trends, our top revenues, and I mention this every year, cannabis is not a top revenue, but it's one that we get a lot of questions from. Within the general fund, some of the top tax revenue sources are property tax, vehicle license fees, and sales tax. Property tax continues to be a very strong, stable, growing base for us, whether it's turnover of properties or just annual increased valuations that the state of California allows up to 2%. Vehicle license fees grows with the same trajectory as property tax. So for us as a community that has a strong property tax base, our VLF in lieu fees are being pulled up by property tax growth. Sales tax is a little bit, we've talked about the fluidity of certain revenues. Sales tax is a very reactive revenue stream. As soon as consumers or the economy, something happens, we'll see a hit in sales tax within the fiscal year or even faster. We're starting to see a little bit of a pullback on taxable sales transactions in this current year, a little bit lower than we projected. So we're actually trending right now to be short in sales tax. We'll be talking about that with the board in May with our revised estimates within the realignment letter if we need to make any adjustments. But right now, sales tax is underperforming budget. Transit occupancy tax is also underperforming. We think that's a one-time timing issue versus something wrong with the revenue stream. But I just want to call out sales tax as something we've been looking at and monitoring closely. And right now, it may be slowing in the growth patterns. We've talked a lot about the disparities of how this county is funded by state law and other attributes and our peers. So if we were to look at all counties across the state and the property tax allocation rate, how much of the property tax do certain counties get versus the Santa Cruz County? As this board knows, we're well below our peers, and we're down at the bottom of the list across all of California. We've talked about in the past, if we had rates like Monterey's county allocation rate that would bring $30 million more a year into this general fund. But we don't, and this are locked into state law, and these are something that I've appreciated board members' support and help with bringing this to the attention and discussing how we might, if ever, get successful at making some changes. Another thing that is more likely to change in my lifetime maybe is sales tax allocation. As this board knows, as more fulfillment centers and distribution centers pop up around the state of California, revenue purchased online by our residents who live in the unincorporated area, a big portion of that revenue now will start or continues to be leaving this community and going to the communities where those fulfillment and distribution centers are at. So that's an ongoing erosion of our sales tax base. Conservatively, there's $5 million already a year leaving this county every year, going to other communities because of their fulfillment centers. So that continues to be a challenge, but there continues to be optimism that there might be solutions coming. We'll see. But I like the direction of the discussion so far within policy groups and advocacy groups across California. And then our reserves, just finishing where we're situated with our reserves. Our reserves are just about 12%. And as we've talked about with the board, if we back out our reserves dedicated to supporting the Medi-Cal populations, our health reserves, we drop to about 5.7%, which is just a little about 3 payroll cycles. So that is a level that is very unusual for counties to be at that low rate. And it's something that one of the few things that keeps us if anything, of all the things that keep us up late at night, this is one of them. Given our propensity for disasters, given the amount of financing we just had to do last year, we're going to be unable to keep responding at that level, finding $90 million a year every year for disasters should they continue. So having reserves at a very small level just eliminates our ability to respond and recover. Some of the just interesting forecast points. When we're building our forecast, we're looking at our own data, but we're also looking at national and regionally what's happening in those markets. And there's a mix. And what you'll see is random percentages, but green is good. Red is something we're worried about, and yellow is we'll see. Right now, there continues to be some optimism with our GDP, California's own gross domestic product growth, which is a sign of how strong our economy is in California. It's staying at a strong number, and it's gone up from year over year. Retail sales, U.S. retail sales, has continued to increase. Now, there's starting to be a disparity between retail sales by high income earners and retail sales by those lower in the economics paradigm. Those in the lower paradigms we're starting to see pullback in a lot of those purchases. It's from a lot of things, perhaps. And one of the things we track on here is personal savings rate. It continues to erode. Savings rate's about 4% across our country. It means a lot of our, and if you take the average of a 4% rate, that includes high income earners who probably have a very high rate, and low income earners who are living literally paycheck to paycheck, day to day. So we are worried with low personal savings rates, with things like the producer price index, which is a future price factor. As manufacturers' prices are increasing, that's reflected in the producer price index. Those will trickle down to consumers and the consumer price index. So with things like eggs happening now and the likelihood of continued stubborn inflation, there's a lot of factors that could put a slowdown on our economy, let alone other things that can just happen to us as a country. So we tend to factor a lot of things right now. I think our outlook is questionable, but right now we're holding steady. We think our general fund will be holding steady. We think the economy will be holding steady, dependent on what happens in these coming months with policy changes. Some of the things I mentioned in our detailed in the staff report, every year it's routine that we have some cleanup items from the adopted budget that are corrections. We have several corrections and a few things that are appropriate, taking action on direction that the board had indicated when we adopted the budget, but we weren't quite ready to make those direct fundings amounts. So we begin with reducing our general fund contingency by 1.28 million. These are for Measure K allocations that were planned and expected. And we're at that point in time where we're ready to put those into action. So this action today would transfer from our contingency $400,000 into behavioral health, $200,000 into housing initiatives with the Housing Authority as a partnership, $400,000 into some uses that are starting to come together for housing projects and initiatives. A recent $233,000 allocation for Lumpico community to find alternative emergency addresses access, and a $50,000 contribution for the Davenport sanitation. So those are directed initiatives that we expected when we adopted the budget, but some of those are just now happening. The rest of these things are corrections. We had an allocation funding the SoCal buffer biking, $800,000 that did not get plugged into the adopted budget. So the project is fully funded, but we need to make the transfer in to fund the remaining amount. There's some equipment appropriations in Parks CSA 11 that were intended to be funded that were just left out of the budget authority. And then there's several other items that are really, again, just cleanup. We have $350,000 that's moving it from one capital projects fund to another. And we've got some modification of fixed assets to take advantage of some better purchasing options within Public Works fleet. And those require board authority to make changes to the fixed asset schedule. Again, these are detailed, these are covered in more details in the board letter. What I really want to get to, and if I take a moment and call Director of Health and Human Services, or Health and Services Agency, I just gave you a new consolidated agency. Monica Morales, we can talk a little bit about not only our federal funding risks that CEO Palacio has talked about, but our health service agency and what they're encountering right now.
Thank you, Marcus. Good afternoon. I know you guys are probably need a little stretch, so I'll go through this a little quickly. For the record, I'm Monica Morales. I'm the Health Services Agency Director. as outlined by Marcus, we do see a deficit, a budget gap in our proposed 25-26 mid-year budget. Obviously, these are still estimates that we're reviewing. I would say the top three reasons in terms of what we're noticing is that the behavioral health reimbursement, that switch that we did with CalAIM, is really hurting us. It's estimated to be about a 30% to 34% reduction in the rate of how we're actually getting paid for our services. And that's quite an impact for our program, as you can imagine. In addition, the second reason is that our programs are getting more expensive. We have, the commitment to provide services in our community, but with that comes expenses for programming. I'll give you guys an example. We are very proud of the youth crisis facility that is scheduled to be open in the late summer. The facility cost us about $26 million just to purchase and actually get the building in place. As we're doing some kind of inquiring with providers, the estimated cost for operating the programs is about $9.4 million. Now, we can reimburse and request reimbursement for some of those services. As we look at those estimates, we're hoping to be able to reimburse about $4.3 million. So that's going to leave us about a $5 million gap. Now, we all agree that this service is important to our community, right? And so these are the tough discussions that we're analyzing as programming also gets more expensive. Another one is our Institutes of Mental Disease, locked care, as we call it. Just a few years ago in 23-24, we were spending about $12 million. That is now increasing to about 16.2 as we're estimating for 25 and 26, fiscal year 25 and 26. So that gives you a sense of how our program is also getting more expensive. And the third bucket for us is really that administrating these programs and these services, it's expensive. Clinical supplies, for example, as you heard probably in the media, are increasing, right? Gloves, basic gloves, are like almost double than what they used to be even 5 years or 6 years ago. Labor is getting more expensive. Overhead, our phones, our facilities, we pay electricity too, right? Just like our other consumers, just like it hits our bills, so do our facilities. And so all of these three factors for us is something that we're monitoring. Again, I do want to repeat that this does not take into account potential federal changes that are going to come our way. So as you can tell, we're all pretty, we're monitoring what happens up in the Hill, but it is pretty scary for us at this point, what's going to happen to our services. We are looking at the same time, as we're analyzing all our data, ways to really sustain ourselves. And so it's going to be a little bit tough, but we're looking as we're analyzing to identify cost savings, enhancing our operations, right? Being more efficient in the way that perhaps our clinics are delivering services on the ground and behavioral health is delivering services on the ground, looking at productivity, thinking about decreasing supplies costs. So things, for example, should we leverage and find other vendors that are not too expensive for some clinical supplies that we need, for example. And, just being a little bit more responsible, even through our contractors. Are there ways that our contractors can also support this deficit and also looking at, ways that they can be more efficient? I know this is very stressful. I'm feeling stressed. I'm sure you're feeling stressed. You have multiple departments to really consider. But we are reaffirming, I'm reaffirming my commitment to be transparent with you. As we continue to do the analysis, I will be providing updates to the board and, coming obviously in April and in the summer to do a full presentation so the public can be aware of what we're confronting. So with that, I'll step back and answer questions if you have any in the next couple of minutes.
Just to finish the slide and frame the context, I think health right now, we're projecting a gap this year of 11 to 17 million. There'll be proposals brought forward in the proposed budget on April 29th. So you'll get a lot more detail in that proposed budget. I appreciate all the work Monica and her team are doing to solve for their challenges. And as we've talked about before, we were facing other issues. Our aging roadways, culverts, and county facilities across our county are all in dire need of investments. And we have some plans and strategies of how we might get there. And I think we'll be talking about that in a few minutes with Measure K. One of the things I want to talk about is state pensions, and that's the pension system that the county is a part of. We've got some good news and some challenging news that is always there. The state pension investment system, the state pension system takes all the proceeds across the entire system and invests that and makes investments for us and all of our member agencies. And over the last several decades, you could say, they've been underperforming their market. They have an expected rate of return that they expect every year. They built it into the model. And when they fall short, they increase rates to their member agencies, us. Over 6 out of the last 10 years, they've fallen short of their target. And thereby, we've seen rates continue to increase. They now have a 2-year run where they're, on average, they're at their expected level. It doesn't make up for the shortfall that it's been happening, but at least they're at their expected level now. So that's good news. And we should see a portion of our rate stabilizing. And with the reforms that this county did, this county was a leader in reforms in 2012 before the state pension reforms happened. We're actually, if we dive into our pension numbers, we're seeing the normal costs, that just the cost of maintaining the current system are starting to come down. So that's something we've been anticipating and expecting. Once the investment system, if they are fixing their investment losses, and if they continue a pattern of hitting their investment targets, we'll at least start seeing some stabilization in a big chunk of our pension costs. So it's an emerging issue. It's something we're always concerned about because we can't control their investment decisions, but they do have 2 years of things getting a little bit better. And I'm not ready to say they've fixed it, but at least we've seen that. And with that, I think I want to move us into Measure K spending.
Right.
Or Assistant County Administrative Officer.
Thank you and good afternoon. I was expecting to be here in the morning, but here we are. So last fall, we brought to you our first Measure K spending plan that the board approved, and we promised to bring future plans earlier. So this is your first preview as to what we're thinking in terms of a plan, and we would like to get board direction as we refine this plan going forward. So just as a reminder, December 5th of 2023 is when the board adopted the resolution placing Measure K on the ballot, and also a companion resolution establishing budget priorities or uses for the county's Measure K half-cent sales tax. This tax was approved on March 5th, 2024. And as part of the resolution that was passed by the board, it signaled that the board wanted to invest in some key areas that were of particular importance to the public. These broadly included wildlife and emergency response, roads, potholes, and parks, and various issues related to health and safety within our community. So the first plan that we brought to the board, as I mentioned, was in this past September 24th, 2024, the board approved the first spending plan that we incorporated into the adopted budget once we were able to resolve some issues with this tax. We decided that based on the $7.5 million that we anticipated receiving in this fiscal year, that $1 million would be set aside for environmental and parks capital projects. This included $200,000 set aside for each district, and we've been working with each of your office to direct those funds. Another $1 million was intended for homelessness programs and services in unincorporated areas. We placed $1 million in general fund contingencies for various housing-related uses in unincorporated areas. We also placed $1 million in the general fund restricted contingencies for emergency road projects this winter. And we haven't transferred anything yet, but I understand there might be a need for some of those funds coming up. And then we had another $3.5 million to restore general fund contingencies to really prepare our county for the climate-driven disasters we're experiencing in various storm seasons and other potential emergencies. The housing-related uses, we identified specific areas with county staff that were really a critical immediate need. As Marcus mentioned, $200,000 was set aside through Housing for Health for, it was a partnership with the Housing Authority
to secure security deposits for units rented in the unincorporated area because some funds were going away. And so with these budget actions today, we're going to be transferring those funds to Housing for Health. We had another $400,000 for behavioral health room and board expenses in licensed residential care facilities in unincorporated areas. And the final $400,000 was intended to be set aside for various affordable and supportive housing projects in unincorporated areas. And we've been working on identifying those. So with that in mind, we took a look at historically what the board had prioritized as being important. We also took into consideration what we were hearing from the board in terms of new priorities and what we are suggesting that we would like to do as part of the proposed budget is to set aside that we're anticipating $10.1 million coming in for Measure K in 2025-26. We would like to set aside the same amount for the environmental and parks capital projects, which would go into the capital projects budget. And that would still have the individual set asides for each board office. And we would look to you to tell us where you would like those funds to be invested. On March 26th of 2024, the board heard an item from the Human Services Department Housing for Health Division on homelessness, the homelessness activities and the Housing for Health framework. And the board at the time approved in concept appropriating $1 million to Housing for Health in 2024-2025 on an ongoing basis that would help to continue to support these programs and services because the funding currently is so one-time. It's very hard to plan and to anticipate ongoing operations in this area. So this would provide a steady source of income. So we would like to recommend continuing this set aside, and these funds will be used to leverage matching funds from city jurisdictions, from other county funds and state and federal grants to sustain shelter operations and programs over the long term. We also have $1 million continuing to be set aside for housing area and housing related uses. I do want to note that the board has expressed an interest in various issues related to housing. This includes legal assistance for tenant protection, security deposits, like we invested in this current fiscal year, the behavioral health room and board expenses, and various affordable and supportive housing projects. So we are looking for some input in this area with one caveat: because of the situation facing the Health Services Agency, staff does intend to continue and would like to get board approval to do this, the $400,000 for the licensed care room board expenses, which would help the situation over in the Health Services Agency. So there would still be $600,000 within this housing bucket to work with you all and get some direction on. And then another area is roads. As you are well aware, the roads fund has seen a decline in resources due to reduced gas tax revenues and increased storm damage and our climate change related disasters. And we'll be having to fund debt service because of the bonds we issued to help with our cash flow issues. So we really would like to make a greater investment in roads, as you all know. And so we are suggesting we appropriate $2 million from Measure K in an effort to increase road maintenance and resurfacing and major culvert repair and replacement. The Community Development and Infrastructure Department is developing a budget to maximize the use of this funding. And so should we get other direction, we will of course make modifications to this budget. But at the same time, I want to note that our office and Carlos Palacios, the CAO, we're attempting to locate whatever additional contributions we could make to roads to help with these repairs that we know are needed in the unincorporated areas. And to the extent we can identify additional funds, we will bring those to you as part of the proposed budget for 2025, 2026. And then the last category, the $5.1 million, is really going to support a wide variety of services in the unincorporated areas. These are essential services to maintain ongoing county operations within our public safety and justice departments, our Health and Human Services departments and our Land Use and Community Services departments. So with that, that's the Measure K plan, and I'll be happy to answer questions later, but I want to turn it back over to Marcus to address the budget timeline.
So as a reminder where we're at, departments have submitted their budgets. We're in the process of reviewing those now. We're on track towards producing the budget and presenting it to this board on the April 29th board meeting. That would begin our 25-26 budget hearing process. We would continue our hearings on June 3rd and 4th. That allows plenty of time for the community and engagement and board members to work with staff and the community on what's in the budget. And we would come back on June 10th for the board to approve the budget and then send it into the summer work with the auto controller, where we do a lot of additional work, including estimating the end of the year results and bringing the final adopted budget back September 30th. So this is your mid-year review. Again, I think this is colored by the concerns that CEO Palacios started with. There's a lot of threats we're facing. There are some internal challenges we already have, whether it be FEMA or current unfunded rates and structures and systems. And so we're all eager to see what action the feds do today. But with that, we'll pause and see what questions you might have.
I'd like to see if there's anyone in the public who would like to speak. Please come up to the podium. Seeing none, anybody online?
Yes, Chair, we have speakers online. Tim, your microphone's now available.
Hello, thank you. Thank you again for allowing me to speak. I'm looking at this budget here and all this information. It's interesting how Santa Cruz County is always starved against all the other counties here in regards to state funding. And I am concerned, as you well know, about the Trump administration and all their antics here towards the state of California and the entire West Coast. So looking at the numbers here, I wonder if there's a way to carve out $2 million for forestry work on the top here on Summit, San Jose, SoCal, and Summit, and also on the other side of 17. A lot could be done with $2 million, and to create maybe some buffer areas to try to prevent fire from coming over the top and mowing through the unincorporated community on top here and finding its way down into SoCal and Santa Cruz down there. So that might be wise. And, you know, there's all sorts of dead wood and trees bounced around on private properties. Maybe eminent domain could be used a little bit. And the idea here is to create some room so firemen have room to maneuver. And so local folks on the top here have a greater ability maybe to stop fires. When people come in to our region during the summertime, you know, there were a number of potential arson attacks against our communities. And this would give us the upper hand and allow us to defend our community, you know, when we all know that Washington, D.C. is incredibly unfriendly to our national parks, our environment in total here, and communities that are rural that live in forested areas, which are so important to our country. So anyways, I would carve out about $2 million and get to work this spring and start chopping some stuff down. Anyways, thank you very much. You take it easy.
Kim, your microphone's now available.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kim Morrison. I'm the interim CEO at Encompass Community Services. I'd like to advocate for the Measure K funding set aside for the prioritizing of behavioral health funding. We operate the only 3 mental health residential facilities in Santa Cruz County. These facilities provide treatment and room and board services to clients who have stepped down from hospitalized services and are working to be able to get back home to their normal lives. Because these facilities are small, we do not recognize a favorable economy of scale in our room and board costs. For the past 2 years under CalAIM, we've required supplemental funding to operate the houses without significant losses. For this current year, our projected room and board costs are about $162 per bed day against a county rate of $125. Fortunately, the county was able to provide some additional funds through Measure K so that we could operate. In our upcoming budget, we're not expecting room and board costs to fall. As we all know, inflation is significant and food costs are rising. While we're working to bring down costs where we can, the county has cut their room and board rate by 40% to $75 per day. We will require some additional funding to be able to keep these important facilities operating and providing much needed services to the community. If we're not able to resolve this funding shortfall, we could be forced to close the facilities, resulting in a gap in services for the mental health continuum in the county. Again, I'd like to advocate for some of the Measure K funding for these services. Thank you for your time.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
Bring it back to the board, see if anyone has any questions. I'll start with my left-hand side over here with Supervisor Martinez. Immediate left.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the CAO budget team for this overview. I really want to acknowledge that what we're looking at today is just a snapshot in time, and there are so many variables that are unpredictable right now. And so I appreciate the really solid information you're able to provide us today, given so many factors. I don't need to spend much time just sharing the concerns that I know we all share regarding the threats at the federal level. I have deep concerns about those impacts on our local ability to serve our community and continue the valuable services that our public depend on. And so I appreciate the plan in place, the task force in place to sort of sort out what risks are being posed and what we could do about them. But I do have a lot of concerns in that area. As it pertains to our general fund contingencies and the Measure K funding, one, I just really want to appreciate that we have both of these financing mechanisms to address needs that are both emerging and historic. This is especially important in light of the fact that our county is systemically underfunded in terms of our share of property tax revenue and our costs and rates as it relates to our mandated healthcare services. And so I want to just share my gratitude for folks who brought forward Measure K and who voted for it, because as we can see, this is something that we're really depending on to meet the critical needs of our community today. And I want to thank the county team for working to advance a number of priorities for my district through these fundings, including the Lompico alternate egress effort mentioned in the report, as well as a number of other priorities. It's affording us an opportunity to expand improvement efforts related to parks, roads, and other things that are critically important to our residents. I want to say that I'm generally comfortable with the Measure K plan that you've brought forward today. However, as we continue to prepare for the upcoming budget hearings, recognizing that there's a significant deficit proposed in our health services, I really want to look both at Measure K and across our entire budget at how we could try to balance out that deficit where we can. I know that a budget is a reflection of our values as a county, and I think everybody would agree that the health and wellness of our community is a value and a priority for our county. So I'll be curious to see how we might be able to provide some reprieve where possible as it relates to that deficit. Although I'm ready to advance, the plan and eager to hear about other proposals from other supervisors today. One thing that I do want to say, before a motion is proposed or before I take a vote, is that as many members of the community know, I was most recently employed as the CEO of Encompass Community Services. And I thank the caller today from Encompass who is here. Encompass is a local nonprofit organization that holds a number of service contracts with the county. And while I do not believe that my prior employment with Encompass constitutes a potential or an actual legal conflict of interest that would prevent me from voting on items related to Encompass, in the interest of transparency and good governance, I'm going to be abstaining from voting on anything I can identify that may have a connection to Encompass while in my first year of office. Because of this, when we get to an action related to the portion of Measure K funding that may go to Room and Board for Behavioral Health Services, I'll be abstaining from that piece. And I'll continue to work with the County Council and the CAO's office to identify such other areas to abstain from. Thank you.
Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Assistant CAO Coburn and Budget Manager Pimentel for the great presentation. Unfortunately, not on a great topic or great news today. While certainly we're watching what could be a catastrophic event at the national level, I think in many ways the more important story here is just the systematic underfunding that our county has experienced over decades, which has left us in this weakened state. CalAIM reimbursement rates are just adding insult to injury here in further reducing the funds available for our social safety net. I have a few questions. First, maybe if you could just pull up the slide showing kind of projected budget deficits and surpluses over the coming years. Yeah, that one. I didn't hear if you mentioned what leads to that big decline or large deficit projected for 26, 27.
Yeah, well, we have some laddered, at the time when this was put out there, some laddered delays and where we thought some federal program hits might happen to us. So a little bit of 26, 25, 26 is impacted by some assumptions of federal, but it's really the projection scenario had it landing in 26, 27, where we'd see some significant reductions in funding that would come into that year. Now we're likely to see that if it happens much sooner. So again, this is a case where when this was put together, it predates even the ideas that were coming out. We knew the concepts, but not necessarily how committed they were to timelines.
Okay.
So it's ongoing investments in roads, in facilities. It's increasing operating costs that we're seeing, but it's really the big hit is some assumptions on federal threats in 26, 27, and then kind of tapering down over the last couple of years.
Gotcha. And then in 29 to, I think that should be 30 and 2030 and beyond, what leads to then the increase in revenues there? I know kind of roughly in that time frame, we're looking at potentially that we've actually paid off most of our debts as far as the redevelopment agency, and that's on some of that. I think it's about 11% of our total property taxes would then be, I think, evenly distributed through all the jurisdictions. So that could lead to a bump around that time frame. Is that what we're seeing in this graph, or is that something else?
It's more directly with the presumption that if there are some major federal declines, that they might be unwound. So that's a presumption. It's not, we're not doing dollar for dollar, but that there's, 40 cents on the dollar, if you will, that some of that might be unwound. There's the continual trend that we've been seeing with some cost pressures loosening up by those years. And some of that is, again, what I mentioned about the CalPERS system, where if they can fix their investment side of the shop, the plan costs, the normal operating costs of the pension system are starting to decrease. So if they can fix the investment side, which maybe they have, we're not banking on that yet. Some of our scenarios include some significant savings in those plans. And we do have some debts coming off the books at a smaller scale. They're lesser impact. RDA coming off the books, again, smaller scale, lesser impact. But I'd say it's mostly unwinding some of the federal risks that we built into this forecast. Some cost pressure decreases on the CalPERS pension system are probably the two biggest factors.
Okay. So where is there I mean, what I'm not seeing in this is like any place where the unfunded liabilities as far as pensions really kind of kicks in or has a huge negative impact on our budget. Is that just?
That's a great question.
It's a large number. I was trying to find it here. I mean, it was what, like $800 million?
Yeah, we're over 600 million in total unfunded liability. CalPERS charges a very nice discount rate of 6.8% on any unfunded liabilities. It's another time for another conversation. But we are planning to build out in the 25-26 budget a whole new section that talks a little bit more richer and in detail about the CalPERS system, the reforms that we put in place, the state reforms, the triggers and the unfunded liability, and how it's been growing largely, not entirely, but largely from the investment underperformance. So that's an ongoing cost. We get charged every year on that unfunded liability at an interest rate of 6.8%.
Yeah. And then you mentioned in the Measure K presentation that we set aside $3.5 million for contingencies. I mean, I think even the $1 million for roads was basically put into our contingency fund. At some point, are we going to look at opportunities for, I mean, we've had a pretty good winter. Hopefully that will continue. I mean, obviously we don't have a great record in March, but I'm hopeful this year that we get all the way through relatively unscathed. At some point, would we look at potentially like proactively applying those funds we've held in contingency on projects?
I mean, typically we want to keep it contingency on an annual basis. We had to restore that amount using one-time fund balance that was unanticipated at the end of last fiscal year. So we would hope to roll as much of that forward into the next fiscal year to maintain a contingency. Obviously, we've had a really good storm season with that minimal damage, knock on wood. So we could take a look at the road contingency and what that means. I did mention I think there is a small amount where we potentially may have to transfer to deal with some repairs. And I think we told the board we were going to come back in the spring, most likely April, to report on where we're at with the contingencies.
Okay. And I guess that brings me to the proposed plan for Measure K spending. First of all, really glad to see the proposal to maintain the funding for parks. That has been a vital resource at $200,000 per district. I'm sure my colleagues will find just to do really needed deferred maintenance and to begin making some progress on that. And so I would definitely support maintaining that. The $2 million for roads. I mean, I appreciate that we're talking about an increase here from 1 million to 2 million. I think that we saw a $1.3 million or thereabouts decrease in the general kind of road maintenance fund last year. I think it went from something like 9.5 down to a little 7 and change million. And for my colleagues' reference, that's basically our pothole and like ditching and mowing program, kind of the work that gets, so it's not necessarily resurfacing, but still a lot of maintenance work that goes into county roads. And I know that even that small decrease, which is a result of the gas tax going down, led to a lot less work being done. And so backfilling a little bit with the Measure K money is helpful, but I don't think that additional amount is even going to get us to where we were before. And then we're also not making additional investments in the roads. I mean, what's really scary about our situation right now is if we get another 2023, we don't have the money to go out and do $90 million of emergency repairs the way we did back then. I mean, we're already seeing with like Mountain Charlie Road, right? I mean, that is a temporary fix done with Measure D dollars. And so it seems to me like every dollar we can invest in preventative maintenance now in our roads, I mean, and there's, I think $400 million worth of repairs we should be making on culverts, right? I mean, each one of those could be, maybe it's $100,000 fix that saves us a $5 million repair, which we would just never be able to actually make. I mean, so if we want to avoid all kinds of people being stranded throughout our mountains because of failed roads, we really need to be increasing our investment in some of these high priority culverts and other, really just managing water so that it doesn't wash out roads and strand more people. So, and of course, I hear that we're also facing some serious challenges in the health department as well. It's tough. We hear so often from constituents who are saying, "Hey, I wrote you a $10,000 check last year. Where the heck did my money go?" And of course, we have to explain that. Well, first of all, we only got $1,300 of that check, but then we should definitely be investing some portion of that money that they gave us from property taxes to make sure that people can access their property. And it really seems to me like we've pushed that so far down to the bottom of our agenda. We need to start pushing it back up because otherwise we'll have a serious problem on our hand. So, I guess I would like to see, we have a sort of very general allocation being proposed for the Measure K revenues, the $5.1 million for essential services across public safety, health and human services, land use and community services. Is that, should we see the land use and community services to mean like CDI in general, or just specifically land use and not public works?
Yeah, in the current year budget, you might recall we have had to designate and call out on the budget website each of our Measure K contributions to show what it's funding and provide language around that. So for the current year, we funded the Unified Permit Center in the planning division of CDI, and we funded a portion of the SoCal Drive buffered bike lane project through the general fund Measure K contribution. So when we bring the proposed budget to you at the end of April, it will be pretty crystal clear what we're funding from Measure K. This is just a high level snapshot of what we're wanting to bring, because we want to have a conversation with you ahead of time so it's no surprise. But aside from your direction to us on environmental or parks projects, we will get much more granular in each of these categories of what we're proposing to fund. And even within essential services, you'll know what we're funding across the different departments.
Okay, but the question is are we, with this sort of conceptual approval you're asking for today, are we talking about $2 million for roads and $5.1 million for things that are not roads?
Yes.
Right. I think I'm okay with saying $5.1 million for other things, but I think that even that should potentially include roads. And this kind of gets to my last question, which is debt service on the $90 million or 89. Would that potentially be paid out of the $2 million that we're talking about here, or would that come from a different?
No, we are, CDI has been incorporating their portion of the debt service into their budget planning. And so the $2 million we're talking about would be on actual improvements, road paving, pothole repair, culvert repair, and maintenance. We're talking about fixing actual roads with $2 million.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Like I said, $400 million, I think, is the number just for culverts. So
yeah, and we recognize what you're saying, and we do, to the extent we can identify other funds. We have various emerging issues, priorities, challenges we're facing, as you've heard. We need to balance all of those to see what additional we could bring from the general fund to the roads fund.
Yeah, right. Okay. That's all my comments for now.
Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. I guess we'll know more tomorrow, or maybe in the coming days, about our budget and what that looks like in terms of federal cuts. But I do just want to appreciate all the work that's been done by county staff on all these various projects. And again, want to thank the voters for supporting Measure K and having helped lead that effort and being one of the board members who led the Measure K campaign. I will just say that when I was out and about, and I know that some of the folks who supported us, and I'll just state it again as it relates to housing and housing issues, the tenant legal defense was one of the things that a lot of people who I spoke with were very much interested in seeing us fund moving forward. I know COPA and the tenant eviction defense collab came out last year, right before the budget, a little late, asking for like $800,000, which it's really hard to make that happen late in the game. But I do think that they and others, and as we move forward into this really unpredictable world, having services and legal defense for tenants, I think should be one of our priorities, because we're going to start seeing, if the cuts happen that they say they're going to happen, we're going to start seeing a lot of folks losing their jobs, potentially getting evicted, maybe illegal evictions start happening. And so being able to provide resources, I know we're going to be talking about resources for immigrants and for LGBTQ folks, but also resources for people who are low income, and not just low income, but people who are renters in this community, I think is really going to be critical. So maintaining and trying to actually increase the amount of funding that we put towards the tenant legal defense is something I think is really important. I appreciate the $2 million, the increase in the road funds. I think that's pretty much, in terms of all the competing interests. I personally think that that's, it's one of the only categories where we saw the funding double from last year. And I think that shows a dedication and commitment on the county to increase that. And so I wouldn't want to see more funding in that specific category from Measure K, given all the other competing interests and all the competing needs, especially around health that we're going to see potentially as we experience a lot of budget cuts. Because, people experiencing poverty in our community, we need to do everything we can to try to make sure that we keep them whole and we provide support for them when, as we just heard earlier, 50% of the funding for, Med-Cal for children. It's like, how many kids is that going to impact in our community? And, while I think roads are extremely important, I do hear where Supervisor Koenig's coming from, but I think it's really important we're seeing who's getting impacted and, how we can best support some of the folks who are most vulnerable in our community, depending on how these impacts are. So the other thing too with roads, I do want to stress that I think it's important that we're setting aside funding for the rail trail components that are getting built. I know that in my district, I think by next summer, the north segment of the rail trail should be done. And as we start building the other rail trail segments, we don't have any funding that's allocated for maintaining those trail segments. And I think, while roads are important, we're also trying to get people out of cars to reduce carbon emissions, and having some funding set aside to maintain our rail trail, I think is going to be worth us thinking about moving forward. Just want to also appreciate the $200,000 that's continuing to be set aside for the parks. It's been really helpful in our district as we're trying to increase access, whether it's at Shark Fin Cove. We had a water project that we were able to use those funds for. We're going to be making improvements to Cement Plant Road and trying to get that safer. And then in my district, we also are going to have the Greyhound Rock project coming online. And so there may be opportunities for us as we have flexible funds for us to use to be able to identify projects in our districts. And then if, we don't, then we can just give it to parks and they can, let them spend it on other priorities from the Parks Department. But it is really beneficial for us to have additional discretionary funds. And it's a good pool of funds for us to have for those purposes. And so I just want to thank everyone for their hard work on this. Continue to look forward to having conversations with staff as the budget gets put together for this year. And just, well, I guess we'll know in a couple of days, but it might be a very, very rocky road for our county and other counties. Thank you.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief, but I just have a couple of questions. So in terms of this snapshot of the budget, and maybe I missed it, but what I don't really see is belt tightening across our budgets. I'm worried about the loss of federal funding everywhere, not just in Medi-Cal, but everywhere, really, all the grants and things that our state and our county rely on. Will the budget hearings start to reflect potential like Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C, or
yes,
at least Plan A and B?
Yeah. Well, we will have this report on the grants that we're analyzing right now. Yeah. It's a lot. We have a lot of grants, and there's $1 million here, $3 million there, and they're different agencies, different requirements. And so we are analyzing those. We're collecting. The federal policy response team that I established is doing that work right now. And so in budget hearings, we should have good data by then about which grants do we think are most at risk in terms of those specific ones. In terms of the safety net programs, that's going to depend what happens in Congress right now.
Right.
The Republicans right now have a bill that's before the House that proposes $880 billion cut in Medicaid, which is Medi-Cal. They basically want to reduce the number of people who are eligible for Medi-Cal, as well as the types of services that are funded by Medi-Cal. It'll basically gut Cal-AIM completely in California. And so you're going to have thousands of people no longer eligible for Medicaid. Services also will be restricted if they get that through. Now, it's not just us. It'll be the whole state of California. It'll be the whole country. And I'm not sure they're going to be able to get the votes. It's going to be a long fight. And we may not have clarity by the budget time. I think it's going to go into the fall likely. So we may have to come back in August after we've passed the budget with an adjustment to the budget, depending on what happens.
Have you heard anything from the state regarding maybe a reconsideration of the whole Cal-AIM plan? I haven't yet, and I was just in Sacramento. No, you haven't either. Because it's, first of all, it's so expensive. Most of us, like when this was rolled out, are just scratching our heads about like how, because we knew how much it was going to cost for ECM and housing and all these other supports that are amazing, but like,
yeah.
Anyway.
Randy might have more info, but at least in the association meetings that I've been at, I think our leadership at the state is trying to keep status quo to manage, one, I think panic, but then two, I think we're going to see, I do think they anticipate some changes. They're just not really forthcoming yet.
Okay.
At this point.
That's great.
You have it.
I would just say, as maybe a supplement, an answer to your question and a supplement to our CAO walking through the different levels of federal threat. As I hear your question, Supervisor DeSerpa, California has a waiver from the federal government, which is third iteration of a waiver to run Cal-AIM. So it's actually not the state's decision. It's will the federal government change waivers? So we run a lot of the Medi-Cal programs, like my entire IHSS program, which we have talked about, is a federal waiver that allows state Medi-Cal to be used to do certain things. Cal-AIM is a federal waiver that allows California to do certain things. So there's layers to what we're watching play out, but killing or not extending waivers will have a ripple effect of unknown proportion as well, if that's on point with your question, Supervisor.
Okay, so we're just going to watch and wait.
Yes.
Hope for the best, but I'm concerned about also preparing for the worst so that we don't have to do it all in, well, just so that we're prepared to go there. And then I do have a question about the bonding that we have issued. Have we issued the entire 90 million or? I don't know who to look at.
Yes, I mean it's out the door. So
it is, okay.
It was a combination of some internal financing that's already been leveraged and external financing that we issued through bondholders.
Okay, and it sounded to me like the debt service on that is about $2 million. Is that a year or? That doesn't sound like
no. The debt service will begin in 27, 28. The first payment is old man memory. $3 to $4 million, maybe $5 million that first year. And then it starts to taper down after that with the expectation that FEMA and federal highway money will come in and we'll be able to pay off earlier some of the debt we anticipated to pay off. So there's a lot of assumptions built into that.
Okay.
There is a risk we could see an ongoing debt service in 26, 27, excuse me. That could be in the $7-8 million range if we don't receive the federal reimbursements we expected. So there's some risk in our assumptions.
Okay.
Complicated. It was a very.
It's just a sad time to be on this board of supervisors. Yes. Honestly, like
welcome.
We're going to have to come up with $7 or $8 million that first year. Okay. And then one of the things I didn't hear anything about is revenue building. Like, what can we do to build revenue in our county? I understand we have a social and economic development group that sort of was disbanded during COVID and hasn't really been built back. And I know maybe that would be an extra expense, but should we look at that as a way of helping to build our businesses, to attract businesses so that we could build some revenue in our county?
Yeah, I think there's some opportunities to improve the performance of our hotels, for example, and I think that'll be something that we should encourage to the extent, not necessarily new hotels, but our current hotels and improve their performance. I think there are some areas where it is possible that there could be businesses that could be located. And so that's something that we're working on through my office, through Peter Detlefs of my office. And so we can go over some of those projects and then see what we could do to help facilitate some of those, that business development that would help improve our tax base.
That would be great. Thank you. And my last question, and I think this has already been said a couple of times, but our reserves should be at about what? What percentage?
Well, there's no hard and fast rule. Okay. We used to say 10% would be, just kind of a minimal level. The question is batted around different governments. Generally, our finance director, our budget director likes to talk about how many months could we survive, how many. And so what is the number that you've been using now?
In my opinion, we should be no less than 15 or 16% of level, given that about 5-6% of our reserves are really funding that's meant to help the healthcare system. And we rely on that, and we must have that in place, and we have to lock it up. It'd be nice to have pure reserves that we wouldn't have to count on that. So, I'd recommend that we try to get our total reserve target to 16 level as a minimum. And then there may be different scenarios where we might want to be higher. I think you had asked some questions previously about where other counties are at, and across the board, if we were doing apples to apples, what are their total fund balance committed and assigned fund balances of the designation of what our reserves are. Our peers are probably on average about 25 to 30%, and we're hovering at 12.
So right now we have 12.
Yeah, so we have 12 now. But again, if we pull out the health, we drop to under 6%.
Yeah.
So that's our challenge.
Thank you.
I want to thank our CEO and our CEO staff and our finance director for the presentation, and Monica Morales from Health Services as well, bringing us this dismal news, you could say. They say about budgets, say there's only one rule: don't go over the budget. We're starting already with like 8 million behind the budget. So we're quite the predicament. We're certainly teetering on the edge. It's if we pull money from one project, we basically have to take away money from another project. I have to agree that, parks and roads are certainly a priority, and especially me with, there hasn't been anything built on the rail trail on our segment of South County and Paulson Road, of course. But I want to make sure that we stay on the course of safety and caution with the budget, especially given the what's going on with the federal government, the federal budget at this point with this administration. I want to make sure that we continue to keep Measure K to what the voters voted on. But I think, we got a tough road ahead of us.
I'll move the recommended action then.
Second.
We got a motion from Supervisor Cummings, and we got a second from Supervisor Martinez. Can we take roll call, please?
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez. Supervisor Martinez.
Yeah, I know. Hang on one second. I'm going to give you my language around abstaining from a part of the vote.
Oh.
I, with an abstention on the portion of recommended action 3A that relates to the transfer of $400,000 to HSA's Behavioral Health Division.
And Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
And Supervisor Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously, minus a portion. All right, next item on the agenda is item number 10. Consider the report on efforts to protect and support immigrant and LGBTQ Plus Communities, direct county administration office to work with health services agency, human services agency, department, and allocate $100,000 for undocumented immigrant legal services and $100,000 for the LGBTQ plus community plus support services and take all related actions. I'll turn it over to our Assistant CEO, Nicole Coburn, and Monica Morales, Health Services Agency Director.
Good afternoon, Nicole Coburn, Assistant CAO. I'm here to present on item 10 with Monica Morales, Director of Health Services. So in December of 2024, in January of this calendar year, as you know, the board adopted a couple of resolutions that reaffirmed the county's commitment to protecting and supporting our immigrant communities here in Santa Cruz County. And then most recently reaffirming the county's commitment to protect and serve and support our lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender people and people with other gender and sexual identities as they pursue their health, their happiness, and private exercise of their bodily autonomy. So to further these commitments, we're here today to recommend that the board transfer $200,000 from general fund contingency. $100,000 of that would be dedicated to undocumented immigrant legal defense services, and the other $100,000 would be dedicated to LGBTQ plus community support services. We believe there is a need to act quickly to deploy these funds due to recent federal policy changes that are targeting these communities. And so our office, the County Administrative Office, is going to work expeditiously with the Health Services Agency and the Human Services Department to identify community-based organizations to deliver these services. We would request your board's authorization to implement the transfer of appropriations pending our identification of which CBOs we want to work with to deliver these services. And as you know, the county has a variety of contracts already in place with CBOs through HSA and HSD. So we envision that one or more of these contracts could be easily amended to swiftly serve as the mechanism for service delivery. We would not be issuing a formal request for proposal process to enter into these agreements. I do want to note additionally that at the state level, the governor signed Senate Bill number 2 to allocate $25 million in state funding for civil legal services and immigration related support. We do not yet know all the details of this funding. We do know that state grant funds will be available for encumbrance until June 30th of 2026 and for expenditure until June 30th of 2028. We do anticipate that Santa Cruz County is going to receive an allocation of these funds for immigration-related services, including removal defense. So this will be able to augment what we're able to do here at a local level. So with that, I want to invite Director Morales to speak about what she's been hearing within the community. She's active in the Pajaro Valley Collaborative, as well as the Immigration Coalition, and she's been working with various health partners and LGBTQ plus partners.
Thank you, Nicole. So as Nicole was mentioning, we have had an opportunity to talk to a lot of organizations on what's happening. The county has been actively participating in commissions, subcommittees, bringing CBOs together who want to talk about the impacts early in the mornings. So there's a lot of discussion. And I think, like you have heard, I don't think it's no surprise that the undocumented immigrant community and the LGBT community are really worried. They're worried about deportation, economic deprivation, access to care, hate crimes, discrimination, just to kind of name a few. And I do want to put some context on this. I think it's important to highlight that just in 2023 alone, there was over 500 anti-LGBT bills introduced in the U.S. state legislature. Think about that, all attacking one community, right? And so that's a lot for us to think about. There's also a high increase in anti-immigration bills, as you know, targeting more than 11 million undocumented immigrants in our country. So it's not a small group that we're talking about. These are some serious, I would say, policy attacks. part of what we're noticing is that there's a lot of marginalization, alienation, and danger of undocumented immigrants in the LGBT community. It's interesting that we're putting them together because they're actually going through a lot of this similar trauma as communities. They're scared about the deprivation of medical care, threats to their safety. Really, they feel blocked to basic, even community spaces, and not to mention the services that we are all getting notes not to provide to these communities. So as government, I think this is a reality that is also impacting us locally. This is not just a national issue. It's not just an issue that's happening outside of California. This is very real. And I'll share a couple of data that I think really for me is for our audience and for the board to understand that California is also going through some serious discussions, I think, internally. We saw about 405 hate crimes reported around sexual orientation. That's a 4% increase from the previous year. And this is a report coming from the Department of Justice here in California. We also saw a 21% increase in 2022 of anti-Latino hate crimes, okay, just in the past 2 years. So you're kind of wondering what's going on locally in California. Well, the top 5 cities, LA and San Diego were among those cities with some of the highest hate crimes around that same period. Why I want to emphasize that is that you're probably wondering, we have a deficit in our budget, and why are we investing these dollars? It's because if we think about upfront investments, what I like to call prevention, we can actually change the curve. Something to think about too is that when folks are scared and they're experiencing trauma, we end up serving them. So what we're going to see, and this is, something that we've seen with other disasters or emergencies, right? There is an increase in what we see in terms of, especially in this communities experiencing anxiety, suicide ideation, depression. And this is both for undocumented and the LGBT community. They're going to end up in our crisis system here in behavioral health. You also see children being separated from their families and their parents. They're going to end up in our foster care systems, right? Who else is the safety net? We are, in addition to our community-based organizations. And not to, belittle the economic impact that we're going to see in our agricultural and hospitality businesses, it's going to be pretty serious. And what's going to happen is that we're going to see a decrease in the sales tax that you just heard Marcus report on. And we depend on those taxes in the county, right? And so I just want to highlight why it's important. It's only $200,000, but it's important for us to put a little bit of investment for what I see devastation that can really hit the county in future years. So as Nicole highlighted, we have about $100,000 that we want to focus in the LGBT community. That programming would focus on mental health services, advocacy and policy, education and outreach, and social supports, especially social supports for young LGBTQ folks keep coming up as an area for us to really consider our investments. We would be working with youth, transgender individuals, and seniors. And in terms of the $100,000 for our undocumented community, legal services ranked as some of the highest investments that folks really need support around. Deportation defense, for example, immigration case management, and that's the legal case management, legal documentation preparation, local consultation and representation for like housing, employment, fraud. These are all the things that undocumented folks are going to go through. Unfortunately, we saw this in the previous Trump administration. As Nicole mentioned, we're really hoping to move quickly. I think the federal mandates are coming quickly, so we can't really pause. We're looking for fast mechanisms to get the dollars out. We want to invest and support folks that already have the infrastructure in place, that have existing relationships, in order for us to actually move quickly. And it's a small county, so we kind of have a sense of who's providing these services already. So with that, I'll pause and see if there's any questions that Nicole and I can answer for the board.
I'm going to take it out to the public, but I do have a clarification. I wanted to ask the 25 million. You said the county has a earmark, but I thought my understanding was it was only nonprofits that get the funding.
I should clarify, it's not the county government that would receive any of those funds. It's the CBOs who working in our community that would receive some of those funds. And we're waiting to hear the process for allocating and distributing those funds to them.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. So if there's anyone in the public who would like to speak on this matter, please come up now.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Robert Ray. I'm here on behalf of Community Bridges and the Santa Cruz County Coalition, Immigration Coalition here. I'm here to urge you to increase the funding for immigration services from 100,000 to at least 150,000. With the estimated 16,000 undocumented individuals in Santa Cruz County, the need for legal, financial, and emotional support have never been greater. The Santa Cruz County Immigration Coalition, informed by input from over 120 direct and indirect service providers, has identified the following urgent priorities. The Deportation Defense Fund, legal support for families facing deportation, is essential in keeping our communities together. A bail bond fund, ensuring access to bail prevents unnecessary detention and family separation. Household support fund, deportation disrupts the entire households, so leaving families struggling to meet basic needs. Legal and education services. Families need access to immigration pathways, education, personalized case assessments, and legal documentation preparation. Family and child safety. Child care and asset planning help families prepare for the unthinkable, ensuring children's well-being and financial security. Mental health and community support. The fear and trauma of deportation impact mental health and community-based infrastructure, such as rapid response networks. These help keep families informed and safe. Although nice, the current 100,000 allocation is simply not enough to meet the growing needs. Increasing the funding to at least 150,000 is a necessary step towards ensuring the safety, stability, and dignity of our undocumented community members, individuals who contribute so much to our local economy. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Tim, your microphone's now available.
Hello. Yeah, I would support the extra money a little bit towards what the gentleman is just talking about. I'm concerned. I see like a bully culture being created in Washington. And, I mentioned after the meetings earlier to James out in the hallway that, I told him the little story about how these men threw these kids off of Angora Lake's cliffs when I was younger. And, I was the wrong guy to pull that stunt around because I am the Angora Lake cliff diver. So that essentially politicians wanted to make laws to prevent me from diving off the Angora Lake cliffs because they didn't want people to see what I was capable of doing. And so anyways, long story short, I straightened that out. So those guys left the scene and the kids later on had the cliffs all to themselves for all eternity because, I was a little rough. So anyways, I look at this whole thing here and it's like a balance that you folks have to somehow achieve between LGBTQ health and immigrants and fire and roads. And what I was trying to convey to you folks before was that you don't want a situation where a raging fire comes through our community and exacerbates the problems that you already have, or a flood that could do the same thing. I look at things as two seasons. If I have if I shovel my roof up in Tahoe 4 times, that means you're probably getting floods down here. If I shovel my roof 0 times up in Tahoe, that means fire could be coming your way. 2 times, that's an average year. Right now, I don't have any need to shovel my roof up in Tahoe. So your folks could end up with a catastrophic fire in Santa Cruz County that could make your money problems with regards to immigrants, health, and LGBTQ even worse. So somehow you want to put yourself in the pole position so this way you can somehow come up on top.
Thank you.
Anyways.
Tony, your microphone's now available.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Barely.
Thank you so much. Thank you, supervisors, for taking the time to put this forward and for allowing all of the folks who commented in public comment earlier this morning. Obviously, a lot of the folks who commented on this item during public comment to start the meeting are out there providing service right now. So just appreciate that opportunity for them to be able to speak their mind on this issue. As Robert said, my colleague, my name is Tony Nunez. Let me get that off first. And I'm the marketing communication manager for Community Bridges. My colleague Robert put it very well, as did others, that we're asking the County Board of Supervisors to increase the allocation to immigration legal fund services, legal services from $100,000 to at least $150,000 for all of the reasons that Robert stated. And the different funds that he advocated for come from the work of the Santa Cruz County Immigration Coalition that was established before Trump ever came into office. And Community Bridges and Community Action Board were part of the steering committee to put that together and have been leading that group. And over the last couple of weeks, the biggest need that we have seen, and as the group has been pulled to find out what our strategy would be if we were to receive funding, is everything that he put forward. So a deportation defense fund, bail bond fund, and of course, legal and immigration case assessment, and general education. I know that there's been calls for mutual aid, and I think that that is a noble cause as well too. And I think if there's anything that you can pull from today's discussion on this item, is that the need is there, and that there's an overwhelming amount of need in our community for this issue. And so please help in any way that you can. Please consider increasing the overall allocation to immigrant legal services to at least $150,000. Thank you.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
Bring it back to the board, starting on my far left, Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm definitely support the additional investments at this critical time. I know, I mean, obviously we're in an environment where federal government's been, sending threatening letters to communities that undertake this kind of important work. Have we received anything of that nature, or do we expect that we could as a result of, our efforts to support these communities?
Yes, we've received letters stating that we are under review for compliance with the president's executive orders on DEI and immigration support as well. So yeah, we're under threat ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. It's unfortunate. I don't think that we should back down, of course, but I think at least this is some small and very material action that we can take to support these communities. Thanks.
Supervisor Martinez.
Yeah, I'd like to just start by thanking the CAO and those two presenting today for bringing this forward. As you know, just last month, I brought forward the referenced resolution number 4, 2025, reaffirming our commitment to LGBTQ individuals, and Chair Hernandez brought forward a similar item supporting immigrants' rights. And I think we both intended to do that not just as a kind of empty restatement of our values, but with an intention to do something about it. And so bringing these dollars forward to support vulnerable communities is really in alignment with, what we were hoping. And so I really appreciate that, despite the various budget constraints that we have, that we are finding a way to put basically our money where our mouth is when it comes to supporting these folks. I do know that, we're hearing requests to increase the amount, and gosh, I wish that there were, that we weren't in a position of such tight budget constraints. But I would like to hear One, how will the CBOs who receive this funding be reporting back to us on how they're using the funds, and if there is a necessary need for additional funds in an urgent way? How will that go?
I would imagine we would put something into the contract in terms of the types of information they have to report to us. Obviously, we wouldn't just give a blank check and not expect anything for that. So we would require some sort of documentation in terms of the services provided. And we would receive updates as to how quickly it's being expended and what's happening with the funding.
And if there is a new emerging urgent need that you're made aware of, there'll be an opportunity for you to report that back to us.
Yeah, I would just add that Director Morales, myself, the other assistant CAO, Elisa Benson, Director Randy Morris, we're all actively involved in various groups and are hearing on almost a live day-to-day basis of what's happening in the communities. So we will, of course, keep aware of these conversations and come back to the board if we see an urgent need.
Great. I really appreciate that. And I just want to add, I really appreciate that the state of California passed SB 2 targeting the immigrant community. There's not a similar match or funding for the LGBTQ community. And we just recognize how threatening and scary of a time it is for that community, particularly youth and people who are trans. And so just any advocacy that we can do to, with our state legislators to try to support really everybody who's under threat from the federal administration today would be helpful. And hopefully we could take advantage of any additional dollars here locally. So thank you so much. I wholeheartedly support this.
Supervisor Cummings?
Yeah, I'll keep my comments brief. Just agree that, being able to use some of these funds for these activities does seem really critical right now. I know that when we move forward with putting together this task force, I think the question was like, well, if we come up with all these ideas of these different types of programs and support mechanisms, who's going to pay for it? And I think it really is meaningful that the county is taking that step of actually putting a meaningful contribution towards these programs. I've been thinking a little bit about the request for increasing in funding, and I think that maybe at this juncture, we move forward with the proposal that's for us today, and then we hear back on progress. I do want to also hear back on like what's being funded, what are the different needs, and are we helping to meet those needs? But more importantly, I really think that for the CBOs that have come out to ask for additional funding, I think it's worth going to the cities and asking them for fundings. I haven't heard anything about the cities making any kind of contribution to these kinds of efforts. But I think that with the county stepping up and putting $100,000 or $200,000 forward, I think it's important that the cities are also reaching into their pockets during a difficult time and making some contributions to this as well. So I would just encourage the CBOs to go to the cities now that this county's making this investment today to encourage them to also put some money forward for these efforts. And then lastly, the one thing I did, I hope can be incorporated into some of this work. One of the concerns that I've had, and I think all the outreach to the people who are being targeted is really critical. But I also think businesses who employ these people who are being targeted, I really think it's important that we're letting them know what their legal rights are. Because if, for example, ICE shows up to, I don't know, a warehouse and they demand that they get entry, what is the legal responsibility of the employer to let them in? Like, do they have to have a warrant? What does that look like? Because I do think that people are trying to understand like what their rights are. And that's critical that the people who are being targeted know their rights, but it's also for these other institutions that maybe work with them, or whether it's churches or businesses, that they know their rights as well. And so to the extent that that can get incorporated into some of this outreach and we start creating, opportunities for people to know their rights who want to help protect these people is really going to be critical as well moving forward. But 100% behind all this, really want to thank you all for being proactive, and that ends my comments.
Supervisor DeSerpa?
Thank you. Complete support of this. Thank you for finding $200 in our meager budget this year. And I would agree with Supervisor Cummings that we wait and see what the rest of our budget situation is before allocating more money. I do have a quick question. I know in Monterey County, they're holding Know Your Rights forums all up and down the Salinas Valley, which includes somebody from a Spanish-speaking TV station, a trusted voice who invites people, superintendents of schools. They usually hold them at schools in different settings. She speaks. Mexican consulate is there. Law enforcement speaks. Public health is there to reassure people of their healthcare needs and rights being met. The county supervisor helps to sponsor it and speaks. And then they have attorneys from Watsonville Law Center are going into Monterey County from CRLA and other immigrant attorneys. And so these are happening all up and down the Salinas Valley. They include interpreters that speak Mixteco and Trejibajo. So I'm just wondering, are we doing anything like this? Could we? I'd be very happy to sponsor Supervisor Hernandez if we need sponsorship from here.
So we do, in fact, have several trainings occurring throughout the county. Even health services had trainings, multiple trainings for our staff. Some of the organizations that are part of the Santa Cruz County Immigration Coalition are leading some of these trainings, and they're working with some of the entities that you just highlighted.
That's great.
So
because in Monterey County, 1,000 people have come to these things, and they're getting like on the spot legal guidance.
I don't know the number yet. I can try to find that out, but I do know that there's various trainings occurring. So I can get you more information on that.
That would be great. Yeah, and let us know if you need any help.
Just to add, we are having one on March 22nd, where is our date that we have here in Santa Cruz, and one in August in Watsonville that we're working on to bring the consulate and all their office over here.
There's multiple, absolutely, in South County, North County, and even to businesses, Supervisor Cummings, for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to support.
Oh, let me finish some quick comments. I just want to double check, right? Do we have an extra 100,000 that we have somewhere around?
I'll just
see that suitcase there of yours.
Let me answer that. This item is very unusual. I am proposing that the board take money out of our contingencies, which is our basically operating reserve for this purpose, which I've never done in the 10 years I've been here for the county. And so I'm viewing this moment as being extremely urgent, and that's why I'm recommending it. But this is the money that if there's an emergency, we're not through the winter yet. And, you know, we are facing a lot of threats right now. And so I'm doing what I think we can. I think it's fair. And I think it's what the level of risk I feel comfortable with. And I think the cities ought to step up too. I mean, I'm taking money out of our reserves. They all have reserves. They have more the reserves than we do. So they ought to step up too.
Thank you for that. You know, I think, as I said before, we should probably move very cautiously with our budget. And, you know, we still have, it'd be wise to wait till after May, after the federal budget hearing sessions are done, so we could see what direction we need to go in. And we still have, you know, atmospheric rainstorm that's predicted for April, which is pretty late. And so I'd rather, you know, do the 100 and then bring it back sometime after April, end of April, for this as well. But I'll take it back, bring it back to the, includes my comments, but I'll back to the board.
I'll move again. I'll make a motion to approve this item.
Second. So we have a motion and a second, a motion from Supervisor DeSerpa, second by Supervisor Hernandez. We take a roll call.
Absolutely. Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item number 11, considering directing staff of the Health Services Agency and County Administrative Office to return on or before May 20th, 2025 with best practices research and recommendations for how to embed a health in all policies framework into the evaluation of all proposed county policies and the 2026 to 32 strategic plan. I'll turn it over to Supervisor Monica Martinez for the presentation.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair. It has been a long afternoon, and this is an item that's intended to hopefully be a light for folks and something that we may be able to be very proud of as a county, particularly given so many of the challenges facing our county today. So I come into this position from a health and human services background, so I'm sure it's no surprise to anyone that as I'm stepping into this role, I'm particularly attuned to the health considerations on the issues that are coming before the board. And hopefully that's something, you know, that we agree as members of the board on, because it seems to me that we're receiving a lot of public input on things that are centered around health outcomes. I mean, take, for example, today, the example of a battery storage facility has raised a lot of questions about the possible health implications of having battery storage facility in our area, where in our county that would be placed. And also, you know, there's health considerations of not having battery storage in our community and what that means for our reliance on fossil fuels, right? And so, while that's not the discussion that I'm intending to have right now, the point that I'm trying to make is that every policy carries with it implicit health considerations, and that these should be an explicit part of the public conversation before decisions are made about a variety of things, whether that's infrastructure, parks, public safety, et cetera. So fortunately for us, we don't have to reinvent the wheel on how to make this happen. As I'm sure many of us are already aware, there's an approach called Health in All Policies that's been explored and promoted by the California Department of Public Health, the Public Health Institute, and the American Public Health Association as a framework for embedding health considerations into decision-making processes. It's even been implemented here in the city of Santa Cruz, and so Supervisor Cummings, you may have some experience with it on behalf of the city. And so it's my hope that we might be able to incorporate this approach or something like this approach into our next strategic plan, with the expectations that our health services agency would play a large part in recommending what that approach would look like. And so I'd like to invite staff to come up today and give just a brief presentation on what Health in All Policies is. So thank you, both of you, for making yourself available. Please introduce yourself and your role at the county, and then just share a little bit about Health in All Policies.
Great. Thank you. My name is Jen Herrera. I am one of the assistant directors with the County Health Services Agency. I'm here with my colleague, Emily Chung. She is the Public Health Division Director, who Emily will be providing more information specifically to Health in All Policies, or HIAP. Supervisor Martinez, we really appreciate the opportunity or the invitation to provide some information to the board on this. As you mentioned, this came out very clearly in public comment today that this community is very aware of how policy impacts their individual health. Health in All Policies is something that's also aligns very strongly with our county's organizational mission, our vision, our values. It's something that we incorporate in many countywide initiatives. We may not call it Health in All Policies, but it's something that we're doing already. And it aligns very strongly with our county equity statement, which ensures that we are creating intentional opportunities for our community to thrive. So I wanted to share that framing with you. And then also what came up in public comment today was it was mentioned 7-generation framework, and I want to uplift that came up today, because Health in All Policies is a way for us to evaluate the impact of our decisions, not at the short term, but also long term, similar to the 7-generation framing, which is from many Indigenous communities thinking about not decisions, the impact of the decisions we make today, how it's going to have an impact 7 generations out. So it gives us that opportunity to pause and really think about how we stay accountable to our community. It's a great opportunity as well, considering we are going to be revamping or refreshing our our county strategic plan. And with that, I'll turn it over to Emily to share a little bit more about the framework.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak on this. And thank you, Supervisor Martinez, for bringing this forward. I think you covered it pretty well in terms of summary, but I'd like to provide a little more context and detail because it is a framework that maybe not everybody has a lot of experience with yet. Also known as HIAP, it is for short. It is thought of as healthy public policy, which I think is a pretty inherent concept for most of you on the room. I hear you talking about how we address health and positive outcomes for the well-being of our community and everything that we discuss here at the board. It's a framework that's over 40 years old and has been used internationally and here in California since 2010, when California adopted it in their state governance. It's based on the premise that good health is actually beneficial to our entire community, our economy, and to have a thriving community. And it can be done in mutually beneficial ways where everybody has a win-win, no matter who's involved. We can use this as a way to partner and collaborate even more than we already are in this community. Fundamentally, HIAP is based on the acknowledgement that social determinants of health are not necessarily decided or influenced by health experts. They're often decided by people who don't have health experience, that's fine. But how can we integrate health impacts, health information, equity, and sustainability into those decisions for our decision makers and policymakers? There's always going to be short-term, long-term, positive, and negative impacts to our community on every decision we make. This framework, HIAP, helps to hold policymakers and decision makers accountable so that we understand the pros and cons before we make those decisions. Ultimately, the goal is that healthy public policy making becomes the normal way of doing business. I mentioned three intersecting terms: health, equity, and sustainability. There's a nexus of connection there that HIAP really focuses on because it really reflects that health doesn't happen by itself, and we can't improve health unless we address equity, such as inequities and disparities. And we also have to address sustainability, specifically right now, environmental sustainability and the impacts of our climate, our changing climates. So all of those three concepts work integrated together and help bring the approach across all policies so that we can leverage them, right? So that we can work across those three ideas and make sure that when we work on one, it doesn't harm the other. There's a lot of value and potential to efficacy in doing HIAP or a similar type of approach. And how, to me, it reflects what HIAP does, it reflects the fundamental idea of public health, which is preventing negative outcomes before they start. You hear upstream, and a penny of prevention is worth a pound of cure. You hear phrases like that. HIAP is actually based on that because when we create policies that reduce or remove unintended negative consequences, then we are actually preventing potential needs for additional resources down the road or having to adjust or fix or improve a policy later. So it takes a step of inquiry of asking, what are these health impacts? And it also looks at leveraging resources. I mentioned the win-win, mutually beneficial concepts of this. None of us can do this alone, whether you're in health, human services, CDI, anywhere. And when we work together and align our policies around principles of thriving community, then we all win. We saw this especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. And when every one of our county departments actually became integral to our public health response in very different ways and very unique ways. But yet it was all integrated and towards one goal of reducing the negative impacts of a pandemic. We can use a model like this and create a way that our county could potentially benefit out of a HIAP framework and helps lift up the ideas that public health focuses on, such as policies, systems, and the environments in which we live, really do have the greatest impact on our community's health. Our county does a lot of really fantastic cross-departmental collaborations already. So we kind of use HIAP already without even talking about it, without even naming it. But we just don't do it very consistently at this time. We haven't named our process. It is important to note that any formalized approach or process around this type of framework would need to consider the resources it would take to establish it. And I do want to also applaud our county for some of our health and all policy type approaches of projects that we've already done in recent years. For instance, our tobacco litter waste ban, the first of a kind in the world, was very much a health and all policies approach. We looked at, can this ordinance support our environment, our public health, and any number of sectors? And that was a really fantastic example. And then we have partnerships with public health and CDI on having safe routes to school and more walkable streets and more bike-friendly streets. So these are all ways that we create a built environment and think about the design so that our health is improved. So I applaud our county for considering this, and we look forward to providing any information or recommendations further for the board. Thank you.
Thank you. I also was, as part of this recommendation, is to embed it into the strategic plan. So I also asked Assistant CAO Coburn to speak to the strategic plan.
Hey, good afternoon again. Nicole Coburn, Assistant CAO. So you've already heard how the health and all policies approach is a way of looking at decisions across our county government to understand how they shape health outcomes. Rather than a new program or mandate, it's really a way of thinking about policy choices that we're making in a more connected and intentional way. So we feel this is very much in line with what we're already doing as part of our strategic plan refresh. Both the refresh and health and all policies approach represent a theory of change that says we get better results if we look at the larger picture. When we connect the decisions across the departments and align efforts with our community and our partners. I think there's also a lot of alignment already with our climate action and adaptation plan. You saw a report on today's agenda that talked about all the work they're doing, the grants they're pursuing. There's an active discussion there around health and environmental impacts, as we heard from Emily. Also, the Community Health Improvement Plan, there's alignment there, as well as the Master Plan for Aging that we're working on with our Human Services Department and our partners. A couple of weeks ago, the board had a discussion here on community indicators that focus on how we define a healthy county. And we're looking at what we can identify as the appropriate community indicator to tie to our new strategic and refreshed strategic plan. So that discussion was clearly a reflection of this kind of approach, thinking about the key measures that tell us whether policies and investments are really making a difference and affecting those health outcomes. So if the board chose to move forward with a health and all policies approach, one of the next steps that we would take would be to help refine the indicators to incorporate this kind of look at what we're thinking about in terms of setting forth that vision for the county. The operational plan is also an area where we could think about reflecting the health and all policies lens when developing both new objectives that are SMARTy, that's specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, time-bound, inclusive, and equitable, and then tracking those objectives over time to see if we're actually achieving those outcomes. So with any framework, it's important to be clear about the intent and implementation. There's always some fuzziness, but we would really hope to shape it to benefit the county and community. And we look forward to working with you on this.
Thank you. I appreciate the input, Chair. And so that's everything we have for the presentation.
I'll take it out to the public. Sorry. I'll take it out to the public to see if anybody has any public comment on this item. Seeing none. Anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Speakers online have their hands raised. Tim, your microphone is now available.
Oh, cool. I'm the only one that's left. Anyways, I found your comments, Monica, to be very insightful. Essentially, all of you folks have to sort of mitigate all this and be strategic in how you spend your money and where you're going to spend it. So, and then obviously I mentioned to you that I would like to not have fire and floods make your problems worse. So that's something to consider. One thing to think about as well, while this administration picks on Santa Cruz County and picks on people all over the country, it's not much of a presidency when that's all you've got is to pick on a bunch of folks. Seems a little weak in my mind, but there's going to be some real blowback because of some of these red states, that like Nevada, for instance, and we all know there's a Republican governor over there, and they're heavily dependent on Medicaid. So they're going to get trashed. Their own constituents are going to get burned. What comes around goes around. And something to be, to feel very good about living in Santa Cruz County is all of you folks have longer lifespans than these individuals picking these routes that come from the deep south that are often in red states. So they can learn a lot from people in Santa Cruz County. So you have a lot to be proud of. Okay. So whatever is done, don't let the budget issues get yourself down, and realize that this will come to an end sooner or later. And these folks are going to end up creating more hardship for themselves if they pick on Santa Cruz County and don't cough up the bucks. Anyways, you folks have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for all your hard work.
Allison, your microphone's now available.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. This is Allison Violante, the Director of Government and Community Relations down here at Watsonville Community Hospital. I know it's been a long day for you all, so I will try to keep this brief. We here at the hospital are excited to see the county pursue a health and all policies framework and integration into the strategic plan. We know that the county has been a leader in addressing overall health in our community through work such as the sustainability plan, housing for health, and age-friendly community designation. And we are excited to see the extension of this work by approaching all policies in Santa Cruz County in a data-driven manner with a health lens. As the only publicly owned hospital in the county, we look forward to being a partner as you engage in this work. So thank you for pursuing this.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
With that, I'll bring it back to the board, starting to the right with Supervisor DeSerpa.
Incomplete support. Thank you.
Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Supervisor Martinez, for bringing this forward. So I sat on the Health and All Policies Subcommittee for the city when this was brought forward. And I will just say, and I guess I agree with everything conceptual. I'm hoping we can figure out the best way to incorporate something like this into the things we do, because that process, I will say, it took a long time. It took about a year to go through all the metrics and identify what the metrics are and come to an agreement on everything. There's extensive community outreach. And, I think that from the perspective of being in a city, one of the reasons why it was so important is because the city doesn't work on health, right? Like which is very different from the county, where like one of our primary mandates, especially as we were discussing earlier, is that we run health for our community. And so, so I guess for me, the one thing that I'm thinking about is, since there's been so much work that's been done, like the master plan on aging, the community health improvement plan, like there's so many plans that we have that focus on health. Is there a way that this can be done efficiently, just given that what we do is health as a county? Because again, with the budget issues, I just don't want to see this become a super expensive, labor-intensive process when we already incorporate health into the majority of the things that we do. And so I think that the suggestions around this, incorporating into the strategic plan and maybe having staff come back to us with a proposed concept of how to integrate health and all policies into our strategic plan and make recommendations sounds like a good way for us to just get a sense of what this looks like at the county level, because again, cities our different roles in counties, and if we can, and I know that there was a California State Health and All Policies Task Force that was launched, and so some of the work that may need to be done can potentially, come out of that. So I just think that if we move forward with this, my hope is that it's not a very long, drawn out process, and it's something that we can kind of more quickly incorporate into the work that we do, given that we already do a lot of work on health. And then it'll be good to understand what it looks like operationally. So, I mean, I think, again, having a concept of how we can integrate this in our work, I think will help us better understand how this can move forward.
Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Supervisor Martinez, for bringing this forward. I agree that it's a useful framework. I share some of Supervisor Cummings' concerns that I don't want it to become too overbearing as far as process. I think that we have done a pretty good job as a whole as far as basically bringing this lens to our policy work. This will sort of just formalize it a little bit more. And I'm interested to hear back in May how some other communities have actually operationalized this and what their process looks like. But overall, support the direction. Thanks.
I'm gonna let you finish. So, I think I've got the similar concerns with the process, making sure it's not too lengthy and, not take 2 years like Santa Cruz did, or 2.5 years. And, when you're looking at best practices, to research if any other counties have done this and kind of learn from them to expedite the process and make it less, more budget friendly, I'd say. Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments from my colleagues on the board. I agree that, as we build this in, we're hoping to embed it into the good work that's happening already in the levers and decisions that are already happening. And so my hope is that it won't be like a tack on to the work that we're doing, but embedded into the DNA of the work we're doing. I think that's how you can achieve a real positive and effective result. And certainly I don't come today with the answers on how that is going to be done. My request for the board was to support really turning it to our staff and the experts in this to come back to us with how they might recommend that to be done. And so with that, thank you for the presentation, and I would move the recommended actions.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Martinez, second from Supervisor Koenig. Can we take roll call?
Certainly. Supervisor DeSerpa?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
Martinez?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
And Hernandez?
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next item we have is item number 12. Considering approving in concept ordinance amending section 1.04.140 of the Santa Cruz County Code relating to definitions and titles associated with the CAO's office and taking all related actions. I'll turn it over to Ajita Patel, Personnel Director.
Good afternoon, Chair Hernandez and members of the board. The item before you today is to make 2 changes. The first is to change the title of the County Administrative Office to County Executive Office. And the second change is to conform position titles to the office title change. For example, County Administrative Officer would become County Executive Officer. Industry data reflects that both of these titles are used in government, and we would like to move towards the executive as we believe this actually encompasses more leadership and strategic initiatives and functions that we do here at the County of Santa Cruz. So with that, I'll end my comments, and with your approval, we'll bring it back for a second reading at the next board meeting, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I'll start by bringing it out to the public. Are there any public? I don't see any here. Are there any public comment on the phone?
We have no speakers online, Supervisor Martinez.
All right. So then I'll turn it over to members of the board for questions, and I'll start on the right. Supervisor DeSerpa.
There are no economic.
All free.
So there's not, yeah.
Well, let me just say, I shouldn't say all three. We would obviously do is change nameplates and the signage. However, now that GSD is an ISF fund, that would be a part of de minimis part of the funds.
And this is something that Mr. Palacios is in favor of, correct?
Yes, I actually brought this to the personnel director. I'm just trying to modernize the title to make it more contemporary with other counties.
Thank you.
Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, because I've heard some comments from members of the public. This is just a name change, right? It doesn't change the roles or responsibilities or authority of the.
Absolutely not. Just office title and position titles, and also the conforming titles. For example, assistant CAO would be
right. And so, yeah, I don't see anything wrong with changing those, names. But I'm happy to make a motion when we're ready.
Supervisor Koenig.
Yeah, I don't have any conceptual issue with it, but it does strike me that I've done a brand change before, and even though it seems sometimes small, we're going to replace, every name plaque, every card by every member of the CAO's office. So there could definitely be some costs involved in this. Hopefully they won't get too big.
And some of these changes can be done over time, right? Signage would probably be primary. However, name business cards and things like that can be transitioned, as we've done in the past when we've made changes like this.
Okay.
Duly noted.
It's not going to be an overnight order all new stationery and business cards for everyone in the department, and
it can be transitioned, these kind of changes.
Right.
I think the name, the title out for the public who are coming into our building, that would be primary. And I think that we're already doing some updates to signage. So this timing is good. So it could all be done in one swoop rather than spend money later.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm supportive.
I have no comments, and I'll turn it back over to Chair Hernandez.
Has everyone spoke already? Oh, I have no comments. I'll bring it public comment. We did that. So we'll bring it back to the board for
I'll move the recommended action.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Cummings and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. Can we take roll call?
Certainly. Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
And Chair Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Yep. Motion adjourned. Meeting adjourned.